Chapter 501. Futian had been forcefully taken to the Blazing Sun School, though he had not put up a fight. His cooperation made him seem sincere and genuine, and there was a chance that everything he had said about the inheritance was true. But the human heart was complicated, and it was implausible that Futian would willingly give up the divine light. Futian had been forcefully taken to the Blazing Sun School, though he had not put up a fight. His cooperation made him seem sincere and genuine, and there was a chance that everything he had said about the inheritance was true. But the human heart was complicated, and it was implausible that Futian would willingly give up the divine light. It was obvious that Futian was aware of his circumstances and adapting to it in a bid to save his own life. Yang Ding, the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, could tell this as well, but in truth, he wasn't intending to kill Futian. Doing that would be as good as declaring war. Let me feel the divine light of the sun that the saint passed down. Yang Ding's face was radiant as the sun, and a hush fell over the place. All eyes were on Futian. Yes, senior, Futian nodded, and a streak of the sun's dazzling divine light was sent towards Yang Ding. I have already severed my ties to this divine light. You may. The words had barely left Futian's mouth before Yang Ding had already integrated his own will into the divine light. The dazzling radiance of the sun shone above him, seeming to bathe him in the very light of the saint himself. Furthermore, with Yang Ding's immense will, the divine light shone even brighter than it had with Futian. The blazing rays of the sun that were shining down from above were like divine flames. The divine path, Yang Ding declared, his gaze sharp. He then retracted his will from the divine light. Smiling at Futian, he said, "You'll train with me from now on." Yang Ding did not force Futian to give up the other two streaks of divine light he had. Those did not belong to the Blazing Sun School. He knew very well that if he were to take them by force, the other two schools would not leave it at that. Yang Ding, a frosty voice called out from the sky above the Blazing Sun School. Following after, a line of figures descended from the misty sky. At the front of the party was Chen Yuan. They had been confronting those from the Nine-Cloud Palace when they had gotten the news. Upon hearing that Futian had been taken away by the Blazing Sun School, they had abandoned the confrontation and rushed over immediately. Yang Ding looked towards the sky. The flames of the chair behind him shone brighter than ever. He said calmly, "Chen Yuan, what brings you to the Blazing Sun School?" "Yang Ding, you're the college chief of the Blazing Sun School. Don't you feel that it's beneath someone of your status to be taking advantage of the situation and bringing Futian to your school?" Chen Yuan's tone was chilly, and frightening energy pressed down from the sky as he spoke. "Chen Yuan, Futian possesses the divine teachings of the saint of the top 3 schools. What's wrong with me inviting him over to experience the divine path left behind by the ancient saint?" Yang Ding gazed at the figure in the sky as he spoke. "Let him go," Chen Yuan demanded coldly. Yang Ding turned his gaze towards Futian, and Futian bowed in Chen Yuan's direction as he said, "College Chief Chen, the Blazing Sun School really just invited me over to demonstrate the divine teachings of the ancient saint." He turned to bow at Yang Ding as well. "Senior, let me explain to the college chief." After he spoke, Futian moved towards the sky. In that instant, all eyes were on him. Futian had spoken pleasant words just now, but those were only niceties. Going up to Chen Yuan now would put him on a path of no return depending on what he did. Stop. Mighty energy landed on Futian. It was sage intent which could kill him in a heartbeat. Chen Yuan may have arrived here, but he dared not to make any hasty moves. This was also why he had not brought Futian to the Nine-Cloud Palace. If Jin Chengfeng were to begin attacking in a surge of savagery, things would get troublesome. Futian stopped mid-air and chuckled. "What do you ask of me, senior?" Many gazes turned towards Yang Ding, as though waiting for him to indicate something. Before capturing Futian, the Blazing Sun School's aim was the divine teachings that Futian had obtained in the martial arts battlefield. Futian had been very cooperative in handing it over, all the while stalling for time. By the time Chen Yuan arrived, the Blazing Sun School had yet to decide what they were going to do with Futian. Futian had promised to stay here and train, but looking at things now, it didn't seem like things were going to turn out that way. If they were to let Futian go, He would not pose a threat to the Blazing Sun School for now. This was because they had already taken away one of the divine teachings he possessed, but Yi Futian would still be like a ticking time bomb to them. The atmosphere turned tense almost immediately. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School lifted their heads to look at the sight before them. They felt the immense pressure and tense atmosphere even from afar. Yang Ding. Chen Yuan's gaze landed on Yang Ding. An immense pressure emanated from the heavens, and a starry dimension appeared in the sky. The skies above the Blazing Sun School turned dark as night. It was as if Chen Yuan would launch an attack immediately if Yang Ding were to do anything to Yi Futian. Yang Ding glanced at Yi Futian before laughing. "What are you doing, Chen Yuan? We were having a good chat. I'd like for him to stay at the Blazing Sun School and train with me. I could instruct him. But of course, all this is up to Yi Futian to decide himself." Chen Yuan's expression relaxed a little. He had predicted that Yang Ding would not do anything to Yi Futian. His aim was probably to obtain the divine teachings, so he would not be as bold as to just kill Yi Futian just yet. Yi Futian had made the same judgment as Chen Yuan, which was why he had resorted to remaining civil and saying niceties. He had done his best to avoid a verbal conflict and create an illusion of harmony. Both parties were aware of each other's underlying intentions, but in this situation, Yang Ding had a way out without embarrassing himself. At this moment, Yi Futian's top priority was to get out of this place. Upon hearing Yang Ding's words, Yi Futian mentally heaved a sigh of relief. "Futian, come here," Chen Yuan ordered. At the same time, a streak of energy headed straight for Yi Futian. Yi Futian began to move forward. However, the instant he took a step, he suddenly felt an immense threat and his expression changed. Then, a frightening light of intent pierced through Yi Futian's body like a sharp blade. A grunt was heard. Then Yi Futian's body shuddered in the sky before he felt a sharp blade rip through his insides, shredding his veins and breaking his bones. Yi Futian's face turned deathly pale, and despair flooded his mind. He had been on guard the moment he was taken to the Blazing Sun School, saying niceties and trying to talk his way out of danger by lying. His only aim was to stall for time and make it out alive. While he had anticipated that the college chief of the Blazing Sun School would not kill him, he had not dared to relax. Even then, he had not expected that someone would launch a sudden attack on him all of a sudden in a bid to take his life. Chen Yuan's expression changed. Darkness spread all across the sky, and an immense pressure emanated from it. Everyone in the party he brought along with him wore incredibly chilly expressions as well. Madame Long and Gu Hanshan were shocked as well. They had not the Blazing Sun School to actually take action. Even people from the Blazing Sun School, Yang Ding the college chief, and many other sages who were present, were taken aback as well. It was apparent that the current situation had occurred outside of their control. Chen Yuan clenched a fist in the sky. Since the other party had made a move, he had no more reservations left. In an instant, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by the glow of starlight and was brought to Chen Yuan's side in the sky. Yi Futian was pale as a sheet and in immense pain. His veins and bones seemed to have all been destroyed, and he had sustained immense internal injuries. Chen Yuan's expression was dark. In the starry night sky, countless meteorites appeared out of nowhere and hung over the Blazing Sun School. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School were stunned at the sight. Should those meteorites be sent plummeting down, it would surely be a disaster. Chen Yuan, Yang Ding's expression changed as well. Looking at the person who had attacked Yi Futian, he demanded, "Who told you to take action?" "Shang Yunfeng was a disciple of our school," the person coldly responded. "Is Yi Futian to be let off for killing a disciple of the Blazing Sun School just because he is the son of the Starry School? He should pay for his crimes and be deposed of his cultivations." He then exhorted, "College chief, this child is crafty and talented. If we don't get rid of him now, he'll definitely cause us a lot of trouble in the future." Chen Yuan stuck out his palm at the direction of that person. In an instant, a frightening rumble sounded and a windstorm emerged from the broken earth, taking on the dazzling light of the stars. The endless windstorm rushed towards the person and surrounded him, and as Chen Yuan clenched his fist, the person was buried within the meteorites with a loud crash, no longer able to move. They were both sages, but their exact planes were different, and the disparity in their abilities was great as well. Chen Yuan, don't be rash. Long Ding appeared before that person in an instant and lay a hand on him. Instantly, flames appeared and seeped into the meteorite formation. With a bang, the meteorites that covered the sage were burned to ashes, and the space was transformed into a flaming hell. A scary rumbling rang out, and meteorites began to plummet towards the blazing sun school from the starry dimension like shooting stars. The blazing sun school was in chaos. Everyone was trying to escape, their faces deathly pale. This was crazy. An elder of their school had dared to launch a deadly attack on Futian and triggered a battle of this immensity. This was also crazy. The rumbling noise continued endlessly as the buildings of the blazing sun school were destroyed and turned into giant debris floating in the sky. The earth was cracking open as well at an incredible rate, with lines spreading across the ground. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed. It really seemed like the apocalypse. Chen Yuan, the top 3 schools may be in contention with each other, but all 3 schools share the same origins. You've gone mad. Long Ding roared upon seeing the destruction before him. Chen Yuan was trained in the starry divine path. It was based upon the earth elemental power of the earth itself and could turn apocalyptically destructive in an instant. It had the power to turn the vast blazing sun school into a pile of rubble in no time. So, you're still aware that the top 3 schools share the same origins. Chen Yuan's face was contorted in anger. He had pinned great hopes upon Futian, who had inherited the divine teachings. He could understand if the blazing sun school sought Futian out for the divine teachings he possessed. But to make an attempt on Futian's life was unforgivable. Madame Long was taken aback by the scene of destruction before her eyes. College Chief Chen had not been moved to this level of anger in many years. It seemed that the peace in divine Sky City was no more. She looked at the person who had attacked Futian. This person probably had ulterior motives in provoking this fight. Indeed, there was someone behind this entire fiasco fanning the flames. Though Jin Yunxiao had carried out the assassination attempt, there was someone backing him who wanted to see the world burn. It seemed as though something larger was about to happen. The top 3 schools share the same origins, Yang Ding told Chen Yuan gravely. Now that things have come to this and his cultivations have been destroyed, the divine path has lost its hope. He had taken the divine teachings of the top 3 schools away from the martial arts battlefield after all. Take the divine light with the power of the stars with you, and let this incident come to an end. If not, the consequences will be too much for you and me to bear. Chapter 502. Yang Ding's words only served to anger Chen Yuan further. It seemed as though an entire night sky was contained within his eyes. With an outstretched palm, the meteorite storm in the sky howled wildly. Yang Ding's words only served to anger Chen Yuan further. It seemed as though an entire night sky was contained within his eyes. With an outstretched palm, the meteorite storm in the sky howled wildly. Let this incident come to an end? Chen Yuan's voice was icy cold. Then why did you not consider the consequences before making a move? You've really gone mad. Yang Ding let out a shout, and he leaped into the sky, his body emanating an endless fiery glow. His body was like a giant sun, incinerating everything that came into contact with his light. He rushed towards the attacking meteorites, intending to reduce the resulting damage and casualties as much as possible. The sages of the blazing sun school stood facing all directions, covering all sides of the school. They released their own energies in a bid to deflect College Chief Chen's destructive attack. Chen Yuan took a step forward. Starlight dazzled endlessly around him, and he brought Futian with him as he walked towards the sage who had attacked him. Around Chen Yuan, the sages cast protective spells all around. The pressure was so immense it was shocking. The expression of the sage Chen Yuan was approaching changed. He thought that Chen Yuan had gone stark mad. The earth shattered with a rumble as Chen Yuan walked, and the sky itself seemed to be brought down by the pressure. He shot out like a streak of starlight, and at the same time, a divine sun furnace appeared behind Yang Ding. Its flames headed straight for Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was undeterred, and he continued advancing forward. The flames of the divine sun furnace rained upon his body and clung to it, making the starlight even more dazzling. Flaming golden runes appeared from within the divine sun furnace and shot towards Chen Yuan, as though to destroy him. But Chen Yuan did not stop. With a loud crash, the two collided into each other, and Yang Ding was sent flying. Chen Yuan specialized in the divine starry path and possessed immense power. On the other hand, Yang Ding specialized in the flames of the sun. In close combat, it was natural that Yang Ding would lose out. But the flames had begun to seep into Chen Yuan's body. His expression unchanging, Chen Yuan swung his palm at the sages below him from the sky. It was as though a large heavenly hand that could cover the skies bore down upon them. The sages were pressed down by the gravity of the stars. The ground caved in below them and swallowed them into the earth with a frightening rumble. Chen Yuan had the ability to directly control the power of the earth. With a loud bang, the large hand began to slam down. The sage that had attacked Futian's expression changed from shock to despair. Though he was a sage like the college chief of the Starry School, there was a disparity in their individual planes. He was far from a match for Chen Yuan. The sage was unable to handle the immense pressure that Chen Yuan was sending out, and his movements were restricted. Chen Yuan! Yang Ding shouted, but he was too late. The large hand slammed down with a loud crash and killed the sage immediately upon impact. A handprint hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground, leaving a deep crater where it had landed. It was a magnificent sight. A figure lay within the handprint. He had been crushed flat. Yang Ding stopped to look at the dead body. His expression was ugly. People of the sage plane were incredibly precious to the school. As such, Yang Ding was going to defend the errant sage even if he had disobeyed orders and attacked Futian. Furthermore, that had been no ordinary sage. He was an outstanding sage of the Blazing Sun School. He could have grown even more powerful in the future and was in the running to be a protege of Yang Ding's as a very young sage. The Blazing Sun School would not have let someone like him die. But Chen Yuan had ignored all consequences and crushed him to death in a fit of savage rage. Chen Yuan looked at Futian. His injuries were incredibly severe and could invalidate him for life. "Let's go," Chen Yuan ordered. He moved towards the sky, and his followers from the Starry School followed him as well, soaring into the sky in preparation to leave. Yang Ding glared at him in rage. How badly he wanted to battle right here, right now. But this was his Blazing Sun School, and any battle he started now would only be a disaster upon his disciples. Even the short skirmish just now had been incredibly costly. Looking at the leaving figures, someone walked to Yang Ding and asked, "Chen Yuan has gone too far with his bullying. College Chief, do we attack?" Yang Ding looked at the person, then glanced at the body of the fallen sage. They may have lost a sage, but they were indeed in the wrong here. Futian had been gravely injured, and Chen Yuan was in a wild rage. Yang Ding was aware of the consequences of attacking the Starry School now. The resulting destruction would be indiscriminate, and two of the schools in Divine Sky City would probably become history. The disciples of the Blazing Sun School rose into the sky, quivering slightly. Below them, their once vast and magnificent school grounds had been reduced into a pile of rubble. The wreckage was painful to see. They had never thought that a battle of this level would break out within the top 3 schools of Divine Sky City. This was definitely a disaster. Futian was only a junior of the Arcana Plane, but he was the reason behind the death of a sage and the destruction of the Blazing Sun School. An incident like this would have been completely unimaginable in the past. When Chen Yuan and his party arrived back in the Starry School, many powerful individuals gathered at the Sun's Palace. Futian's injuries were stabilized with the help of the best doctor available. At this moment, Yu Shang, Yu Wuchen, and Lulan Shui were outside the room. They were beside themselves with rage. The Blazing Sun School was one of the top 3 schools and considered divine grounds for training in the eastern region of the Barren State. For them to have attacked a junior of the Arcana Plane was unthinkable. "College Chief, how is he?" The group rushed to ask Chen Yuan upon seeing him exit the room. Chen Yuan's expression was grim, and he did not speak. Madame Long, who was next to him, spoke up instead. The attack was incredibly vicious, and Futian's powers were destroyed. It'll be hard for him to recover. With a crack, something broke. Yu Shang's eyes turned red, as though blood would begin dripping from it. "I don't believe it," he said. He then rushed into the room before Chen Yuan or anyone else could stop him. This may not have been part of Yang Ding's original plan. I don't think he'll be this audacious, Gu Han speculated. Perhaps, Chen Yuan replied, but it doesn't matter whether or not this was his original intention. He's the college chief of the Blazing Sun School, and Yi Futian was captured under his command. He should take responsibility for this incident. Yeah. Gu Han nodded in agreement. There seems to have been someone orchestrating things from behind the scenes ever since Jin Yunxiao was exposed, trying to create conflict. A thoughtful gleam appeared in Madame Long's eyes as she spoke. I know someone is trying to sow discord in secret, but it is true that Jin Yunxiao tried to assassinate Yi Futian. I've asked Futian, and he agreed that Jin Yunxiao has to die, so I considered the consequences. But I never thought that Yang Ding would be such an asshole. Chen Yuan's voice was shaking with rage. Without an order from Yang Ding, no one would have dared to make a move like this. Just then, an immense pressure came from the faraway skies. It seemed that the Starry School were to face yet another mighty foe. Chen Yuan looked up to see a group of people heading towards the school. Looks like another bunch of assholes are here, Gu Han commented. In no time, the group of people arrived at the Starry School. They were from the Bright Moon School, and leading the group was the school's college chief Gong Kui. Chen Yuan, I've heard that the son of the Starry School has had his powers destroyed by the Blazing Sun School. How is he now? Gong Kui asked. Don't beat about the bush. Chen Yuan shot him a cold glare. There was no way Gong Kui had come all the way just to show concern for Yi Futian. Gong Kui laughed. I've heard that the divine teachings that Yi Futian obtained were 3 streaks of divine light. Since his powers have been destroyed, the divine light should naturally be returned to the top 3 schools. Yang Ding had already gotten 1 streak of divine light. You can have 1 streak for yourself. Now, shouldn't the divine light that rightfully belongs to the Bright Moon School be returned to me? Get out, Chen Yuan spat at him. Everyone was staring at Gong Kui coldly. Trust him to take advantage of someone else's misfortune to come here and ask for the divine light. Gong Kui laughed, paying no heed to the glares he was receiving. The Blazing Sun School had taken back their share of the 3 streaks of divine light. How could the Bright Moon School miss out on this opportunity? He wanted to get a taste of the saints' divine teachings as well. The top 3 schools share the same origins, Gong Kui replied. That was originally an heirloom of our ancestors. Now that the heir to the divine path has had his powers destroyed, he has lost his right to the inheritance. I say that the divine light should be returned to its rightful owners. I want to bring it back to the Bright Moon School. Attack us if you will, Chen Yuan responded coldly. I'm not going to risk mass destruction unlike you. It's not as if you don't understand the current situation. The Starry School is at odds with the Jin clan and at war with the Blazing Sun School too. Are you going to turn the Bright Moon School into your enemies as well? Have you truly thought this through? Gong Kui's tone was equally frosty. I told you to get out. Did you not hear me? Chen Yuan shot the other man a cold glare. However, a dazzling streak of light exited the room where Yi Futian was and floated towards Gong Kui. Gong Kui was taken aback at first. Then he attached his will to the light and claimed it for himself. Chen Yuan and everyone else in the room was shocked as well, and they turned to look into the room. Chen Yuan, you've been outdone by your own disciple. At least he knows what's best for the Starry School in this situation. I'll take my leave now. Gong Kui knew what he had just received upon sensing it, and he left smiling. In the room, Yi Wuchen and everyone else was enraged. Why did you give it to him? Yu Sheng was grabbing onto Yi Futian's hand. A forlorn smile came over Yi Futian's pale face. I have my own plans, he replied softly. Please leave, all of you. Tell the college chief and the rest to leave too. I would like to be undisturbed. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian. He was concerned for the other man. Let the college chief and the rest come up with a plan, Yi Wuchen advised. I want to try something out myself, Yi Futian replied. Give me some time, and help me guard the door. Yu Sheng nodded, and the group left the room. After they had left, Yi Futian's fists clenched. Desolation crept into his heart. A group of mighty sages had come for him. He had tried to talk his way out of danger, but they had still attacked him. Now, the Bright Moon School had come to demand their share of the divine light too. Since things had come to this, he had obliged as well. A green light danced around Futian's body. Then, branches of green leaves began to appear, slowly snaking their way upwards. Soon, an ancient tree with emerald green leaves appeared above Futian's head. This was his life spirit. His eyes closed, and the branches of the ancient tree continued to grow. Eventually, the entire room was covered by the gigantic tree, which entwined itself around his body in a way that allowed him to sit on it. An emerald green glow surrounded him and covered him completely, bit by bit. Chapter 503. The ancient tree shook slightly, shedding its sacred green light on every corner of the room. Enveloped in the tree, Futian's body was like a jade. Endless verdant glow poured into his body. It seemed to transform into life aura and spread through his veins to rejuvenate his badly hurt insides. The ancient tree shook slightly, shedding its sacred green light on every corner of the room. Enveloped in the tree, Futian's body was like a jade. Endless verdant glow poured into his body. It seemed to transform into life aura and spread through his veins to rejuvenate his badly hurt insides. Futian closed his eyes and felt everything happening in his body. His organs were hurt badly. Veins were severed and bones fractured. He had become a totally disabled man who was at his last gasp. His enemy didn't want him to die directly in the Blazing Sun School, but chose to mutilate him. Otherwise, demolishing his spirit with sage intent was the most straightforward way. It could eliminate a person more effectively than simply attacking the flesh. Perhaps his enemy had some qualms, so Futian could still be alive. But for many people, it would be better to die than to live with such a body. At this moment, however, Futian's heavily injured body was recovering little by little. The ancient tree, as his natal spirit, possessed strong power to embrace and restore everything in the world. As the verdant light reached every part of the body, some color returned to Futian's pale face. After suffering all these fractures, being simply restored was not enough for him to alleviate all the pain. When the insides were recovered, those green lights further permeated in those broken veins to help them grow. At the same time, other life spirits like ape, dragon, and goldenrod appeared in the tree one by one. The dragon coiled around the tree. The ape stood in and the rock perched on the tree. Then they entered into his body with that verdant glow. He thought, and a beam of blazing light appeared around him. The sacred light flowed around his body like a sea of stars. It followed the green light through his body. Every inch it flowed by, broken veins were restored and new bones grew. It was said that once one cultivated to a certain high level, he could be immortal. In that case, fractured bones being repaired was a small matter. But Futian was just an arcana plane. What was happening was totally a miracle. His veins and bones were restored gradually. That green light together with other magical powers of different attributes entered into his body, giving him dragon-like veins and a goldenrod's hard bones. His body glowed with starry lights and became invincible. I really did it. Futian was shocked. He just wanted to have a try. Thinking that the natal spirit had the power to embrace everything, he released his own spirit into it to restore his injured body. He succeeded. His new veins and bones were very difficult to hurt now. Knowing that he wouldn't die anymore, Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself into the restoration totally. It caused a sensation in the Starry School. People constantly came to visit the Sun's Palace. Gu Yunqi came too. She looked very anxious, but Yusheng stopped her at the door. Yusheng was worried too, but Futian had told him to guard the door. Yusheng knew Futian. Futian may be doing something extremely important. He must be trying to recover his body. He couldn't be interrupted no matter who came. Long Linger also came after hearing the news, but she was stopped outside of the door too. Gu Yunqi and Long Linger came because they worried about Futian while many other people came to see how Futian would die. Futian was so outstanding that there were many people jealous of him. As long as Futian was in the Starry School, others couldn't have the chance to be favored by the chief. Even those very talented would not have the chance. No one expected that the peerless talent who had been canonized as the sun a few months ago suddenly became so pathetic. And the fact that the big figures from the Blazing Sun School were the ones responsible made Futian seem more tragic the stronger one was. the easier it was for him to be hated. Moreover, he had the heritage that both colleges longed for. Very soon, the news broke throughout the whole divine sky city, causing an uproar. When the Starry School's strong cultivators headed for the Nine-Cloud Palace, the Blazing Sun School took the opportunity to take the sun away. It wasn't glamorous, but it ended with Futian close to death. The Blazing Sun School lost a powerful sage, and the entire college was turned into ruins. Besides, the Bright Moon School also forced Futian to hand out the beam of holy light inherited from the saints. Many people sighed for Futian's miserable fate. After what had happened, the top 3 schools would not be as harmonious as before. A war could possibly break out. If Yangding didn't hold back, he might have already declared war on the Starry School. Half a month later in the palace, Futian's veins and bones had recovered a lot, but he still didn't walk out of his room. Everyone was waiting for him, and Yusheng was extremely worried. He could sense the strong spirit in the room. Apparently, Futian was fine, so Yusheng could only keep waiting. Chen Yuan came asking frequently, but no one knew the specifics. Gu Yunxi and Long Linger came most frequently. Wang Yuro and Shun Yu also came here often. A month later, Futian's body generally recovered. He stretched his arms and heard the bones crack, but he still didn't walk out. The entire Divine Sky City, including the 2 major schools, was also waiting. Time continued to pass. The relationship of the 3 major colleges kept fraying. Conflicts among their disciples broke out often. Many other events happened too, which made people gradually forget Futian's name. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him. News was heard from the Starry School that Futian's cultivation was totally demolished. Even Chen Yuan the chief couldn't save him. It was also said that the sun's palace was sealed. Futian the sun might have already died, or would be disabled forever. Some guessed that the Starry School might have taken Futian's starry holy light away and imprisoned Futian in the palace for the rest of his life. The Starry School sun was once so brilliant, but dimmed so quickly like a shooting star. People lamented and sighed. They were amazed by the Blazing Sun School's acuteness and cruelty. After getting the holy light, Yang Ding, the chief of the Blazing Sun School, and Gong Kue, the chief of the Bright Moon School, often released the light and tried to understand the saints' methods contained in the light whenever they were cultivating. By now, the Blazing Sun School had been built again. Yang Ding crossed his legs and sat in the Sun Palace, bathing in the sunlight falling from the sky. The beams of lights seemed to be substantial. Frightening flame spiritual chi gathered around him, making him look like a fire god. The holy light boomed over his head again and looked extremely brilliant under the sun. Behind him condensed a divine sun furnace which could absorb all flame power in the world and burn everything. This power was recorded in the sun scripture which was passed down from the ancient times. There were many other strong methods and powers in the scripture. People with the sun as the life spirit could cultivate it the best. Even people like Yang Ding mainly cultivated with it. With the help of the power of the light, he made some progress in comprehending the abilities in the scripture. Yang Ding didn't know that in a palace of the Starry School far from the Blazing Sun School, there was a figure who was sitting like him. The sun hung high above the figure, and the sun's flames kept descending behind him, gradually gathered into a dreadful divine sun furnace. It gathered endless flames from the world like the sun. This handsome figure with long hair closed his eyes and cultivated silently. After a long while, he managed to condense 3 furnaces. He stopped. When he opened his eyes, the sun's light disappeared all of a sudden. That youth was Futian. How many furnaces can be condensed? Asked Yusheng after Futian stopped. According to the sun scripture, once 9 furnaces are condensed, everything can be refined, replied Futian. You really could see the Blazing Sun School's chief cultivating? Yi Wuchen doubted. Futian said that once Yang Ding opened the sun scriptures, he could see what he was doing. Sure, I could even see how he cultivates. But it's a pity that I can't get his comprehension. Futian looked a little disappointed. Hearing Futian's complaint, Yi Wuchen and Yusheng were totally speechless. If Yang Ding of the Blazing Sun School and Gong Kue of the Bright Moon School knew that Futian could secretly learn their ways when they were cultivating through the holy light, they might come to kill Futian at any cost. Futian. At this time, Chen Yuan appeared. Besides Yusheng's group, Qin Yuan was the only one that could enter the sun's palace. This place was sealed. Besides Qin Yuan, no one could enter without permission. When will you finish your cultivation? Asked Qin Yuan. Chief Qin, once I learn all the means of Yangding and Gongkue, I will destroy the two beams of holy light and tell you their abilities. In the future, the Starry School will make the heritage of the top 3 schools into one and own the complete saints' methods, said Yi Futian. Qin Yuan looked at Yi Futian meaningfully. This guy must be very revengeful. Chapter 504. The sage figure had attacked Yi Futian and disabled his cultivation. How could he not be furious? But Yangding and Gongkue seemed to have been tricked by Yi Futian too. The sage figure had attacked Yi Futian and disabled his cultivation. How could he not be furious? But Yangding and Gongkue seemed to have been tricked by Yi Futian too. Chief Qin, how are the investigations about the person who leaked Jin Yonxiao's news? Yi Futian asked. They all knew that someone must be behind all this. He guessed that it would have something to do with the Blazing Sun School. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to catch him in the Starry School. The one who told Wang Yuqing was a student of the Starry School. He has a simple background and only said it after being bribed. We can't find the source, the chief said. However, it must have been the 2 major clans of the Blazing Sun School. Clans? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Yes. Qin Yuan nodded. The top 3 schools are competitors, but Yangding shouldn't attack you so cruelly. He would never wish to declare war. It's catastrophic for the Blazing Sun School too. Just like the Starry School, they have 2 main clans, the Qin clan and the Lu clan. If the Divine Sky City turns to chaos, the top 3 schools are at war, and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown in as well. Who will benefit the most? The clans, Yi Futian said. Yes. Each clan wants to increase their influence and has a strong voice in each school. But the top 3 schools are still the most important in the Eastern Barren State. Some people aren't satisfied and want to replace them. They want to rule the top 3 schools. Each clan only has some power in the schools. Once there's war, the schools would be the most involved and be hurt the worst. The people within the schools would also fight, but they would have their clans behind them. When the schools are weakened, the clans could enter the top 3 schools and get more power, or even control them directly. Qin Yuan continued, that day, the Blazing Sun School had come to arrest someone. Thus, the mastermind must be from that school. Yangding wanted the inheritance you have, so he was used. Of course, he must have guessed this, but he was willing because of the inheritance. He has it now, doesn't he? Yi Futian nodded. To figure out the mastermind, one must see who benefited the most from the chaos. Chief Chun must be right. The Chun clan's leader is more ambitious and intense. The Lu clan is calmer in comparison. Thus, it's more possible that the Chun clan is responsible. Qin Yuan's expression was cold. Yi Futian thought of the martial arts battlefield. Chun Wang and Long Mu had reached the end, but he'd beaten them both. Chun Wang must be angry. Chief, since I'm all right, you can move on. Don't fall into their trap. We can settle this in the future, Yi Futian urged. He wanted to get them to pay, but he would bear it for the big picture. Qin Yuan looked to Yi Futian and said, but our relationship has already worsened and the 9-Cloud Palace is thrown into the mix too. Since you're okay and their plan had failed, they would try again. Some things would have a sequel after the first time. Chief, you can announce that I'm dead, Yi Futian said. Qin Yuan looked surprised. You prepare to leave? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. I'd planned to challenge myself outside the Divine Sky City after I reached the Noble Plane. But since there are these changes, I want to go earlier. I have the polearm of divine destruction now and can protect myself. You can protect me here, but I'm afraid there will be many restrictions. It's not suitable for cultivation. Exploring is indeed a better choice. I'd planned on arranging it for you, but I didn't think it would be like this, Qin Yuan said. Are you sure you want to be announced dead? I want to extinguish their divine light. Yangding and Gongkue will suspect me. Announcing my death now would be a good explanation. Of course, I still need a few days. I want to see more of their cultivation. I want to cultivate in isolation for a while too. All right. Qin Yuan nodded. Since you decided, let's do it. Months passed. There was less and less news about him. Gradually, no one mentioned him. One day, Yangding, chief of the Blazing Sun School, was cultivating in the yard. He cast the divine light he'd comprehended. The solar divine light was extremely brilliant. It seemed to contain a holy road, but the divine light quickly dimmed. Yang Ding's eyes flew open. Looking up at the sky, he saw the saint's image darken and disappear. At the same time, the sunlight that filled the sky also disappeared, extinguishing completely. What's going on? Yang Ding's expression changed. His spiritual mind filled the space but couldn't find any bit of abnormality in the sky. However, the divine light just disappeared like that. He furrowed his brows, expression turning cold. Did Yi Futian do something when giving him the divine light? But if that was true, why did Yi Futian let him comprehend for so long instead of extinguishing his divine light earlier? That didn't make sense. A similar scene happened at the Bright Moon School. Gong Kuei was furious. He'd just gotten a deep understanding of the divine light, but then it extinguished just like that. It was as if it never existed. He also suspected Yi Futian, but like Yang Ding, it didn't make sense to him. After their divine lights extinguished, Chun Yuan from the Starry School announced Yi Futian's death. Many students were floored at the news. The pride that could defeat the entire generation had died. The Sun's Pavilion had been locked all these days. Before, people had been curious, but they gradually forgot as time passed. Few mentioned the locked Sun's Pavilion. People would mention it very occasionally, but no one thought that this brilliant figure would die like this. Gu Yunxi was walking in the Starry School. When she heard the news, she completely blanked. Her face turned white as paper, and she tumbled. Her body trembled. Her mind was blank. Yunxi. Her good friend supported her from the side. A clear tear rolled down from her eyes as she mumbled, "Impossible. I don't believe it." Yunxi, the chief announced it himself, the girl murmured. She was Gu Yunxi's best friend and naturally knew about her thoughts. The princess of the Gu clan had always looked up to Yi Futian. She used to visit the Celestial Pavilion a lot and often played Yi Futian songs while cultivating. Gu Yunxi bit her lips hard, making it bleed. She thought of how amazing Yi Futian had been when she first Yi Futian play in the music workshop. She'd thought that Yi Futian would be a master at musical sorcery. But when she met him at the West Court, she saw that he was so young and handsome. She became interested in him then. Afterward, Yi Futian became more and more extraordinary. Finally, he became the son of the Starry School. He walked out from the crowd in the divine robe, attracting everyone's gazes. He was so brilliant and stood atop everyone. That figure was ingrained in her heart. The more she thought of him, the deeper he sank. Of course, she knew that Yi Futian had a girlfriend, so she didn't have any wishes. She was happy just to see him sometimes. She never thought that he would die one day. Yunxi, don't be so sad, her friend soothed. I want to go see. Gu Yunxi suddenly started running towards the Sun's Pavilion. Yunxi. The girl followed, also running in that direction. Also in the Starry School, Wang Yuqing trembled as well when she received the news. She lowered her head, speechless and feeling extremely sad. Long Mu froze in his spot when he found out. How could Yi Futian die like this? Everyone in the Starry School had many thoughts. The one who'd been expected to surpass Long Yitian had died halfway through. He'd been attacked by someone in the Sage Plain. A figure shot into the sky at that time, going into the distance. It's Chief Chen. Where's he going? Many people looked up. Chen Yuan charged into the distance in anger. After some time, news arrived that Chen Yuan had landed in the Blazing Sun School and fought intensely with Yang Ding. The sky and ground had cracked. The repaired Blazing Sun School collapsed once again, reduced to rubble. The battle had been shocking. Both chiefs were hurt before Chen Yuan left in anger. Yang Ding was furious. He wanted to rush to the Starry School, but he'd felt Chen Yuan's anger. He knew that if he really went, no one would be able to bear the consequences, so he just let that bastard vent. The news shocked everyone when it spread through the city. In the West Court, Long Linger cried when she heard that Yi Futian had died. She rushed to her mother to go visit the school. She didn't want to believe it. Madame Long brought her because she was also doubtful. Had Yi Futian really died? During this time, only Chen Yuan had entered the Sun's Pavilion. Only he knew about Yi Futian's situation. Did he want to fool everyone to protect Yi Futian? After Madame Long arrived, she learned that Chen Yuan had cremated Yi Futian. His ashes were put in a box and given to Yi Futian's friends. People saw it with their own eyes. The Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School also sent people over. Clearly, they were doubtful too, especially Yangding and Gongkue. Why did the divine light disappear when he died? Had the saint tied the divine lights to Yi Futian's life so that they extinguished when he died? If not, there would be no other explanation. It seemed that they could only believe this. Many people sighed in lamentation. Never in this main city of the Eastern Barren City had the death of an arcana plane figure caused such a commotion. Chapter 505. There were still 2 more months before the end of year 10005 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Much time had passed after the news of Yi Futian's death. After causing an uproar, the Divine Sky City finally forgot about it. There were still 2 more months before the end of year 10005 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Much time had passed after the news of Yi Futian's death. After causing an uproar, the Divine Sky City finally forgot about it. Time could bury everything. No matter how excellent someone was, once fallen, they would still be forgotten in the river of time. Long Iqian had caused such a commotion with his death, but he was also buried in history. Yi Futian wasn't an exception. Fewer and fewer people mentioned him in the city. Many things had happened recently too. The top 3 schools' relationship worsened, and they often had conflicts. Some students even died in the fights. After the Jin clan separated from the Divine Sky City, they started arranging things. They sent their best disciples to the other forces of the Barren State. The Barren State was too big. The clans of the Divine Sky City could control the East, but they weren't the top forces in the vast Barren State. Not even the top 3 schools could be counted as the top. Places like the Holy Ji Palace were the forces truly at the peak of the Barren State and were holy lands of cultivation. And those in the Barren Sky ranking were those who could truly influence the entire Barren State. Long Etienne was the only one from the Divine Sky City to have entered that ranking. Even then, he'd been at the bottom. Evidently, the ranking was very powerful. Other than abilities, it also looked at one's combat ability, talent, potential, and more. Recently, 2 pieces of news reached the Divine Sky City. The first was that someone had challenged the young city lord of White Cloud City who was in top 10 of the ranking. It seemed to have been a scholar with amazing talent and combat ability. He had just entered the Sage Plane. The result wasn't unexpected. How could the young city lord at the top 10 of the ranking lose? But this kind of challenge was still interesting for people. People gossiped that the man had challenged the young city lord because of the Zhuge clan's daughter. Speaking of the Zhuge clan's daughter, there was news that she'd entered the Sage Plane. Apparently, she had accepted a sister who was even prettier than herself. She was also a divine spiritual sorcerer with the title of Ultimate Sorcerer. Countless people were won over by her, including many top talents from top forces. However, the news wasn't very detailed when it reached the Divine Sky City. The Barren State was huge, and the Zhuge clan was too far away from the city. The news could reach them because it involved a top figure and clan of the Barren State, namely the young city lord of the White Cloud City and the Zhuge clan. Of course, the most exciting news was that the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace would be opened next year. The Holy Ji Palace was the most brilliant place of cultivation in the entire Barren State. They only accepted disciples once every 3 years. The trial was very simple. It was known as the Holy Road. Each time they accepted disciples, they would attract the attention of the entire Barren State. The vast land would practically shake. This kind of force naturally wouldn't accept disciples like the other forces. It was extremely large-scale. The 9 holy roads spread throughout every region of the Barren State. At the beginning of the next year, a big show would be unveiled. Outside the Starry Pavilion in the Starry School, Gu Han's Han found Chen Yuan. "Chief Chen," he said, "did Yi Futian really die?" "Why are you asking?" Chen Yuan asked. Countless months had passed. He didn't know why Gu Han's Han had run over to bring this up. People are discussing the Holy Road recently. I suddenly wondered if the school was trying to fool people and have Yi Futian go through the Holy Road to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Han's Han asked. After news of Yi Futian's death, his friends had disappeared too. It was completely logical to suspect Chen Yuan. Did he worry that Yi Futian would be in danger, So he was sent away in this manner? You started doubting because of this? Chun Yuan asked. There's a personal matter. My daughter is very depressed these days. When she protected Yi Futian from the noble's assassination in the Celestial Pavilion, I realized that the girl likes him. She stopped being happy after news of Yi Futian's death. Thus, I hope that he's still alive and came just to ask you. Actually, I don't wish he goes on the holy road. I hope that he would inherit the top 3 schools. Chen Yuan gazed towards the starry school with dazed eyes. He seemed to mumble to himself, but I knew that as long as somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, the top 3 schools would only be a temporary stay. Once the holy road opened, many disciples would want to try. I wouldn't be able to stop them. This is the tragedy of the top 3 schools. It's also something I've been trying to change. Gu Hanshan understood. When somewhere like the Holy Ji Palace existed, even if there was someone brilliant in the top 3 schools, they would still leave. The top 3 schools couldn't even protest. They needed to support their students in their endeavors because the Holy Ji Palace was a more advanced place. How could one stop them? If they supported the students, they could still maintain a friendly relationship after the students entered the Holy Ji Palace. They'd come from the top 3 schools, after all. Could they oppose their students from trying it out? And so what if they succeeded? Could the top 3 schools kill a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace? The sage figures of the top 3 schools wanted their juniors to be more accomplished, but this method was a bit sad. Chen Yuan wanted to change this, so he made Yi Futian into a son. He wanted to create a saint. I understand. Thank you, Chief Chen. Gu Hanshan smiled and bid farewell. Chen Yuan hadn't said it aloud, but he knew the answer. Long robe flapping in the wind, Chen Yuan gazed at the glamorous starry school, his eyes a bit lost. At the beginning of the new year, another batch of talents would leave to challenge themselves on the holy road. At the Nine-Cloud Palace, Jin Changfeng stood before the splendid palace. There was a group of youths standing below the steps. They were the best of Nine-Cloud Palace. This year, we suffered unprecedented humiliation. We've also sent many people during these months to challenge themselves in other places. But you were all kept here. Do you know why? Jin Changfeng asked. For the holy road. Jin Yunlong's eyes were sharp. He'd entered the noble plane recently. The people here were all in the lower noble plane. The lower 3 levels of the noble plane were the lower noble plane. Correct. For the holy road. Jin Changfeng's eyes were sharper. The holy road opens once every 3 years. Only those in the lower noble plane and lower have the chance to try it and succeed. Your plane is the most suitable. Those in the Arcana plane basically wouldn't have the chance to succeed. It was only an exercise for them. One could also see that the Holy Ji Palace took in disciples at the beginning of the noble plane. They wouldn't have to worry about the foundation, because those who could succeed were all the stars of the barren state. They would all have good foundations and know their talents. The Holy Ji Palace wouldn't have to teach them from nothing. Of course, only the Holy Ji Palace had this capital. The masters of the Holy Ji Palace are all sages. There is no exception. There are countless noble prides. Many of the best figures of the younger generation all have divine path inheritances. Now that the Nine-Cloud Palace was humiliated by the Starry School, I hope that one of you will be able to cultivate at the Holy Ji Palace. For these last 2 months, cultivate in isolation. Prepare for the Holy Road at the beginning of the next year. Jin Changfeng felt urgent. As a top clan in the Divine Sky City, nothing would change in the short term, but if there were no strong descendants, they would still fall. Yes, everyone nodded, eyes sharp. They were descendants of a top clan in the Divine Sky City, but they weren't significant in the entire barren state. They had no special rights, and the Holy Ji Palace wouldn't make exceptions for them. The only option was to step onto the Holy Road. West Court, Dragon Clan Long Mu seemed to have something on his mind. Instead of cultivating at school, he came to the West Court. Is Linger still not feeling better? He asked a servant. She's the same as before. She often loses her temper, the servant replied wryly. When she first arrived at the West Court, the miss would often throw tantrums. Later, Yi Futian changed her. After he died, she went back to normal. Moor, ignore that girl. A beautiful woman walked over. It was Madame Long Auntie. Longmu greeted her. I heard that you wanted to try the Holy Road to prepare for 3 years later? Madame Long asked. Yes. Long Mu nodded. He knew that there would be no hope this time. But 3 years later, he would be at the most advantageous plane. The Holy Road is dangerous. There may be chances, but it's the most dangerous trial path in the barren state. Many people die. Everyone on the road is of the same generation. There are no rules or seniors, so killing is common. It will be very dangerous for you to enter with your current plane. Madame Long was clear that all the geniuses of the barren state would be gathered on the Holy Road. It would be a huge event. Long Mu wasn't even at the pinnacle of the Arcana plane. He could face great risks. I'll have weapons with me, and I'll be careful. I won't let myself be in too much danger, Long Mu said. After all, my goal isn't the Holy Ji Palace. I'm just going to get a feeling and challenge myself. Since you've decided, I won't say anything else. Cultivate well. Madame Long nodded. Trying out the Holy Road was probably the dream of everyone in Long Mu's generation. Chapter 506. There were too many cities and forces in the vast barren state. Apart from the capitals which ruled their own regions, there were also many places that were filled with countless clans. There were too many cities and forces in the vast barren state. Apart from the capitals which ruled their own regions, there were also many places that were filled with countless clans. The people of the barren state mostly divided the state according to the 4 cardinal directions. Apart from the 4 obvious regions, the largest area at the center of the barren state was called the Zhengzhou City region. However, in reality, apart from the capital at the heart of the region, there were also many pieces of lands, mountains, oceans, and demon forests spread out across the place. At the moment, somewhere in the boundless region, a group of cultivators was traveling in the sky. All the members of the group looked extraordinary. The male members were either handsome or burly-looking, while the lady in the team was charming and had snow-like silver hair. It was precisely Futian and his friends. They had already left Divine Sky City for quite a long time. Along the tiring journey, they had also experienced many things. At the moment, there was a flying boat beneath their feet, around which there was a mighty wind elemental force. This was a sage-level traveling ritual implement and did not have any offensive powers, but its speed was extremely fast. Of course, their levels were not actually high enough to unleash the full power of the sage ritual implement, even if it was only used for traveling. Nevertheless, this flying boat was somewhat special and it was still incredibly fast. Otherwise, even though the Black Wind Condor was fast, it was still insufficient for them to travel in the huge barren state. After traveling for a few months, they also realized that the barren state was way too enormous. Given that they were only in the upper Arcana plane, it was literally boundless. In the barren state, cultivators in the Arcana plane would ordinarily not attempt to cross over to another region, unless they were brought along by their seniors. Nobles were strong enough to travel to another region, but just barely. Only sages could go to whatever places they wished freely. Lulan, where are we? On the flying boat, Futian looked below him. They were surrounded by clouds, and vaguely, he could see a chain of mountains below them. Lulan Shui took out the detailed map which they received from Chen Yuan. The map turned directly into a beam of light that floated before them. It was densely packed with information, such as the topography of the barren state, as well as its regions and those clans with sages. In the world of cultivation, one's power was of utmost importance. Therefore, even in the division of regions, it depended on whether a place had sages. If a place did not have a glorious history or a sage, it would only remain unknown. Mount Jiuxian, Lulan Shui replied. The most famous place in this region is Mount Jiuxian, so the map refers to the region as the Mount Jiuxian region directly. Here, there are 5 major cities and numerous smaller cities. There are sages in all of the 5 major cities who are the city lords. They have the most powerful influences in this region. Mount Jiuxian is like the holy place of this area. Futian nodded gently. The closer they got to the central region, the stronger the clans would become. When he first came to the barren state, the first major city he went to was Yunhua City. In the 4 main factions of Yunhua City, the most powerful people were only at the peak of the noble plane. However, when they stepped into the Zhengzhou City region, the most powerful people from major forces were no longer nobles, but sages. Of course, they might be ordinary sages instead of those at the peak of the plain. Among the clouds, purple lightning was glittering and appeared once in a while. Futian frowned and said, "This is not caused by the weather. I think it's from a cultivator." "Should we make a detour?" Lulan Shui asked. Futian lowered his head and glanced below him. Beneath the clouds, there was a vast range of mountains, and he could faintly see many palaces. Yup. Futian suddenly had an ominous feeling. It seemed as if they were in the sky right above some clan, which was a taboo for many powerful forces even if they were really high up. However, they would not be able to remain so cautious all the time during the journey. They clearly would not stare below them all the time just to see if there was a clan. Furthermore, even with the map, they would only know roughly where they were and not their exact location, especially when they were flying in the sky. The flying boat was extremely quick. Immediately, it turned around and was ready to leave the place. Sizzle! Purple lightning flashed and penetrated across the clouds. They increased in number and quickly enveloped every corner of the place. Shit! Feeling the power of the bolts of lightning, Futian shouted, "It looks like a matrix." The purple bolts of lightning came with the clouds. Slowly, many bolts of lightning charged towards them, and there was no place to dodge at all. Futian controlled the boat himself, attempting to avoid the lightning, but it seemed as though they were able to sense the flying boat. At once, a huge wave of lightning which blotted out the sky blasted onto the flying boat. Although the flying boat did not have any offensive abilities, its defense was impressive. A wind elemental radiance appeared around it. However, after being hit by the lightning, it still trembled and started to fall down. Futian and his friends also rocked with the boat. "Be careful. I will descend and withdraw the ritual implement," Futian said. He had already experienced in Divine Sky City how wealth alone could get him into serious trouble. Therefore, it was better for them not to display the ritual implement, especially when they were only in the Arcana plane. Otherwise, it would clearly ignite the greed of some other people. Boom! Accompanied by another loud bang, a bolt of lightning dropped from the sky and landed onto the flying boat. With the help of this force, Futian descended from the sky rapidly like a straight sword. "So this is Mount Jushian." Lulan Shui scanned below her, and her expression also changed. None of them expected themselves to pass right above Mount Jushian. If they had known this earlier, they would have made a detour. Boom! Another bolt of lightning landed. Futian and his friends turned into several beams of light and descended quickly. The flying boat disappeared, but the group dived down at the same speed as if they were meteors. Mountains and palaces flashed rapidly before their eyes, and they could even see many people in the clan. Moreover, the image before them was getting clearer and clearer. Thud! Thud! Following several sounds, the group landed on the ground and dust was thrown up into the air. The lightning in the sky was already gone as if they had never appeared. However, Futian and his friends remained cautious. After standing still and noticing the situation around them, their faces turned extremely awkward. At the moment, Mount Jushian was filled with countless people. At the top of the mountain, there was a group of people staring at them from above. The cultivators below the mountain were clearly divided into many factions. Similarly, everyone was staring at them. The group of people closest to Futian and his friends looked extraordinary, especially the few people at the front of the group. They looked gentlemanly and were dressed in elegant-looking clothes. In addition, there were also noble-level generals wearing armors. Everyone gazed coldly at Futian and his team, and the entire atmosphere seemed to be very tense. At the moment, the whole place was exceptionally quiet because of the unique way in which Futian and his friends appeared. Did they do so deliberately? Everyone thought. They fell down from the sky with the help of the lightning, as if they were heavenly gods. Were they deliberately trying to attract the attention of the people on Mount Jushian? If they really did so on purpose, they would really be too arrogant. After all, the people before them at the moment were under the young city lord of Longyuan City, one of the 5 major cities. It was, therefore, one of the top 5 teams present this time. These people actually chose Longyuan City to be their opponent. Were they really that strong or just ignorant? Today, A few sages of Mount Jiuxian would choose their personal disciples. More importantly, the beloved daughter of Wind Sage had grown up and was extremely stunning. She might choose her partner using this opportunity. Therefore, the vast region was astonished and everyone gathered here for this grand occasion. However, there were some restrictions this time. Mount Jiuxian would not choose anyone whose level was higher than the lower noble plane. Everyone knew well why this was the case. Mount Jiuxian was preparing for the opening of the Holy Road. They wanted to gather the most outstanding people in these few levels here in advance, after which they would head for the Holy Road. Hence, owing to such a background, the brightest young cultivators of the Mount Jiuxian region were all present at the moment. The foot of the mountain was jam-packed with people, and there were countless factions. Among them, the young city lords of the 5 major cities had attracted the most attention as their teams were the most powerful. All the cultivators were divided into various groups for combat. Initially, nobody dared to challenge any of the teams from the 5 major cities. Futian and his friends descended from the sky, causing the young lord of Longyuan City to be the first one to be challenged in the 5 cities. In addition, they had appeared in such a unique way. How could they not be in the spotlight? At the moment, Futian and his friends were totally clueless about what was happening, and they could only see everyone staring at them. They scanned around them to observe the situation and realized that there were many cultivators present. The people on the mountain were extremely powerful, and hence they did not act rashly. Your levels. The young city lord of Longyuan City was called Qi Yuan. A superior aura was spreading out from his body, along with some noble will. He stared coldly at Futian and his friends. He was a grade 8 noble. Being the first team among the 5 cities to be challenged, he felt that he had been humiliated. However, he still maintained his elegance and asked Futian and his friends calmly. Futian frowned, feeling the noble will from Qi Yuan. At the same time, he also noticed the coldness in Qi Yuan's eyes. Upper Arcana Plane, Futian replied. At the moment, they had all already entered the Upper Arcana Plane. Qi Yuan's eyes sparkled, and everyone around also seemed to be interested. Why did these Upper Arcana Plane cultivators dare to descend from the sky like this and challenge the young city lord of Longyuan City? Qi Yuan smiled, after which he waved his hands. Immediately, 4 people walked out behind him. They were also in the Upper Arcana Plane. With his level and status, Qi Yuan would not think about bullying Futian and his friends. Let's begin, Qi Yuan said emotionlessly. Begin? Futian stared at Qi Yuan. At the moment, he had also realized that a challenge seemed to be ongoing. They were standing on an array which was in the same region as Qi Yuan, but in the direct opposite corner. Were the people present here to fight each other? Noticing Futian's silence, Qi Yuan frowned and was somewhat impatient. Can we admit defeat? Futian suddenly said. These abrupt words caused everyone to freeze and stare blankly at them, stunned. What was happening? Chapter 507. Futian's group landed from the sky, appearing before Longyuan City's crowd in a shocking manner. The battle had not even begun, and they were already conceding? What were they here for then? To make fun of them? Futian's group landed from the sky, appearing before Longyuan City's crowd in a shocking manner. The battle had not even begun, and they were already conceding? What were they here for then? To make fun of them? On Mount Jiuxian, there were experts who stared at Futian's group ruthlessly. One of the experts asked, You landed on Mount Jiuxian. How can you admit defeat without even battling? What do you treat Mount Jiuxian as? His expression was icy, thinking about the bolt of thunder in the sky. In this region, nobody dared to as arrogant as to walk right above Mount Jiuxian. Was this the reason these people had fallen from the sky? If that was so, it would not be that easy for them to sneak off. Since they had landed here, they would have to abide by the will of the heavens. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and the 4 arcane plane experts surrounding Futian's group released their arcana aura. They were all cultivators at the pinnacle of the arcana plane. In an instant, the spiritual qi around them started rampaging, and the air started to roar. If you're injured and concede, I will naturally order them to leave you alive, Qi Yuan said. Futian stood there with a glint in his eyes, as though thinking of a solution. There were numerous experts on Mount Jiuxian. Evidently, there was an event going on, likely to be an entrance examination of sorts. Under such circumstances, what should they do? After considering for a moment, Futian saw that the other party was already preparing to strike, and so he decisively said, "Spread out." After saying so, the four of them took one direction each, with the Black Wind Condor at the rear. The four of them released their auras, and the crowd had strange expressions. Futian and his friends were indeed in the upper Arcana plane. Moreover, Futian and Yushang were only in the 7th level of the Arcana plane, meaning that they were in the lowest level of the upper Arcana plane. Wuchen was also only in the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Conversely, Lulan Shue's cultivation level was the highest at the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, much of the difference in the cultivation level between herself and the rest had been shortened, and they were catching up soon. However, at their cultivation level, how could they defeat Qi Yuan's 4 experts? The 4 experts were not ordinary people. Among them was this person named Bai Yin, an extremely famous genius in Longyuan City. The Longyuan City Lord had the intention of betrothing his daughter to him to take him in as a son-in-law. If the Longyuan City was not the first to be challenged, causing them to lose face, Qi Yuan would not have sent him to battle. With Bai Yan's strength, he could probably defeat all 4 of them by himself. They had no idea of Futian and his friend's origin. Furthermore, the other 3 experts were also exceptional cultivators from Longyuan City. That was why they were following beside Qi Yuan, to prepare themselves to step onto the holy road with him. They were all geniuses in their own right. "Do it!" Bai Yan's voice sounded out emotionlessly, and a figure flew into the air and a huge gravity field descended, its weight crushing down onto Futian's group. At the same time, rocks started to surround Futian and his friends, attempting to petrify them and restrict their movements. The person who had flown into the air released his life spirit Dharma, a giant stone golem with horrifying strength. The spiritual chi in the air roared, and he landed from the sky, the shadow of the golem's foot trampling down, attempting to squash the 4 of them. The 2 on the left and right moved simultaneously. The person on the left had a demonic beast as his life spirit. He stepped forward, his body covered in a golden glow. A humming sound could be heard from the earth, resounding under his dreadful strength. The person on the right fired a spell which caused dancing lightning snakes to appear and fly towards Futian's group. The only person who did not move was Bai Yin, who stood there, staring ahead. With Futian's group at the center, the spiritual qi exploded and the airflow became extremely unstable, as though trying to devour them. Just as the attacks were about to reach them, Lulan Shui released a wintry aura, and it felt as though there were snowflakes falling from the sky. Her silver eyes swept across the attackers, and the 3 experts felt as though they were covered by a layer of ice and were about to turn into ice statues, their actions slowing down. At the same time, the stones on Yushang and Wuchen's body shattered. Yushang launched off the ground, his muscular body flying into the air. He raised his arm and shattered the giant foot, and with a crash, the expert stomped onto Yushang's arm like his stone golem. However, Yushang's body did not fall as a dark golden light flowed around his body. He grabbed the other party's foot with his hand and tossed him towards the ground. At that moment, the stone golem that had fearsome strength actually lost its balance, and the expert was flung down. At the same time, Wuchen's lone arm stretched out and his finger pointed into the air. In an instant, countless sword chi stormed and tens of thousands of sword wills formed. Following his finger, the sword wills plunged towards the left and right. The expert with the demonic beast could only feel overrun by the countless razor-sharp sword wills, and he growled angrily and struck out, only to be pierced by the tens of thousands of sword wills that descended upon him. The sound of metal-piercing flesh sounded went on endlessly, and the expert was covered in blood, standing still on the spot. The other expert's lightning snakes were decimated, and he was overwhelmed by the sword wills, ending up equally as wretched as the other 2. Bang! The expert in the air was smashed into the ground by Yushang, and everyone's hearts trembled as they heard the loud voice. The crowd was astounded. How strong were these people? There was no trace of their cultivation level disadvantage. Instead, they crushed their opponents. Could it be that Futian's surrender was done on purpose to trick them into thinking that they were pushovers, only to shock the crowd when they revealed their true strength? What a scheme to show weakness. Indeed, their actions attracted a lot of attention from the crowd and left them awestruck. Since their flashy entrance, everything had been within their calculations to use the Longyuan City faction as a backdrop to show off their prowess. What an elaborate scheme. Now, there was only Bai Yin left. All of a sudden, his body was surrounded by golden spiritual qi, and a fearsome golden emblem appeared within the golden light. A myriad of golden arrows appeared around his body, each with a stinging aura. Bai Yin took a step forward and his body moved like the wind, and crackling sounds started to sound from the arrows, as though they were being fired from their bowstrings. The arrows followed him forward, attempting to erase everything in their path. The crowd was stupefied and looked towards Futian's group. Bai Yan's strength was much stronger than the other three experts. Could he deal with them? They saw Futian move, thunder under his feet. He moved like lightning, descending before Bai Yin and slamming him with a giant golden palm print, crushing him under it. The brilliant arrows were shadowed by the palm print, and the crowd saw Bai Yin being clapped into the ground by the palm print, vomiting copious amounts of blood. The crowd was flabbergasted. A 7th-level Arcana Plane had dominated Bai Yin, who was a 9th-level Arcana Plane cultivator. Such battle ability could only be described as terrifying. There was probably only going to be one such battle. In the Arcana Plane, there were definitely not many people who could defeat this group. On Mount Jiuxian, everyone's gazes landed on Futian's group. The person in the middle of the spectators had radiant beauty. She was Qin Yin, the beloved daughter of the Wind Sage. Who are they? Qin Yin asked quietly. The surrounding people all shook their heads, and someone at the side replied, "No idea? Does nobody know them?" Qin Yin looked towards the rest and asked. Although this group of people was only in the Arcana Plane, they had a terrifying battle ability. They should have had some fame. The region around Mount Jiuxian is so huge. This time, experts from all areas are gathered here. It's normal that nobody knows them. Someone explained, and Qin Yin nodded her head gently in acknowledgement. What a pity. If these people were grade 7 nobles, they could be of assistance to her on the holy road. However, no matter how strong an Arcana Plane cultivator was, there was a limit to their strength and would not be able to obtain too much on the holy road. Perhaps they might have a chance 3 years later, but she was already a grade 8 noble and could not wait 3 years. By that time, she would definitely have surpassed the lower noble plane and be unable to step foot onto the holy road. Qi Yuan's expression was cold as he stared at Futian's group. He then looked at the people beside him, and a figure stepped out with a noble aura around him. Although it might be unfair to battle a noble plane cultivator, but to be standing here, I believe you have made preparations, said Qi Yuan. Futian looked at the noble plane cultivator standing before him. With his current cultivation level, he was not afraid of a grade 9 noble, but he had just arrived here and had not understood what was going on until now. If he insisted on being high-profile, things might blow out of control. In the previous battle, he had already offended the person in front of him. We acknowledge that we are not a match for a noble plane cultivator and are willing to step out, Futian replied. Since you're already here, how can you not battle and retreat? As Qi Yuan finished his sentence, the noble plane cultivator released an alarming aura, the air resounding with it. Futian's group frowned as they felt the noble might, and they all got into their positions. Wait a minute. At that moment, a voice sounded out, and the crowd's gazes turned towards the person speaking. It was Li Sun, the young city lord of one of the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City. Li Sun had a refined aura. Although he was a grade 7 noble with incredible strength, he was humble, amiable, and approachable. There were many exceptional talents following beside him as he could win the hearts of many. Li Sun's gaze turned towards Futian, nodding to him as he introduced himself, Li Sun of the White Sovereign City. Yimo, Futian replied. He used his younger brother's name as an alias. Although this place was extremely far from the Divine Sky City and no one would know the name Futian, he did not use his real name as a security measure. Otherwise, if he attracted his enemies from the Divine Sky City, he would be in a very passive situation. Where you have stepped up is tantamount to declaring war on the Longyuan City's faction. Qi Yuan can dispatch noble plane cultivators to deal with you, and you can only accept it. Yimo, Would you be willing to enter my White Sovereign City's faction? If you do so, the White Sovereign City can also send out noble plain cultivators to battle them, Li Sun explained. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Indeed, he did not want to be too outstanding, but he was also unwilling to follow under Li Sun. The reason you are here must be for the Holy Road. Your battle ability is exceptional, but your cultivation level is low. You will need help to clear the Holy Road, Li Sun continued his persuasion. For the Holy Road? Up until now, Yi Futian still had no understanding about the Holy Road, so he nodded and agreed, okay, now is not the time to battle. He had to understand the upcoming sequence of events first. Chapter 508. The crowd saw Yi Futian agree and was perplexed. They could not understand what the appearance of this group of people was for. The crowd saw Yi Futian agree and was perplexed. They could not understand what the appearance of this group of people was for. Could it be that they wanted to use Longyuan City as a springboard to show off their ability and attract the attention of others to find support to enter the divine path? The young city lord of the White Sovereign City, Li Sun, had a reputation for being admirable, so it was no surprise to everyone that he would recruit Yi Futian. It was as though it was natural for him to do so. Among the 5 major cities, the White Sovereign City could be ranked in the top 3, even going as far as one of the strongest 2 cities. It would be extremely beneficial for Yi Futian to enter the White Sovereign City's faction. Once he entered the White Sovereign City, he would have the chance to enter the Holy Road with the people from Mount Jiuxian. This time, the White Sovereign City would definitely be selected by Mount Jiuxian. If that was the case, Yi Futian's group would not have to worry about struggling in the Holy Road due to their low cultivation level. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, with only their upper arcana plane cultivation level, they would be unable to hold their ground. In a place like the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, even the noble plane prodigies from Mount Jiuxian would appear ordinary. Qi Yuan, Yi Mo's group has already joined my White Sovereign City's faction. If you want to continue the challenge, the White Sovereign City will naturally send out noble plane cultivators into battle, Li Sun said, looking towards Qi Yuan. Beside him, a girl clad in body-hugging green clothes stepped forward. She was stunningly beautiful, yet gave off a resolute aura. She was Li Sun's younger sister Li Qingyi, who had just stepped into the noble plane as a grade 9 noble. Her battle ability was also quite strong. Qi Yuan frowned and his gaze swept cruelly across Yi Futian's group and ordered, "Step down." The crowd broke into mumbles. As expected, the Longyuan City did not want to clash with the White Sovereign City that early. Yi Futian saw the noble plane cultivator retreating, and they started to walk towards the White Sovereign City's faction. Li Sun saw Yi Futian's group coming towards him, smiled and said, "With your inclusion, our White Sovereign City's faction will be undefeated in the Arcana Plane." The people surrounding him who heard his words looked towards the White Sovereign City's faction, and their gazes landed on a few other teens. Zhuo Jun, the strongest Arcana Plane cultivator in the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, an individual that was heavily groomed by the White Sovereign City. He would be Li Sun's strongest supporter in the future, and another burly teen clad in heavy armor stood beside him. The teen's name was Zhan Long, and he was always with Zhuo Jun. Similarly, he also had remarkable battle ability. Apart from those two, there was also one other person dressed in plain clothes, giving people a simple and clear-cut feeling. That person was Lin Feibai, the person with a reputation in the White Sovereign City as the strongest person under the noble plane. The City Lord's office had been trying to recruit him under their charge, but he had only just joined because of the Holy Road. Many people wanted to know who was stronger between Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai. With the 3 of them, and now the inclusion of Yi Futian's group, the White Sovereign City's Arcana Plane force would be like a fish in water. It would be extremely difficult to deal with them, but the focus this time was still on the noble plane cultivators. "My name is Li Qingyi." Li Qingyi introduced herself to them. "Yi Mo, Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen, and Lulan Shui," Yi Futian replied. Li Qingyi introduced the rest of them to Yi Futian. Zhuo Jun had his arms crossed and nodded lightly at Yi Futian, while Lin Feibai was emotionless. Yi Futian did not care and just smiled. "Miss Qingyi, are the people today all here for the Holy Road?" Yi Futian asked. "Mount Jiuxian is taking in disciples. Even if it wasn't for the Holy Road, it would still be a spectacular event. Moreover, There are rumors that the daughter of the wind sage, Qin, will be picking her husband. What do you think? Li Qingyi replied to Yi Futian. Qin was reputed to be a spectacular beauty and the beloved daughter of the wind sage. The 5 major cities had sent out their most talented offspring to try and win her hand in marriage. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the top of the mountain. Among the crowd, there was indeed a girl with exceptional looks and a graceful aura. That must be the Qin that she was mentioning. Of course, if we are able to join forces with Mount Jiuxian and enter the Holy Road, that is also a great option. Li Qingyi continued, and Yi Futian nodded. From Li Qingyi's words, he had a general understanding of what was happening today. When he left the Starry School, Chief Chen had reminded him that the Holy Road was opening up and countless talents would all head towards the barren state's 9 holy roads to attempt to clear it. Chief Chen had also asked him to consider it. Now that he had coincidentally arrived at Mount Jiuxian, he could feel that the entire barren state was probably making preparations to enter the Holy Road. Currently, in the space at the foot of Mount Jiuxian, there were battles erupting in all directions, the spiritual qi in the air rampaging and life spirit dermas exuding their brilliance. It seemed like everyone wanted to display their strength to the Mount Jiuxian experts. There was only a minority of people who did not start battling. Of course, there were a few factions that were extremely salient. They were the 5 major cities factions, each taking up a different direction and watching each other. The 5 major cities, apart from Longyuan City and the White Sovereign City, also included Xinyuan City, the Heavenly City, and the Frost City. Among the 5 cities, the White Sovereign City, Xinyuan City, and the Heavenly City were the strongest 3 cities. That was why the Xinyuan City and Heavenly Cities factions were treated as the strongest opponents by the White Sovereign City this time. At that moment, Qi Yuan stepped forward, his gaze on the White Sovereign City's Li Sun. The crowd was startled. Was Qi Yuan going to challenge Li Sun? His gaze sweeping across Li Sun, Qi Yuan's body flew into the air. Li Sun understood his intention and stepped into the air. Immediately, there was a noble will spreading from above the crowd. Seeing the scene, 3 figures stepped out from the Xinyuan City's faction. They were in the Arcana Plane and not Noble Plane cultivators. Xinyuan Pajuan. Li Qingyi's expression changed. Xinyuan Pajuan was the son of the Xinyuan City Lord and had phenomenal strength. He held golden axes in both hands, a stinging aura exuding from the axes. Zhuo Jun and Zhan Long both stepped forward. Li Qingyi looked towards Yi Futian's group and said, "Can you send out one person to join Zhuo Jun in battle? Zhuo Jun will deal with Xinyuan Pajuan." "Yu Shang, you go then." Yi Futian looked towards Yu Shang and said. Yu Shang nodded and stepped out. At the same time, from another faction, 3 Arcana Plane experts stepped out. They were from the Heavenly City. Presently, the White Sovereign City's Arcana Plane force was the strongest. If that was so, they would team up to crush the White Sovereign City's Arcana Plane cultivators. The 3 Heavenly City experts all wielded swords. Their sword chi roared and transformed into a horrifying current, flowing in the air. Lin Feibai stepped forward. He was also a swordsman in training. "Yimo, can you send 2 people to support Lin Feibai?" Li Qingyi asked. Yi Futian nodded and looked at Yi Wuchen. The 2 of them stepped forward together, standing behind Lin Feibai. The 2 battles erupted at the same time. Xinyuan Pajuan's strength was indeed domineering, his twin axes slicing down from the air, the golden glow severing everything. Adding on his extraordinary strength, he had the aura of total annihilation. The 2 people behind him were sorcerers who specialized in crowd control abilities, supporting him during the fight. At Yi Futian's side of the battlefield, the 3 swordsmen in training from the Heavenly City struck out with their swords at the same time, the attacks seemingly merging into one, the sword chi lingering in the air. An imposing sword veil appeared in the air, forming lethal sword auroras with the 3 experts' movements. The sword in Lin Feibai's hand started to wave, and in an instant, his body was covered in a sword veil, rendering him immune to the other party's sword chi. Yi Wuchen's lone arm wielded his sword, similarly forming a protective sword veil. Starlight started to gather around Yi Futian's body, flowing around him like meteorites, keeping the sword chi out. The 3 experts' bodies flew around, their actions perfectly synchronized. The 3 swords danced in unison and became one. sweeping forward. Even the air appeared to be cut in half, and the sword veil was split open. Lin Feibai retreated and said in a hushed voice, "Go forward and create an opening for me." Yi Futian stepped forward, and Yi Wuchen, understanding his intentions from his actions, stepped forward together with him. The meteorites started to revolve in the air, transforming into a horrifying gravity, crushing down on the other party. Yi Futian gripped his palm, and numerous meteorites slammed towards the three experts. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's fingers pointed into the air, and tens of thousands of sword wills flew towards the three experts. The three of them retaliated by waving their swords, forming a brilliant protective sword veil. The falling meteorites shattered unceasingly, yet it managed to cause a crack to appear in the sword veil. At the same time, Yi Wuchen's sword chi slashed through and created an opening. At that moment, Lin Feibai appeared to transform into a sword, reaching incredible speeds. The crowd could only see a flash of a sword, and the sword veil disappeared. Lin Feibai's body suddenly appeared behind the three of them. The three swordsmen in training from the heavenly city all had blood spurting from their throats and fell to the ground. What a fast blade! The crowd was astounded. It was as expected of the title of the strongest person under the noble plane in the White Sovereign City. The sword will on his body vanished, and he turned around, walking back. When he passed by Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen, he said in a soft voice, "The two of you are quite strong." Yi Futian smiled and replied, "Your sword is very quick." Indeed, Lin Feibai's sword was fast. Although he and Yi Wuchen had restricted the opponent's movements, Lin Feibai's sword was like lightning and took the opponent's lives in an instant. He could be considered a prodigy in the Arcana plane. "Thank you for your hard work." Lin Qingyi smiled, nodding towards Lin Feibai. Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen walked back, and Lin Qingyi nodded towards them as well. At that moment, the other battle had also concluded with a victory. Zhuo Jun claimed the most credit. It was him who had given Xinyuan Pajuan the lethal strike and injured him while Yu Sheng was attacking. Lin Qingyi looked at them. With Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai, now that Yi Futian's group had joined them, they were invincible in the Arcana plane. Just then, Li Sun had also returned from defeating Qi Yuan. The two of them landed back in their own factions, Qi Yuan's expression especially distressed. However, to the White Sovereign City, it was a complete victory. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards the surroundings. From now on, there would probably not be much for them to do. They did not stand in the limelight, and he even transmitted a message to Yu Sheng to not be too outstanding. Otherwise, Yu Sheng would have used his true strength and crushed everyone else. Who knows if he would have been scouted by a Sage Plane expert from Mount Jiuxian then? If the Sage Plane expert wanted to take him as a disciple, would he agree or not? If that happened, they would become extremely passive. That was why he intentionally supported Zhuo Jun and Lin Feibai and let them deal the critical strike. "Qinin, what do you think?" At that moment, an elderly person on Mount Jiuxian asked her. Zhuo Jun is from the city lord's office, but Lin Feibai has yet to enter. If there is the opportunity, we should recruit him. Also, we can consider letting that group become disciples of Mount Jiuxian. If they continue their exceptional performance in the future, we can further consider if we want to take them in as personal disciples, Qinin replied. "You mean that we will recruit the people from the White Sovereign City this time?" The elderly person tried to confirm her intentions. "Yes." Qinin nodded. "What about Li Sun?" the elderly person asked, smiling. "I'm not in a hurry." Qinin naturally understood that he was asking about her choice of husband. "All right. There is no shortage of outstanding people this time around. Take your time to decide," the elder smiled and said. Chapter 509. The fighting raged on under Mount Jiuxian. But as Yi Futian predicted, after defeating Arcana Plains of Heavenly City and Yellow City, no one at this level proved capable of posing a threat to White Sovereign City, and no one challenged them anymore. The fighting raged on under Mount Jiuxian. But as Yi Futian predicted, after defeating Arcana Plains of Heavenly City and Yellow City, no one at this level proved capable of posing a threat to White Sovereign City, and no one challenged them anymore. He silently watched the fight taking place there. Li Sun and the young city lord of Heavenly City, Xiaoji, and then the young city lord of Yellow City, Xinyuan Beishan, fought their respective fights, and the fights looked extremely interesting. Xia Wuji was a powerful swordsman, and Xinyuan Beishan possessed horrifying power. The power of the heaven-splitting axe techniques was impressive. The three were well matched against each other, and it was hard to tell who reigned superior. None of them was able to overwhelm one another, and if things were to proceed as such, it was only a matter of time before they all ended up losers of the fight and sustained heavy injuries. Other than that, there was also a noble-level figure who displayed immense talent and ferocious combat capacity named Zue Qianqiu. From the words of Li Qingyi, he was a genius drunkard known in the regions of Mount Jiuxian. His name might have been fake as well, taken to mean getting drunk solves all worries. The man loved liquor more than anything and was known to be a loner. City lord offices of 5 cities tried roping him to their respective sides, and he never said yes to any of them. Even looking for him proved a daunting task in itself. He was, however, very famous and was a swordsman himself. His way with a sword was eerie and tricky, and he took on Xia Wuji, young city lord of Heavenly City. Xia Wuji's way of the sword was sharp due to it being true, and Zue Qianqiu's proved tricky and unpredictable. Before a clear victor was determined between the two of them, someone from Mount Jiuxian ordered the fight to cease, fearing that one of them would end up dead, or at least both suffering grave injuries if they were to continue to fight each other. Li Sun, would you be my disciple? A fleeting voice came from a far corner of Mount Jiuxian, and it was apparent that the voice came from a sage. Li Sun smiled and stepped forward, bowing before he spoke. It is my honor to learn under you. Xinyuan Beishan, will you be my disciple? Yet another voice was heard from another sage, and Xinyuan Beishan agreed. While it was said that Mount Jiuxian was the area's sacred region and it was all done for the Holy Road, being able to have sages of Mount Jiuxian as mentors was one thing that proved to be of no harm. Xia Wuji, Zue Qianqiu, will you be my disciple? A sharp voice was heard and everyone's mind shook. It was the voice of a sword sage. It would be my honor. Xia Wuji bowed. Thank you for your generous offer, but I'm a stubborn one and love to be free from restraints. I'm afraid I will end up offending you, and as such, I would rather not dirty Mount Jiuxian further with my presence, Zue Qianqiu said. Everyone was rendered speechless. Someone had actually refused the sages. Furthermore, Zue Qianqiu sounded lazy as he said what he said, appearing to care for nothing. His reputation preceded him, and it proved true indeed. Have it your way then, the sage said plainly. While he was slightly unhappy about being refused, he was a sage after all, and he would have not done anything else. Elders of Mount Jiuxian spoke shortly after. Mount Jiuxian will continue accepting students as we have during the start of all years past. We will leave what happened today as it is. Everyone else, please return. Many were speechless. Many mighty ones came, and Mount Jiuxian chose only 4 to stay. 3 of the 4 chosen have had the honor to study under sages prior, and they were young city lords. Only Zue Qianqiu trained on his own, and many thought it to be a pity. Furthermore, Longyuan City and Frost City were not chosen. On this trip on the Holy Road, only the finest were retained by Mount Jiuxian. What about Ms. Qin Yin's path companion then? Who was chosen? Someone asked loudly, and everyone halted their steps. The elder of Mount Jiuxian took one look at Qin Yin and said, a path companion has an incredible bearing in the life of Ms. Qin Yin. If everything goes smoothly, this figure will be chosen among the ones selected earlier. Of course, this will require a period of time for them to get to know each other. It would be announced after the trip on the Holy Road. Everyone nodded, seeing it within reason to do so. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Mount Jiuxian's act of taking in disciples and path companions was simply and apparently a front of selecting helpers for the Holy Road. The position of being a disciple and the possibility of becoming Qin Yin's path companion drove the few to be willing to help her out. The others left gradually, and only the ones selected prior remained. The elder looked at Zhuojun, Lin Feibai, Yi Futian, and the others and said, do you wish to be disciples of Mount Jiuxian and remain here for your cultivations? It would be my honor. Zhuojun cupped his hands. Yes, indeed. Lin Feibai nodded plainly. Yi Futian rose and bowed. I'm a student of other schools and therefore, it would be inconvenient for me to cultivate in Mount Jiuxian. For that, I would ask for your understanding. No problem. The elder nodded and turned to look at Zue Qianqiu. Are you getting ready to enter the Holy Road? Of course. Why would I be here otherwise? Zue Qianqiu smiled. All right, Mount Jushian will also send out excellent students to embark on the journey. Please rendezvous here at Mount Jushian a month from now and embark on the journey to the Holy Road together, the elder said. Acknowledged. Everyone bowed. Will you, Sir Yi, accompany us to the White Sovereign City? Li Sun asked Yi Futian and his group. We will. Yi Futian nodded. Would Sir Qianqiu be willing to share drinks with us at White Sovereign City? Li Sun asked Zue Qianqiu. Good wine. Zue Qianqiu's eyes narrowed to a slit. Help yourself. Li Sun smiled and nodded. All right then. Zue Qianqiu smiled from ear to ear and departed with the rest of them. Li Sun asked within the void, Why didn't you, Sir Qianqiu, enter Mount Jushian? The sword sage has a great mastery of the art, so why would you refuse? We are to enter the Holy Ji Palace anyway. Why the detour? Zue Qianqiu sounded lazy as ever. Indeed. Li Sun smiled and said nothing further. How about you, Sir Yi? Have you really studied under a school? Li Qingyi looked at Yi Futian and the rest. Everyone in the group possessed immense combat capacity. They were at the 7th level of the Arcana plane. If they had reached the 9th level, Zhuojun and Li Feibai probably would not have been their match. Yes, indeed. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi did not pursue this line of thought any further. White Sovereign City was quite a distance from Mount Jushian, and the journey would take some time. Li Sun and the rest returned to the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group were reluctant to enter the City Lord office, and they arranged to stay in a pavilion right outside the City Lord office. Yi Futian and his group had been on the road for quite some time, and it was time to take a break in White Sovereign City. They had planned during their time on the road that they would enter the Holy Road. The trip on the Holy Road was a grand event of barren state. Regardless if they ended up being able to cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, the trip was one worth making in itself, and a precious chance to accumulate experience as they were able to encounter all sorts of geniuses in the trip. Are we really going to go with them? Lulan Shui asked Yi Futian. She understood that since it was an invitation from Mount Jushian, it was definitely Mount Jushian being the one to hog all the attention. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He knew what was going inside Lu Lanshua's head and smiled. Headmaster Qin only briefed us on the Holy Road for a bit. We knew next to nothing of the details. Now that we have someone else to make the journey with us, it would be convenient for us as we will able to look out for each other and learn more about the trip. Lulan Shui nodded slightly. She saw it unnecessary to say anything more seeing how Yi Futian had made his decision. Since it's a grand event of barren state, I think students of the 3 schools will make it there too, Yi Futian said while smiling. Jieyu is still with the Zhuge family. I wonder if she will make it on the Holy Road this time. It had been 2 years since they parted ways. It seemed like ages had passed, come to think of it. He wondered if his eldest senior brother and his teacher were doing well. He lifted his head to look at the sky. What happened in Eastern Baron seemed to be just right in front of his eyes. The time spent in the cottage was a happy one, yet the brothers eventually parted ways. Forces like the Qin dynasty and the Donghua clan held great ambition, and they ended up being scattered to the winds all the same. The Qin dynasty perished, and the Donghua clan was not all that better off. Even a beauty such as Hua Qingqing chose to become a nun. Now that he headed to Baron State, he would have been closer to Jieyu and his brothers and sisters in study. He wondered if he would have had the opportunity to break through Noble Plain on the Holy Road. Reminiscing about old times, Yi Futian sat with his legs crossed and took out the guqin. A slow melody was played, and an incredibly serene air was emanated throughout the pavilion. The sound of the instrument was plain, serene, and free from troubles, capable of cleansing one's mind and washing off all muddled thoughts. At a pavilion not far from Yi Futian was, Zue Qianqiu drank silent leaning on a stone pillar. It was just as quiet over there. A silhouette walked by before stopping to hear the sound of the guqin. A pair of beautiful eyes watched Yi Futian silently, opting to quietly listen from the sides instead of interrupting the sound. The sound of the guqin subsided after a while, and Yi Futian smiled. Here you are, Miss Qini. Li Qini walked up and said, My brother is preparing a banquet within the City Lord office. Many geniuses from White Sovereign City will come. I'm here to invite you. Would you care to join us, Mr. Yi? I'm not good with bustling, lively places. Thank you, but I'll pass. Yi Futian smiled. I can hear that from the sound of the guqin. Li Qingyi smiled and continued. Your mind must be incredibly calm and serene for you to be able to play such a tune. I'm flattered, Miss Qingyi, but I'm filled with muddled thoughts myself. Words like calm and serene hardly fit someone like me. Yi Futian shook his head. I was simply cleansing my mind with the sound of the guqin. Cleansing your mind with the instrument, Li Qingyi mumbled to herself. Would you mind if I came to listen to you play often from here on out, Mr. Yi? You are welcome to do so. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Li Qingyi was the daughter of the city lord, and a noble figure herself. She looked pretty, and yet he was very polite in front of her, which reminded him of Gu Yunxi. Thank you. Li Qingyi smiled and shifted her eyes to Zui Qianqiu. Seeing how Zui Qianqiu took one look with smiling eyes at her, she seemed to have understood something and said, My brother had me bring you some wine. She went up and left the wine behind, before taking her leave. A banquet, and that means booze. You sure you are not going? Yi Futian spared a look at Zui Qianqiu. People are in places like that to act, and I wouldn't call that a place for drinking. Zui Qianqiu opened the wine jar sent over to him and took a big gulp out of it. Good stuff indeed. Li Sun didn't lie. But when it comes to drinking, who you drink with matters a lot. Yi Futian was stunned for a bit before smiling and nodding. Indeed. In the month that followed, Li Qingyi often took time to listen to Yi Futian play his guqin in the pavilion. Zui Qianqiu would have also been there every time a tune was played. When the playing was over, he was nowhere to be seen. Both men seldom talked to each other, but Yi Futian knew well that his playing had a great effect on calming one's mind, and it was incredibly normal for cultivators to like hearing him play. Li Sun came to visit as well, and brought several jars of good wine with him, sitting around and chatting for a bit. Yi Futian was able to earn himself some quiet time to train at his art for the past month. They gathered around Mount Jiuxian on that day. White Sovereign City, Yellow City, and Heavenly City. All three cities sported impressive lineups. Other than leaders like Li Sun, Xie Wuji, and Xinyuan Beishan, the others brought tens of men with them as well, and most were of noble level. Few at the pinnacle of Arcana Plane also came to test themselves out. It was obvious that everyone made ample preparations, but everyone was aware that only a handful would have been able to make something out on the Holy Road. Most were simply there as foils of sorts. The lineup of Mount Jiuxian was just as impressive. Other than Qin Yin, there were also two other personal disciples of sages who were of lower noble plane levels. The vast and mighty group departed soon after, making for the nearest Holy Road. Other than them, there were also others who made their journeys in the vast barren state during this period nearing the end of the year, leaving their homes and making for the 9 holy roads. Massive exodus seemed to be taking place across the entire barren state. Countless mighty ones flew and set out with great vigor, and many bumped into each other in the void. Yi Futian and his group went east, crossing mountains and cities, meeting a lot of people. 22 days later, an ocean appeared before them. It was the border sea. Crossing the other side of the sea would have taken them to the core regions of Zhengzhou. Yi Futian and his group took to the sky above the border sea. We are almost near the lands of Zhengzhou. Qin Yin's beautiful eyes looked out far away. There was nothing in the way above the sea, making it easy for them to see many demonic beasts and ritual implements making their way in the air. People were everywhere, and it was obvious that they were all from barren state making their way to Zhengzhou. The Zhuge family lies within the lands of Zhengzhou. Yi Futian's eyes turned flighty. Second elder sister and Jieyu were both in the northern regions of Zhengzhou lands, and he was getting closer and closer to them. Chapter 510. Mighty ones gathered like clouds above the border sea. Countless discussed feverishly the opening of the Holy Road this time. Mighty ones gathered like clouds above the border sea. Countless discussed feverishly the opening of the Holy Road this time. Mount Duantian lay right beyond the border sea, which was shaped like protruding blades stabbing into the skies. Qinin gazed at the peaks of the mountains and took a detour around it before asking, So Sage Duantian lived in the mountain then? So said the rumors. Li Sun nodded. The clouds above the mountain made the place look bleak and difficult to see with the naked eye. It was, however, obvious that the height of the mountain reached into the clouds. Only mighty ones of noble level were able to vaguely make out the shape of the palace on the peak, but none dared to venture into the place itself. Sage Duantian was one of the mighty ones listed in the Barren Sky rankings, and his mastery of the arts was said to be boundless. Few in the vast lands of Barren State dared challenge the sage himself. It is said that there were disciples of Sage Duantian venturing down the mountain to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road, and the nearest Holy Road nearby is the Dawn Road. So we should be on the same road with them, someone near them said. Disciples of Sage Duantian could not enter the Holy Ji Palace to further their studies, but they were welcome to go on a pilgrimage on the Holy Road all the same. The Holy Ji Palace had not stated explicitly that only those who wished to study in the Holy Ji Palace were permitted to embark on the Holy Road. Someone is coming down from the mountain. A huge warship appeared in the direction of the peak of Mount Duantian, passing right above the heads of everyone. A group exceptional figures were vaguely seen on the warship itself, like the Jyotian gods and goddesses looming over the mortals themselves. A warship of the mortal world, someone shouted as they took note of the mark on the ship. Mortal world, the greatest force within the area. Even when compared with the rest of the barren state, they were still among the top class. This should be the disciples of mortal world passing through Mount Duantian, and go paying their respects to Sage Duantian then. Rumor has it that several figures of extremely notable talents were on their way to the Holy Road, and they too took the path of Dawn Road. Many within the surrounding void began discussing what just took place as the warship passed by right above their heads. A beautiful girl was seen standing on the warship. Her clothes and hair waved gracefully with the wind. Her name was Chu Shang, a figure at the lower level of the noble plane. Futian, who was right below the ship, would have recognized her if he had seen her on board. She was that mortal world disciple who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory and had even invited him to join the mortal world. So even the top notable forces have made their move then, Qin murmured as she lifted her head to gaze upon the ship that had just passed right above her head. Despite being the daughter of the sage of Mount Jiuxian and possessing incredible talent, she knew well that the trip on the Holy Road would have proven difficult even for someone like her. The event gathered all the geniuses from all corners of Barren State. Despite Dawn Road only being one of the 9 holy roads, the figures who showed up there were terrifyingly impressive nonetheless. As such, she needed to join forces with people of the 5 cities just for her to stand a chance at it. I suppose the Nantian house would choose the Dawn Road as well, Xie Wuji quipped. There are many from great clans and powerful schools alike. Qin Yin's eyes looked into the distance. Futian's eyes sparkled hearing her words. He looked at the map before and was able to confirm that both the mortal world and the Nantian house were in the same direction. Now that they are in the Zhongzhou lands, would the 2 top-class forces which had been to the Eastern Barren Territory choose to embark on the same holy road? An old city stood at the edge of the Dawn Road, ruined city. Legend had it that the city fell many times before and was rebuilt each time. It was a place anyone on the Dawn Road would have definitely passed by. As such, the city was an incredibly bustling one despite its name, especially when the Holy Road was opened once every 3 years. The city was packed like sardines during such times. People from various corners of the region would flood into the city and make their way to the Sea of Ruins at the west side of the city. The Sea of Ruins was a place leading towards the Holy Road. Countless mighty ones gathered at the shores of the Sea of Ruins. One gaze would have been more than enough to note the presence of all proud sons and daughters of the heavens from all over Barren State. The opening of the Holy Road had always been the grandest of all events to take place in the Barren State. It was a given that such an event would cause quite a stir. Futian was able to see the sea of people before his eyes as soon as he got there, and he felt rather shocked. The number of people gathered there easily exceeded 100,000. Furthermore, given that the Dawn Road had yet to be opened, there were definitely more who were still on their way there. Dawn Road lies right beyond the Sea of Ruins. Once we journey through Dawn Road, we will have reached the Holy Ji Palace. Someone peered at the Sea of Ruins with heated eyes. All 9 holy roads led right to the Holy Ji Palace. So long as they were able to make it through, they would arrive on the very sacred grounds of the contemporary Barren State. Other than them, geniuses from all 9 holy roads, the best of the best generation of youth's barren state had to offer, would have gathered before the holy Ji Palace. The imagination of such a scene would have made the heart of anyone dance. All hoped that they would have become one of those who stood among these geniuses, appearing on the most brilliant stage to be found in the world. There are no rules on the trip to the Holy Road, and the harshest rule of it all lies precisely in the fact that there are no rules. Some among them sighed. It was known to all that the trip to the Holy Road yielded the highest number of brutal casualties among all the pilgrimages one could have taken. Many aforementioned proud sons and daughters perished on the holy roads. There was to be no acknowledgement of generations on the holy roads, and it was an anything-goes type of game for everybody. All kinds of demons and monsters would have appeared, and there was simply no telling what one would encounter on their journey next. Growl! A dragon howl was heard in the heavens, and the responding dragon was seen descending from above. Its impressive bearing overpowered all below. Mighty ones from Nantion House are here. Countless pairs of eyes gazed upon the dragon descending from the heavens. Nantion House was the top force to be found within the region of Zhongzhou City, and one with powers shadowing all. A terrifying force beyond measure indeed. Many leaped forward to bow and pay their respects. All of who did so were younger generations of the Nantion House's forces. Futian took a look at the responding dragon in the void and found it to be the same dragon encountered in the eastern barren territory. He also saw the carriage being pulled behind the dragon, and a silhouette emerged from within. It was a familiar face, Nanfeng. Nanfeng was of Upper Arcana Plane back then. 2 years had since passed, and he was a noble plane figure now. Futian was reminded of the words Nanfeng and Nanyu spoke to him about. He was back in the eastern barren territory back then, and he was utterly incapable of imagining what Nantion House was like. Now that he was in barren state, he finally got to know what kind of a force the Nantion House was. In the void far away, a lineup of mighty ones appeared shining ever so brightly. They flew past right above the heads of the crowd below, paying no heed to anything. Everyone present knew that only members of the topmost forces dared pull a stunt like that, as it was an act that would easily offend many otherwise. Those who were of the likes of Nantion House needed not to fear over offending anyone. They were capable and powerful enough to disregard such notions of respect. People of the Xia clan are here. Many leaped into the air again to go pay their respects. The Xia clan, the largest clan within the ruined city. They were a fearsome bunch, and the master of the clan was known to be of an imperceptible plane. Furthermore, an exceptionally talented younger generation appeared among the clan. A man named Xia Ho was of level 7 noble plane. He could end up becoming the brightest star of all venturing on Dawn Road. Ling Tian's sword will descended from the skies far away after a while. A row of figures was seen descending onto the crowd riding on their swords, glittering with great brilliance. Many in the crowd cheered for the members of the Sword Saint Villa. A Sword Saint appeared in the Sword Saint Villa a few years ago. While the villa had its less than glorious days, an incredibly fearsome old man appeared within their ranks in this generation. A super mighty one who was listed on the Barren Sky rankings. Many exceptional figures among the younger generations appeared as well, including Yin Jiu-1. The reason why he was called this was because he was ranked the 9th among his peers. No one dared look down on such a name, as Yinjiu was noted to be the heir to the Sword Saint, and one could take command of the Sword Saint Villa in days to come. The mortal world warship appeared within the void shortly after. Top-notch, mighty ones appeared one after another. It was to be another 3 days before Dawn Road was opened. Most arrived more than 3 days prior. Countless murmured amongst themselves. There were simply too many mighty ones, including those renowned ones. Many came with an air of confidence and assurance, but it was quickly diminished seeing their competitors. Futian was there with the people of Mount Jushian. They mingled with those in the crowd, and hardly anyone took any notice of them. Despite being descendants of sages themselves, there were simply too many of such background and caliber within the vast barren state region. Many who just showed up were probably of a more impressive background than they were. Some even quipped that being showered with the presence of so many great ones and having their eyes opened was a reward in itself. People from the 3 schools and all clans of Divine Sky City had also arrived and ended up buried unceremoniously in the massive crowd. Long Mu saw such a scene from the void and felt stunned to the core of his being, feeling like he had been a frog at the bottom of the well for his entire life. But of course, his will grew strong. The days when Long Mu's father's name was known throughout Barren State and made it to the Barren Sky rankings was simply glorious. He was but a child back then and was unable to witness the moment himself. He yearned to accomplish everything his father had ever done before. He also knew well, however, that his path was a difficult one. Long Mu came with people from the Starry School. Members of the Dragon Clan and the Gu Clan were there as well. Gu Yunshi was, of course, present. She heard from her father that Futian was alive, and it was very possible that Headmaster Chun sent him on the journey to the Holy Road. As such, she wanted to see for herself if the peerless young man had indeed lived. People of the Jin clan were there, as well as those from Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School. The lineup emanated an impressive air. A girl of unparalleled beauty stood by the beach among the masses, gazing upon the sea before her eyes. She emanated an air that nobody could touch. She was the proud daughter of the Zhaixing house, Mu Jiqiu. She would have been allowed entrance into the Holy Ji Palace solely by recommendation from her brother, yet she chose to embark on her own journey instead. It had been a while since she lost to Futian, and it was only recently that she had broken through the noble plain. There was a holy road among the 9 located north of the Zhengzhou city area, a holy road named the Nether Road. The road was filled with mighty ones as well, even more so than the Dawn Road. Many, including people of the Zhuge family and Taishan Mountain, as well as the ones of demon gods, appeared before the road. The road was known to be the 3 strongest roads among the 9. A row of figures stood quietly on the hill before the holy road, 2 of which were ladies of extreme beauty, and one of them was especially beautiful. Many pairs of eyes turned to look at her. One look at her beautiful face was enough to have them feel as if they had fallen in love. If they were able to marry such a girl, it would have been of the highest honor. Yet, they knew that they would have never had a chance with such a girl. Only top geniuses from the most powerful clans would be capable of such a feat. She was named Hua Jieyu, who was said to be called a sister from a different mother by Zhuge Mingyue. She was studying in the Zhuge family at the moment. She was a divine spiritual sorcerer out to test herself in the Holy Road. 1. The Jiu in Yinjiu is written as the Chinese word for the number 9, Jiu. Chapter 511. The beginning of Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10006. All 9 holy roads of Holy Ji Palace were opened, and the event saw massive gatherings of mighty ones among the youths of Barren State at the roads themselves. The beginning of Divine Prefecture Calendar, Year 10006. All 9 holy roads of Holy Ji Palace were opened, and the event saw massive gatherings of mighty ones among the youths of Barren State at the roads themselves. Countless took the path across the sea of ruins. Some rode on rafts, some crossed through the void, and more powerful figures even took to the skies, either riding on demonic beasts or ritual implements. All headed for the same destination on the other side, Dawn Road. Futian's party was among the sea of people heading for the same place. While there were plenty of familiar faces who made it there were simply just too many people present within an area, so it was too large for them to meet. Everyone was only aware of the ones who took to the skies, and none of those who were familiar with Futian noticed him around. The Dawn Road, Futian murmured as he cast his gaze forward. He was able to hear some gushing sounds from somewhere. Look, behind us, someone somewhere yelled in astonishment. A demon ape? Comments were heard here and there. Futian turned around and looked behind him, and saw the group of people at his rear part way for something. An incredibly huge demonic beast was moving forward with most of its body submerged. While they were near the edge of the Sea of Ruins, the area was still deep. However, the creature was still able to keep its chest above the water, serving as a testament to its massive size. The beast seemed as if it was made out of gold. It shone with a blindingly brilliant golden sheen. Even its eyes were gold in color, casting a ferociously sharp gaze. It's a golden great ape. The air of that old demon in Mount Taixing, somebody commented in an astonished tone. Even demonic beasts can go study in the Holy Ji Palace? Futian asked. Depends if the palace wants to take that thing in. That is a golden great ape, an incredibly rare one among the apes, and no one knows why they are in Barren State instead of the demon world, Qingyin answered. I heard that the ape has a name, a human name. In fact, Yuanzhan. Li Sun added, it's still something rarely seen in barren state, as most rare demonic beasts are captured and made into steeds. But that old demon from Mount Taixing is just too powerful, and hardly anyone would dare try to make a steed of that thing. As such, it practically has the whole mountain to itself. The gushing sounds didn't stop. Huge waves were thrown about the sea. Yuanzhan leaped all of the sudden, its 100-meter-tall body looking impossibly ferocious. It even kept shining with a golden sheen. It shrunk its body to the height of about 2 meters, making it seem like a giant. It then simply flew about the sea of ruins. Members of powerful and notable forces stared at Yuanzhan with greedy eyes, thinking unsavory thoughts in their minds. Imagine how awe-inspiring one would become if one would be able to take this ape as one's steed. It was a pity that the old demon in Mount Taixing was something most forces would rather not mess with, even if they were someone capable of doing so. The old demon was known to have a feverish temper and performed many notable undertakings. It was only in recent years that it had winded down somewhat. Furthermore, the old demon was the only demonic beast to be listed on the Barren Sky ranking, which spoke to the extent of its fearsomeness. Xinyuan Beishan took a look at Yuanzhan. The golden great ape was known for its domineering strength. Its defense capacity was also said to be peerless. At the moment, he wanted more than anything to see how well he could fight the ape, but he knew he probably would not be a match for it. All walks of life are literally here indeed, Zue Chincho commented with a smirk. There is something I need to tell all of you, Yi Futian said. What is it, Yimo? Li Sun asked. My real name is Yi Futian. Yimo is just an alias. I've pissed off some people, and I had to use an alias instead. For that, I'm sorry, Yi Futian apologized as he cupped his hands. That fact would have been known sooner or later as they approached the Holy Road, and it became pointless to hide his identity any further. Li Sun and the others looked funny at the response, as they were unable to fathom what happened. Li Sun said, no problem. It's all the same knowing it now. It hardly affects anything. My enemies are probably here too. If I'm unlucky to meet them on the road, I'll remove myself from the party and save you all the trouble, Yi Futian said frankly as he cupped his hands again. Being struck by lightning and falling into Mount Jiuxian was all an accident after all. We are now traveling as one party, and there is simply no need for you to be such a stranger. The reason we have all agreed to walk as one party was to look out for each other, Li Qingyi said with a smile. Although she was not all that familiar with Yi Futian, her days spent listening to Yi Futian play his qin made them friends with each other. Qingyi is right. No need to mind about that. If you happen to run into any trouble, we'll be there to help. Li Sun obviously did not mind, as Yi Futian was only of upper Arcana plane. As such, his enemies would have been of the Arcana plane as well. There was simply no need to fear so long as the possible enemy was not a figure of lower noble plane. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. If Li Sun and the others knew that he had gone so far as to offend Nantian House and Mortal World, they would have probably thought otherwise. Thank you. Yi Futian did not say anything further, but he was grateful for the treatment nonetheless. At the end of the Sea of Ruins, the Dawn Road appeared before their eyes. The place looked like somewhere out of this world, and there was a line of mighty ones who seemed impossibly strong standing guard at the shore. Anyone who stepped on Dawn Road would be given a holy badge. The other end of Dawn Road would open after 3 months, the passage of which would be granted so long as the one who made the journey possessed the holy badge. They would then arrive at the Holy Ji Palace, meeting up with the others who arrived from the other holy roads. That was the one and only rule to be observed on the holy roads. One was given permission to do as one pleased the roads. It was also said that the holy badge served another purpose. Those who had collected a lot of badges would be given preferential treatment, using the collected badges as payment. On the holy roads, however, they served no other purpose but to grant permission to be on the roads. It was natural for Yi Futian to hear of Qin Yin and the others talking about the holy badge. He took a look at the badge after acquiring it. There were no other rules on the roads, yet the rumors themselves would have almost guaranteed that the coming 3 months spent on the road would definitely be perilous. Yi Futian and his party stepped onto the Dawn Road. He looked forward, saying, I once thought that the Holy Road was somewhere magical. One will be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace after finishing their journey on the road. It's only now that I know we are only granted a view of the place once the journey ends. The Holy Ji Palace isn't some place you can just walk into. With all the mighty and powerful ones gathered on these roads, it's a given that the journey will be anything but smooth, Li Qingyi added. It isn't the holy roads that caught the entire barren state's attention, but the Holy Ji Palace itself. The holy roads might be called holy, but they are little else but roads, Yi Futian said with a smirk. You have an interesting and unique way of seeing things. I do not ask for much. Being able to stand before the Holy Ji Palace and admire the place called the sacred ground of barren state is enough for me. That and seeing what the proud sons and daughters who made it there are like. Li Qingyi's eyes shone with admiration. That was her wish, as she knew very well that her level of talent would never grant her entry into the palace itself. Your wish will come true, Yi Futian said and smiled at her. Come one, there are cities and mysterious places to be seen on the road. Let's go have a look, Qingyin said. At the moment, the massive gathering of people glittered as they made their way forward. The crowd gradually dispersed, going on their way to the Dawn Road. Yi Futian came across their first city on the way. The gates of the city were, however, guarded by a line of mighty figures. Many looked irritated right before the gates. The mighty ones were none other than members of the Nantian house, who were also the first to reach the city, and went on to take the gates as their own. They went about recruiting followers and denied entry to the city to everyone. Those who wanted to enter were to surrender their holy badges. They took the city. Yi Futian wore a troubled look on his face as he looked at the city gates from afar. He never expected anyone to be able to do that. A common occurrence on the holy roads, and it is not just the Nantian house that is doing something like this. All the other top-level figures are making their way to other cities on the road with obvious intentions of taking them for their own as well, Qingyin elaborated. With so many walking the same path, wouldn't it be rather easy to take on these forces if people were to just gather their strength? Yi Futian asked. Who is going to take the lead then? Li Sun smirked as he asked, furthermore, anyone who dares to do so would need to be incredibly powerful themselves. If they were to force their way into the place or enter through other means, those guarding the place would probably respond with lethal force. But, of course, if someone very powerful wanted to enter the cities, they would simply let those powerful ones pass. Look over there. Li Qingyi pointed at the crowd outside the city and a few places where people were fighting. It was apparent that some insisted on not handing over their own badges, wanting to take badges of someone else. For people who were more powerful, doing so would have been easier than going against the Nantian house. Such were the minds of people. Even if they were angry about the treatment they received, they would simply swallow their frustrations in front of the powerful ones and go on to prey on those weaker than themselves. A group of people was walking in the direction of Yi Futian's party. The group was a huge one, both in number and bearing, and they went to gauge his party. Qingyin and the rest wore cold expressions and glared at them. The group smirked and walked away instead of moving against them. They were apparently wary of Yi Futian's party, not knowing how powerful his party was. But what happened attracted the attention of many nonetheless. Men from Nine Cloud Palace were seen somewhere outside the city, and they looked furious. Despite being mighty ones of noble plane levels from the topmost force renowned throughout Divine Sky City, they were denied entry regardless. It was an immense insult, but they had heard of Nantian House and knew that Nine Cloud Palace was simply incapable of being compared to them. At the moment, Jin Yunlang scanned the crowd and saw Yi Futian's party. Their pupils dilated somewhat when his eyes fell on Yi Futian. He is still alive? Chen Yuan had announced the news regarding Yi Futian's death. A possibility came to Jin Yunlang's mind immediately. His eyes sparkled though his spine shivered. Chen Yuan, you old fox. You sent Yi Futian away then. Is that Yi Futian, the son of Starry School? The others became aware of him and approached him in a flash. Yi Futian saw the others and raised his eyebrows. What a small world indeed. There were too many people scattered all over the place while traversing the sea of ruins. Now that they made it there, familiar faces were seen indeed. The mighty ones from Nine Cloud Palace glared at Yi Futian. Jin Yunlang said with an incredibly cold expression, "So you are alive. And that disappoints you?" Yi Futian said with a smirk. Qin Yin and the others looked troubled. Those people looked very powerful. Yi Futian, so your enemies are all noble plane figures? Then I will just have you die for real. Murderous intent was prevalent in Jin Yunlang's eyes. Yi Futian glared at Jin Yunlang and was able to feel the air around him. He then said with a smirk, so your ego's been inflated, making it into the noble plane, HM? Have you forgotten the lesson back at the martial arts battlefield? Wanting so bad to go see Jin Yunxiao then? Jin Yunlang saw the sarcasm in Yi Futian's eyes and looked at the ones around Yi Futian. A vicious smirk appeared on his face before he uttered in a loud voice, that guy has the lineage of the saint on him. Chapter 512. Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, countless eyes looked toward Yi Futian. Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, countless eyes looked toward Yi Futian. The saint's heritage? At this moment, people from the Nantian house also turned in the same direction. Two youths among them both narrowed their eyes at the sight of Yi Futian. One shook slightly, and his eyes looked very cold with murderous intent. Yi Futian. Nan, you would never forget about being humiliated on the Sky Mountain, where he was tied on the cliffs by Yi Futian's spell of vines. Who is he? A youth asked. This was a very handsome man who was one of the most talented among Nantian House's young generation. His name was Nan Hao. Even Nan Feng, who had been to the Eastern Barren Territory, couldn't be compared with him. He is the one who got the two emperors Yukio in the Eastern Barren Territory, said Nan Feng beside Nan Hao. When in the Eastern Barren Territory, Nan Feng had already entered Arcana Plane. Now he had entered the 8th level of Noble Plane. He is Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jieyu's boyfriend? Nan Hao looked surprised. Yi Futian's name immediately reminded him of Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu, who were far more famous in the Barren State than Yi Futian. Though he hadn't been to the Eastern Barren State before, Nan Hao heard about Yi Futian, who solved the mystery left by the two emperors. Yes, said Nan Feng. I am going to kill him, Nan Yu said coldly. Then go, Nan Hao said nonchalantly. Nan Yu was embarrassed. He was not Yi Futian's opponent at all now. How could he win this time? He turned to Nan Hao. Nan Hao looked to the distance and said indifferently, You are taught to improve both your skills and temper, but how did you do these years? Moreover, he is both Zhuge Mingyue's junior brother and Hua Jieyu's boyfriend. He can't be killed by Nantian House. Zhuge Mingyue and Hua Jieyu both had a more elevated status than he did. The Zhuge family would play a more and more important role in the future, and Zhuge Mingyue was the secret successor, while Hua Jieyu had many influential suitors. Therefore, if they killed Yi Futian to feel better now, the consequences wouldn't be worth it. He came for the Holy Road. If he manages to pass through the Holy Road and arrive in the Holy Ji Palace, he might meet Zhuge Mingyue's group. Nan Yu said to Nan Hao. But you said he was from a low clan, didn't you? Why have scruples? Nan Hao laughed contemptuously. Nan Feng and Nan Yu became speechless. They did regard Yi Futian as some unknown guy from low clans, but they were really shocked by Yi Futian's strength in the battle on the Sky Mountain. Seeing their expression, Nan Hao laughed and said, Rest assured, I actually hope he won't disappoint me. If he goes out of the Holy Road and meets with Zhuge Mingyue's group, that will be much more interesting. Don't forget Gu Donglu from the Eastern Barren Territory, who challenged that young city lord and failed. He is Yi Futian's senior brother, isn't he? Yes. Nan Feng nodded. When going to the Eastern Barren Territory, they called them low clans but were humiliated by Gu Donglu. That scholarly youth was a madman. He had just entered into the Sage Plain but dared to challenge that young city lord. Wasn't he crazy? That city lord was on the top 10 of the Barren States list. Therefore, just let nature take its course. Nan Hao smiled. He would like to see how those from the Eastern Barren Territory would stir the Barren State. Nan Yu clenched his fists with a strong, murderous intent. He couldn't refute Nan Hao's words and just nodded. Hearing Jin Yunlang's words, Yi Futian didn't react immediately. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Jin Yunlang coldly. He thought that Jin Yunlang would directly fight and didn't expect that Jin Yunlang would play tricks on him. Seeing many people heading toward him, Yi Futian laughed. I did defeat you before, but you are in Noble Plane now. Why do you still play such tricks? Why are you so afraid of me? The surrounding people all stopped and looked at Jin Yunlang. Yi Futian might be right. Perhaps Jin Yunlang just wanted to kill him through others' hands. It wasn't so easy to get the heritage of saints. Sharp gold light shot out from Jin Yunlang's eyes. Strong cultivators from the Jin family warned people around Futian. This is just between us. Are you sure you want to join this battle? These people weren't from the Starry School. Futian looked around. Many people doubted Jin Yunlang's words, but that didn't mean they would let Futian go. Qin Yin frowned. Futian said that his enemy was coming, and he was right. He is our companion, Li Qingyi claimed hurriedly. Her words attracted people's attention. Zui Qianqiu laughed. These days, Li Qingyi got along well with Futian, so she was trying to protect Futian by saying that. She was afraid that the others would give up Futian. Yes, he is, Qin Yin also claimed after hearing Li Qingyi. Mr. Yi, leave now. Li Qingyi signaled Futian. We met by chance. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, thanks, said Futian loudly. Then he responded to Li Qingyi secretly. If it doesn't work, you people just go. Don't get hurt because of me. Then he walked away, not because he was heartless, but because Jin Yunlang's words attracted too many people's attention. Even the Nantian house noticed him, which would threaten the people from Mount Jiuxian. If he left, people would pay attention to him. Futian was right. When he, Yu Shang, and the others retreated, many people walked toward them. With a flash, Futian took out a flying boat. Everyone stepped on, and then the flying boat set out at an amazing speed. Chase them, someone from the Nine-Cloud Palace ordered immediately. But Qinin said, stay. A war soon broke out between the two parties. In the crowd, a girl in white rode her ritual implement, heading toward Futian's direction like lightning. Futian moved very quickly. People constantly came behind him, but what confused Futian was Nantian House's reaction. He saw Nanfeng and Nanyu. Didn't they want to take revenge? That is a sage ritual implement. Seeing the ritual implement Futian used to escape, people behind him looked a little greedy. They wouldn't see Futian sneer. Futian didn't go in full speed on purpose. Soon, they reached a mountain, and he went up through the mountain road. Many people continued to chase him. After a while, Futian stopped on a giant stone, staring at people coming behind coldly. Suddenly, an explosion was heard from behind. Futian was shocked and looked up at the sky behind him. He saw starry lights descend. Strong cultivators screamed constantly. They were crushed toward the cliffs. Who is it? A cultivator in noble plain roared. A thunder spell swept out. He could only see giant stars crashing down very fast. It crashed into him, forcing him down. He spat out blood. A beautiful figure appeared before Futian. The starry lights around her made her look brilliant. Behind the figure was some golden blazing light. It was a powerful noble from the Nine-Cloud Palace. The woman turned back and glanced at the noble indifferently. Suddenly, that noble slowed as if he was moving in a marsh. He could only feel that both his body and will were deterred by horrible pressure, as if he was in a starry space. Meteorites pressed down like shooting stars. That noble roared angrily like a giant golden rock. Rumbles were heard constantly, and then the golden rock's wings were broken. That noble spat out blood continually and was smashed down. You are from the Zhaixing house. The noble looked up at the beautiful woman and then blacked out. The woman turned back. There seemed to be stars in her eyes. Though in very simple clothes, she still looked beautiful like a goddess. Even Gu Yunqi had a high opinion of this woman. Violent. Yusheng blinked his eyes. Futian rubbed his brow and nodded. She is violent indeed. In the blink of an eye, this woman cleared the place for him. And beautiful. Yusheng looked at Futian and said, have any thoughts? Futian was speechless. He blinked and stared at Yusheng. What are you thinking about? I mean, she could be your maid. Yusheng stared back at Futian. Who thought too much? Chief Chen said that the Zhaixing house once promised that they would protect the inheritor of the divine path. She is from the Zhaixing house. Of course, she would help you, said Yusheng, looking at Mu Zhiqiu. Futian was astonished. Yusheng thought much more than him, and what he said actually sounded reasonable. Moreover, Mu Zhiqiu's strength was really extraordinary. No wonder she was known as the most talented woman of the Zhaixing house. Mu Zhiqiu stood in the sky and stared at Futian's group indifferently. She didn't show any emotion in reaction to Yusheng's words. That was her personality. "Where is the polearm of divine destruction?" asked Mu Zhiqiu. "Is the Zhaixing house like this?" Yi Futian said, "The polearm of divine destruction is ours now, and you still want to take it back? The polearm divine destruction means a lot to us. How about another fight? If I defeat you, I won't hurt you, but just take it back," Mu Zhiqiu suggested. In addition to wanting the polearm of divine destruction, she also wanted to fight Yi Futian again. "You have entered noble plane and made a breakthrough in the great realm. Isn't it unfair for you to fight with me?" said Yi Futian. "You can use the divine destruction." Mu Zhiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking that this guy was really hypocritical. He once fought with her brother with the divine destruction. Though he was defeated, his strength was still impressive. He definitely could be her opponent. "What if you lose again?" Yi Futian asked. "I won't mention the divine destruction again," replied Mu Zhiqiu. "That's all?" Yi Futian asked. But Mu Zhiqiu already started. She stepped out, and there seemed to be a starry world in her eyes. All of a sudden, the sky turned into a night sky filled with stars. "And you can be the ruler of the divine path," Mu Zhiqiu added indifferently. She had started, not allowing Yi Futian to refuse. Yi Futian reached out his hands. The polearm of divine destruction appeared in his hands with blazing light. The ritual implement weighed 45,000 kilograms. It projected horrible starry light which enveloped Yi Futian's body and formed a shapeless star storm. "Both are mine," said Yi Futian. His temperament suddenly changed. Chapter 513. Mu Zhiqiu had just entered the noble plane. She was only at the lowest level, but when she released her power, she still couldn't be compared to that day at the Zhaixing house. Mu Zhiqiu had just entered the noble plane. She was only at the lowest level, but when she released her power, she still couldn't be compared to that day at the Zhaixing house. She was extremely talented. Because of luck, she was able to borrow sage will. Her combat ability was even stronger, and regular noble figures weren't her match. Some of the people that she crushed were grade 8 nobles who were stronger than her, but they still fell from one hit. After all, she could enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. Her talent was recognized by the seniors there, so one could imagine how powerful she was. Thus, Yusheng said her combat was aggressive and hoped Yi Futian could make her a maid. Right now, starry light flowed. The air turned into a world of stars. This was her celestial dharma. There were also stars in her deep eyes that had now become noble will. It pressed down against Yi Futian's mind. He suddenly felt like he couldn't move. He knew his mind was being restricted by the noble will. The noble will that he'd comprehended before bloomed to resist this weight. Blinding light flowed into the polearm of divine destruction. It trembled slightly, and a huge boom sounded. The surrounding mountain exploded. Spiritual chi transformed into meteorites and spun around Yi Futian like a horrible storm. It contained lightning too, making the air extremely tense. They'd both comprehended the celestial way, so their abilities were similar. The two starry storms soon collided in the vast space, clashing continuously with horrible sounds. Yusheng and the others retreated into the distance, but neither Mu Zhiqiu nor Yi Futian acted. They kept standing there. Mu Zhiqiu was dressed in light-colored clothing, and her long hair flew in the wind. Yi Futian's white robe fluttered. He gripped the polearm tightly and transformed it into a long staff that he stood on the ground. The starry storm around him was terrifying. The celestial way seemed to appear in Yi Futian's mind. Meteorites crashed down wildly. But in that illusory scene, Yi Futian gripped his polearm and sacred light shone. The meteorites exploded under the polearm's attacks, unable to hurt his mind. In the outside world, stones and boulders exploded. The ground underfoot cracked and crumbled. The two hovered in the air, still staring at each other. The mountain crumbled wildly and joined the stone windstorm. Around them, a horrible scene appeared. Everything had turned into dust and smoke. Yusheng's group retreated once again. Looking at that chaotic space from a distance, it seemed to have been swallowed up. They could barely see it. At that time, they saw a staff shadow appear in the chaotic space. It had transformed to thousands of meters long and crashed against the starry space. Stars shattered. When the staff fell down, the stars were destroyed, but the space was still chaotic. Dust and dirt flew. A long while later, when everything subsided, the polearm disappeared. The two were still standing in place as if they hadn't budged. However, blood trickled from Mujichio's lips. Paired with her features, it looked chillingly beautiful. Mujichio stared hard at Futian. Then she stepped forward and landed before Futian. Seeing those features, Futian had the urge to wipe her blood away. Seeing someone and finding them lovable was probably describing this scene. "What are you looking at?" Futian asked. "Your plane is enough for you to comprehend your own noble will. After that, your plane will rise. Then with your polearm, barely anyone on the holy road can be your match," Mujichio said softly. Futian had comprehended many noble wills before, but they weren't very deep or collected. They couldn't be fused with his abilities and had to use outside help. He was strong with the polearm, but his noble will was weaker. If he comprehended it, his combat ability could increase. If he tried for the noble plane in the future, he would have no obstacles. "I'm in grade 7 Arcana plane now. Will there be a problem?" Futian asked. He naturally understood that his noble will now wasn't true noble will, just like how Mujichio had used Sage Will earlier. Noble will could only be used by nobles. The talented ones can comprehend it earlier, so there won't be any problems, Mujichio said. Many prides can comprehend it in the Arcana plane. Then there aren't any obstacles when they break into the noble plane. Your talent is more extraordinary. Even if you're in grade 8 or grade 7, it's still possible. After all, you've inherited the divine path. So you admit it? Futian smiled. I keep my words. I will listen to you on the holy road. Mujichio went behind Futian and stood there quietly. She didn't ask for the polearm, but after the holy road, she would continue cultivating. She would definitely defeat this youth. Her grandfather had said that she was talented, but she could still meet even more talented people while cultivating. In that case, she should use them as targets and work to surpass them. Futian chuckled. This girl was quite cute. If Mujichio knew his impression of her, she might be mortified. Your brother is from the Holy Ji Palace. Is there any way to raise in cultivation plane on the Holy Road? Futian asked Mujichio. He wasn't worried about passing the Holy Road. Only those in or below the noble plane were here, so it couldn't restrict him. Plus, he'd only come to challenge himself. He didn't have to go cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Everything was for cultivation. Mujichio looked at Futian. She indeed knew a hidden secret that only those who entered the Holy Ji Palace would know. Of course, this secret was useless for her. She was talented, but she was only in the lowest grade of the noble plane. There were also those in grade 8 or grade 7. She couldn't do it when there were so many powerful people here. What do you know? Futian asked after seeing her eyes. Mujichio took out a holy badge. Light flowed across it as if it contained some strange power. He once said that there are many cultivation places on the Holy Road. This may help with cultivation, but that's for regular people. You're the inheritor of the divine path. Looking for cultivation relics won't help you much, Mujichio whispered. But this holy badge contains a secret. It's the special item of the Holy Ji Palace. After you exit, you have to return it to them. It's rumored that if you have many holy badges, you can exchange it for something good. That's true, but that's not the biggest secret. Instead, it lies with the badge itself. The badge itself? Futian took out his badge with a strange expression. It's a key. You can't see anything when you only have one, but when you have enough holy badges, they will change and you'll understand the mystery of the Holy Road. You can even open a secret area hidden by the Holy Ji Palace on the road, Mujichio said. There's one on each of the 9 roads. In fact, they're within the city on the road. 9 is the critical number. There are 9 cities on each road. This means that there are 81 treasures on the Holy Road. Futian thought of how the Nantion house had closed the city and required holy badges to enter. Chinin also said that all top figures would do this to enter the Holy Road. Was it because of this? How many do you need? Futian asked. I don't know the specifics, but it's a terrifying number. This is a secret, but most top figures know about it. Even so, it's still difficult to do. It's useless for regular people even if they find out, Mu Zhiqiu answered softly. Yi Futian understood, obviously. Even if regular people knew that robbing holy badges could open up a huge secret field, they had no way of robbing them. It would be suicide. So the Holy Road is prepared just to challenge those at the top, Yi Futian said, sighing. If they needed a lot of holy badges, how many times would they have to fight? This wasn't realistic. It was difficult even for top figures, which was why they thought to take over cities. Why did the Holy Ji Palace open the Holy Road? Mu Zhiqiu asked. Yi Futian froze and then understood what she meant. This was how the cultivation world was. Every force that admitted disciples was like this, not just the Holy Ji Palace. Most people were only there to complement the top. All strong cultivators in the barren state were in action this time, but the regular prides were only to add to the number. Geniuses depended on the context too. For example, many of the talents from the Divine Sky City didn't seem very brilliant here. When the Holy Road opens, the barren state moves. Many think this is a chance for them, but that's only what they think. In reality, they're stepping stones for the others. Mu Zhiqiu's words were straightforward. Many would find this cruel, but Yi Futian knew it was the truth. You're right. It would be uninteresting to just compliment the others on this path, Yi Futian said. Chuckling, Mu Zhiqiu looked at him, but Yi Futian stepped forward and continued saying, since I'm here, I must leave my footprints on the Holy Road. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Mu Zhiqiu realized that Yi Futian wasn't satisfied with being lonely. He was so talented. She guessed that if he had the polearm, he could battle with grade 8 noble talents. Even then, he still wasn't the cream of the crop here, unless he entered the noble plane. Mu Zhiqiu caught up to Yi Futian. Yu Shang and the others also followed. What do you want to do? Mu Zhiqiu asked. I want a city, Yi Futian replied. Those top figures all ruled over cities like kings. He also wanted one. That would be his goal for the Holy Road. Chapter 5:14. Yi Futian went back. Because he was worried that the Nantian house would try to kill him, which would affect Li Qingyi and the others, he left alone. However, the Nantian house hadn't chased after him for some reason, so he naturally had to go check on Li Qingyi's group. When he went back to the original place, he didn't see them. Yi Futian's group continued traveling and caught up midway. Yi Futian went back. Because he was worried that the Nantian house would try to kill him, which would affect Li Qingyi and the others, he left alone. However, the Nantian house hadn't chased after him for some reason, so he naturally had to go check on Li Qingyi's group. When he went back to the original place, he didn't see them. Yi Futian's group continued traveling and caught up midway. Miss Qin, Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the others, thank you. Are you all right? Qin Yin's group turned towards Yi Futian. Many people around him frowned, not very happy. After all, Yi Futian was a stranger and only in the Arcana plane. They'd done enough to help Yi Futian with that battle. However, Li Qingyi was overjoyed. Earlier, she'd worried if Yi Futian could escape and had wanted to check, but Qin Yin and the others didn't want to go look for him. She couldn't do anything. It's fine. Qin Yin shook her head. Her gaze fell beside Yi Futian to Mu Zhiqiu. For people like her, even if she wore something plain, people would still notice her immediately. She was too pretty. Her plain clothes couldn't hide her beauty. The others noticed her too. In the blink of an eye, such a beauty had appeared beside Yi Futian. She was even prettier than Qin Yin. This is my friend, Mu Zhiqiu, Yi Futian introduced, noticing everyone's gazes. Qin Yin nodded and looked away. Since you're back, let's go together, she said to Yi Futian. With that, she continued walking. The people of the three main cities stared deeply at Yi Futian. Let's go, Li Sun said, smiling and nodding at Yi Futian. Yi Futian started walking with them, but he felt something odd. He'd always been sensitive. Qin Yin's group was fine from the earlier battle, but they must have some thoughts now, especially since Yi Futian came back to find them. They must have thought he was looking for protection. Smiling, he shook his head. He didn't mind. After all, it was normal. If Qin Yin became colder, they might just split right now. There was no need to have Yi Futian keep following them. This little princess was being nice enough. You run pretty fast and come back fast too. Zhuojun, standing behind Li Sun with his arms across his chest, glanced at Yi Futian in mockery. As the top arcana plane figure of the White Sovereign City's City Lord office, he didn't think much of Yi Futian, especially the fact that he even had the nerve to come back today. Zhuojun. Li Qingyi glanced at Zhuojun before he finally looked away and continued walking. Mr. Yi, don't mind him, Li Qingyi said, smiling. Earlier, people said that you have the saint's inheritance. You left to protect us. Maybe I really did fear dying, Yi Futian joked. He didn't mind and didn't explain. One's music expresses one's mind. You're not like that. Li Qingyi shook her head. Thank you, Yi Futian said. Qingyi, you can just call me Futian. Okay. Li Qingyi smiled and nodded. In the front, Zhuojun pursed his lips. Yi Futian really knew how to get closer with people. Li Qingyi's status in the White Imperial City was comparable to Li Sun. She was the city lord's daughter after all. Didn't Yi Futian think he was reaching too far? Mu Zhiqiu just watched quietly in the back. She had an odd feeling. Yi Futian was different from the other talents she'd seen before, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what she was feeling. The countless groups spread throughout the Holy Road. Battles erupted everywhere. Most people were hurrying towards the 9 cities while the top forces were doing everything to get the holy badges. According to rumors, 8 cities had been taken over already. Those top figures stayed there, ruling the city. Only a city named Flaming Prison City remained. Everyone competed for it, so countless people surged into it. It became the most populated city. Of course, there were still many people in the wilderness. They trained, fought, and tried to find the right timing. Yi Futian's group entered the Flaming Prison City. It was already bustling, and it was rumored that people were buying holy badges at a high cost. Since people were buying it, others would try stealing them. Some cold-blooded killers appeared, hunting the weak for their treasures and holy badges. It was bloody. On the Holy Road, Yi Futian felt deeply that it was too dangerous to be here alone. He could get killed if he didn't pay attention. His group gave off a powerful feeling but was still watched by others. No wonder Qin Yin of Mount Jiuxian would invite strong cultivators from the top 3 cities to travel together. Where are we going? Xiaowuji, young city lord of the Heavenly City, asked Qin Yin. Go find a relic, Yi Futian said. Everyone turned towards him. It's not your place to speak. The people of the Heavenly City gazed at him coldly. They didn't have anything to do with Yi Futian. Their city lord had asked Qin Yin, not Yi Futian. But Qin Yin gazed at Yi Futian, so he said, I heard that there are many relics on the Holy Road. I can decode them. Those are big words. Xin Yuanba scanned Yi Futian. Qin Yin also had an odd expression. Yi Futian's words were indeed a bit too much. How could someone in the Arcana Plane say that he could decode many relics? Let him try, Li Sun said. We came to the Holy Road to cultivate. Relics are a must. Yes. Qin Yin nodded in agreement. Go check. There were many relics in Flaming Prison City, so it was easy to find. They came to some ruins. There was a huge stone wall standing above the rubble. Many cultivators were gathered around it. Looking at the stone wall, one could see 36 words in one line. The words were like snakes or dragons. Each word contained so much power and vitality that it seemed to come to life. A sword technique, Xiaowuji said. He was a swordsman in training and was obviously sensitive to these. The 36 words form a sword technique and contain sword art. A sage must have left it behind. Many of the relics on the Holy Road were from people in the Sage Plane. They were extremely valuable to most. Many people sat cross-legged before the stone wall as they tried to comprehend it. Xiaowuji's eyes were also glued to it. In addition to him, Zue Qinqiu walked up too, expression serious. Yi Wuchen naturally felt it too, but he didn't look at the wall. Instead, he looked to Yi Futian. He knew from their time in the ancient barren world that Yi Futian was practically a relic killer. Using freedom meditation, everything became clear to Yi Futian. The words seemed to come alive, showing someone practicing sword techniques. Yi Futian wasn't a swordsman, but he could still feel the sword art. Wuchen, Yi Futian said. Yi Wuchen immediately understood. He sat down, and then Yi Futian pulled out his guqin. Music rang out with an artistic conception melded into it. He passed what he saw to Yi Wuchen through the music. The image was extremely clear. It was as if Yi Wuqian had comprehended it himself. He was submerged in the swordsmanship. Many people looked coldly at Yi Futian. This guy was disturbing their cultivation. But there seemed to be some special artistic conception in the song, like someone practicing swordsmanship. Zhuo Jun stared coldly at him. What are you doing? Stop, he roared. Did Yi Futian want everyone to get angry? Shut up. Yu Sheng glanced at him. At this time, the song's artistic conception was getting stronger. Everyone present could feel it. They saw someone practicing swordsmanship before them. When they looked back at the stone wall, it became more comprehensible. The stone wall seemed to come to life. Zhuo Jun walked over, but Zue Qinxiu stopped him. Don't interrupt him. Zhuo Jun froze. Then he realized that many of the swordsmen in training present all had strands of sword intent coming out of them. They seemed to be cultivating. Li Sun and Qin Yin weren't swordsmen, but they were nobles. As the artistic conception grew clearer, they could feel it, and both stared at Yi Futian in shock. He'd really decoded the relic in such a short time. But this guy told everyone instead of comprehending it alone to cultivate. What was he thinking? Mu Zhiqiu looked at Yi Futian, thinking back to what Yi Futian had said. He wanted a city, but he was still too far away with his current plane. Did he want to get a city in this way? A long while later, the music stopped, but no one stopped comprehending. Sword intent was sharp on everyone. The entire sky was filled with sword intent. As for how much one could comprehend depended on themselves. Yi Futian had just opened the door. Finally, someone stopped and looked over at Yi Futian. He put his hands together politely. Thank you. Yi Futian nodded, smiling. Others stopped as well and bowed to Yi Futian. Thank you, sir. Can I know your name? Many people thanked Yi Futian since he'd helped them comprehend the relic. Xia Wuji and the others from the heavenly city stared hard at Yi Futian, but they also felt unhappy. Since Yi Futian could comprehend the relic, why did he give it to everyone instead of just them? I am Yi Futian. This is nothing, no need to thank me. Yi Futian rose with a smile. The Holy Road has opened and many talents from the barren state have come for the adventure but died here. You are all famous figures from all over, but how many can truly enter the Holy Ji Palace? It's more worth it to raise your cultivation plane with the Holy Road. Many people nodded. He made sense. Farewell, Yi Futian said. Then he turned to leave. Qin Yin's group looked at him with slightly different expressions. Zhuo Jun's expression was more uncomfortable. Was it a coincidence that Yi Futian could do this? Li Qingyi was impressed. She caught up to Yi Futian. Where are we going? The next relic, Yi Futian said. The others' hearts trembled. What was he planning? Interesting. Zue Qinxiu smiled. He was curious. Yi Futian clearly wasn't doing it for his own cultivation. So what was his goal? Chapter 5:15. In the flaming prison city, a group of people started to move rapidly, all moving in the same direction. These people were secretly whispering, as though sharing a secret. In the flaming prison city, a group of people started to move rapidly, all moving in the same direction. These people were secretly whispering, as though sharing a secret. There were other people who saw the commotion and was puzzled. What had happened? Could it be that something major was happening within the city? As they thought about this, the people walking on the road also started to move towards that direction. Along the way, they heard the people rushing there say, "Is it really true that someone has consecutively solved 18 relics?" Indeed, the rumors say that. Within one day, he has consecutively solved 18 relics. Not just that, after he had solved it, he allowed those in the relic to stay and decipher it together. All those cultivating in the relics have received help to decipher the relic's power and increase their strength. These voices spread like wildfire, but there were some who had mocking expressions, as though sneering. Where would there be such an idiot to consecutively solve 18 relics and share it with others? Cultivators were mostly selfish. Martial arts cultivation was the basis for one's survival. Why would there be someone who would teach others to cultivate? If this wasn't stupidity, what was? It was probably someone who exaggerated the truth and created these rumors. However, even if they suspected it, they continued in the direction, just to watch the commotion. The place where the crowd gathered was a palace. In the palace, there was a mountain. Even though the mountain was not tall, there were many stone plates on it. There were inscriptions and drawings on these stone plates, and there was an enormous crowd here, all closing their eyes, cultivating and feeling the aura. On a giant stone, there was a handsome figure sitting quietly on a stone plate, as though deciphering it. On the stones around him, there were many figures standing. They were Yushang, Qin, and the rest of them. Mujiqiu was also standing not far behind Futian. At this time, Qin, Xinyuan Beishan of the Xinyuan city, or even Xiaowuji of the Heavenly City were all extremely astounded. They had followed Futian all the way and witnessed him solving 18 relics. The feeling was indescribable. Previously, they had only allowed Futian to follow by their side, but only because he was Li Sun's follower. Moreover, when Futian had escaped during the battle with the Nine Cloud Palace and come back afterward, they were extremely unhappy and thought that Futian was just using them for protection. However, this Arcana Plane cultivator had solved 18 relics in one day and guided many people in their cultivation, including all of them. They had all benefited from his guidance. Such potential was unheard of. This led them to suspect if what the Nine Cloud Palace had said about the divine teachings was actually real. Among them, Zhua Jun's expression was the most ghastly. Futian's cultivation level was even lower than him. He had humiliated Futian before and looked down on him. Now, Futian had become the focus of everyone's attention, not just from them, but also the many geniuses from the Barren State. Presently, in the area, over 1,000 people had gathered. On top of that, they had all decided to continue following Futian. With him around, what relic could not be solved? If he could solve 18 relics in one day, how much could his strength go up in 3 months? More and more people started to gather. When they heard about Futian's achievements, they were equally stunned. There was actually someone with such terrifying perception? Or could it be that he had some unique methods? Currently, Futian was quietly cultivating and deciphering. This relic resonated with the celestial way that he cultivated in, so he had some insights. Master Yi, when will you be moving to the next relic? Someone asked Futian. Even though Futian was only in the Arcana plane, they still addressed him as Master Yi, and many people felt that it was an appropriate way to address him. Futian's eyes opened and he said, I have had some enlightenment and will need some time to cultivate, so I will not be going to the next relic for some time. You can go ahead if you want. It's only natural that Master Yi wishes to cultivate. I am not in a hurry, so I will wait here for Master Yi. The noble plain cultivator saluted him and said, he had already been following Futian for over 10 relics and had received a lot of benefits, so he was respectful towards Futian. After all, he was receiving a favor from him. Futian closed his eyes and continued cultivating, yet at that moment, he heard a voice say, since you have such potential, why do you need to waste time here? Isn't it the same to go straight to the next relic and decipher it? The message was jarring, yet there were others who agreed with it and said, that's right. If you wait until you've deciphered more relics to cultivate, maybe it might be more helpful. Behind Futian, Mujiqiu, Yushang, and the rest frowned. Even Xinyuan Beishan and those who were not that close to Futian found it jarring, and he coldly said, why can't Futian cultivate if he has some insight? The other party's gaze swept towards Xinyuan Beishan and replied cruelly, can't you see that there are so many people waiting for him? If he cultivates for a month or two, won't all the people here be wasting our time? The voice was inciting, and even though it was an extremely selfish thought, the person dragged other people into it, causing many people to look at Futian, evidently with the same thoughts. You can get lost. A cold glare appeared in Mujiqiu's beautiful eyes. Futian was helping them with their cultivation, but he was now being taken for granted and had an obligation to help them solve the relics? Wasting their time? Who asked them to stay? How arrogant. Everyone, since this person is able to decipher the relics, he must have some secret method. Why don't we capture him and force him to tell us, and we won't have to be afraid that he will not continue to solve the relics? The person continued to incite the crowd. At that moment, Futian's eyes opened again, and he stared emotionlessly at the other party. Any person would have a selfish side. He helped them to decipher the relics without asking for anything in return, but some people would not be appreciative and only think of how to obtain more benefits. Is that how everyone feels? Futian looked extremely disappointed. As he looked at the crowd, many of them fell silent. Why would anyone not want to increase their strength quickly? I could have solved and deciphered the relics by myself, silently increasing my cultivation level. Nobody would have been any the wiser. However, I did not do that, but instead let everyone cultivate together. Futian's voice was sullen as he continued. Despite that, there are some people among you that would misuse my kindness to try and obtain their own benefits and even incite others to deal with me. I am very disappointed. If what I do will cause despicable people to plot against me, is there even a need to continue? Futian questioned them. The air suddenly fell silent, following which a silent broadsword light erupted from within the crowd, cutting down like a streak of lightning. One of the instigators' expression became ghastly, and with a squish, the broadsword light cleaved downwards, cutting him into two. The person holding the broadsword had a frigid expression, a horrifying broadsword while surrounding his body. At that moment, another person struck out, casting spells towards the other two people, inciting the crowd. "What are you doing?" The other two people's expressions turned pale as well, but they realized that the surrounding people had already struck. The spells and attacks landed at the same time, drowning their bodies within. In an instant, one of them had their brain crushed, and the other had countless blades pierced into his body, his eyes filled with tears. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had fallen and died. Biting the hand that feeds you, despicable. They should be killed. The person holding the broadsword said coldly. Previously, there had been a relic that had contained a strong broadsword technique, and he had benefited greatly. He had used the broadsword technique that he had learned to kill the person. The purpose of coming to the Holy Road is for our own cultivation. Since Master Yi has some insights, you should naturally stop and cultivate. If everyone else has other matters to attend to, go ahead. If you are willing to wait here, then do so. Master Yi does not owe us anything. Another person spoke up for Futian. Many people nodded as well. Even though there were still many people who had similar thoughts as those who had just died, they maintained their silence and suppressed their selfishness. The disturbance ended just like that. Thank you for your understanding. Futian nodded towards the crowd and continued. Coming to the Holy Road is all for our cultivation. I'm not a martyr, so I will naturally value my own cultivation. If I can help you all when I'm solving the relics, I will do my best to help you decipher them. Futian was clear that what he did would naturally cause a disturbance. This was only the start. There was sure to be more crises waiting for him. Now that there was a commotion, he would rise to fame quickly. However, the elites would also notice him. But as Mu Jiqiu had said, the majority of people entering the Holy Road would only serve as supporting characters. He did not want to become a backdrop for others. Futian cultivated for 3 days, testing many people's patience. There were some who lost their patience and left for more challenges, but more people stayed on. 3 days later, Futian continued to solve the relics. Using 3 days, he consecutively solved 49 relics, causing the entire flaming prison city to go into an uproar. His name started to spread throughout the entire flaming prison city. More and more people started to follow him in their cultivation, culminating into an impressive force. What was supposed to be a slaughter-filled flaming prison city ended up becoming exceptionally peaceful because of this unique entity. Everyone would decipher the relics and cultivate together. One day, within the city, a group of people was hurrying by. They were the Starry School's disciples. When they got here, they had heard of Futian's name. Gu Yunxi was also within the crowd, a stunning smile on her face. Her father had not lied to her. Futian was indeed still alive and had come to the Holy Road. Now, he had risen to fame in the Holy Road. On the other hand, Long Mu had mixed feelings. All these days in the Holy Road, he had felt his own lack of presence. If it was not for the Starry School and Dragon Clan's experts, he would probably not be able to last long in here. The Holy Road's trial was not as simple as he expected. However, that person who was in the same generation as him had shot to fame in the Holy Road. This made him feel helpless. Was his potential really that weak? In the flaming prison city, there was a fatty who was also hurrying along, his eyeballs rolling around in their sockets like he was thinking of something, at the same time revealing a strange expression. Sigh. The hurrying fatty sighed. as though he had thought of something. He had already reached the Zhengzhou City region's Zhuge clan and was supposed to enter the Holy Road through the Nether Road. However, when second sister had heard that little brother was in Divine City, she claimed that if little brother was to enter the Holy Road, it would be by the Dawn Road. Just like that, he was sent off to the Dawn Road, simply because little brother might enter the Holy Road. Now, her conjecture had been proven real, and their little brother did enter the Holy Road and was making a name for himself. As a result of that, he had become despondent. Did he make a wasted trip? Who could understand a fatty's grievance? Master Yi, what the fuck? Chapter 516. There was a giant pavilion in the flaming prison city, like a royal palace standing tall. Although there was some damage to the building, it was still preserved well. Now, Yi Futian was staying in the middle pavilion. In the various ancient temples in the pavilion, many people who were cultivating in the Holy Road had gathered there. There was a giant pavilion in the flaming prison city, like a royal palace standing tall. Although there was some damage to the building, it was still preserved well. Now, Yi Futian was staying in the middle pavilion. In the various ancient temples in the pavilion, many people who were cultivating in the Holy Road had gathered there. In the past 3 days, Yi Futian had solved 49 relics and nobody doubted his ability to decipher the relics anymore. Following Yi Futian in their cultivation was the right choice. Presently, all kinds of people could be found in the pavilion, good or bad. At that moment, before the middle pavilion, where Yi Futian's group was, Li Qingyi walked over and asked, "Futian, there are many people asking when you will continue to solve the relics." "No hurry," Yi Futian looked into the distance and replied. Li Qingyi looked worried and said uneasily, "Futian, has the commotion become too huge?" Previously, when Yi Futian consecutively solved the relics, she was happy for him. But the episode that happened 3 days ago made her feel a sense of danger. Although the 3 people had been killed on the spot, they had revealed a potential threat. This was why she was worried that the matter would escalate out of control. Unless Yi Futian was willing to continue working without complaints and help them to continue solving the relics. Otherwise, with their unpredictability, she was unable to foresee what would happen. However, there was one thing she was certain of. Yi Futian's objective did not stop here. Too huge? Yi Futian smiled. The storm was inevitable, but since he was unwilling to become insignificant, he naturally had to bear the risk. The more he wanted, the larger the risk. "Looks like you've already thought about it. I won't persuade you otherwise then." Li Qingyi smiled. "I don't have such huge ambitions like you. As long as I can go to the Holy Ji Palace and see the 9 holy roads and geniuses from all over, as well as those standing at the top of the barren state, that's enough for me. Such a simple wish will naturally come true." Yi Futian nodded towards Li Qingyi and continued, "Help me convey a message. I have an announcement to make." Li Qingyi was stunned, and she stared at Yi Futian through her beautiful eyes. After mulling over it for a second, she nodded lightly and said, "Be careful." She knew that Yi Futian was going to do something extraordinary. After saying that, she left to convey his message. Mu Zhiqiu walked up to Yi Futian and asked him, "Are you preparing to do it now?" "It's about time. I'll have to do it sooner or later," Yi Futian replied. "What are you going to do?" Qinin also came closer and looked at Yi Futian curiously. "You'll know very soon. Next, I'll need all of your help," Yi Futian told Qinin and the people standing behind him. "If there's anything, just give the order." Xinyuan Beishan agreed readily. These few days of cultivation had been very beneficial to him. "All right." Xia Wuji nodded lightly as well. Now, he could feel that Yi Futian was not a simpleton. His entering Mount Joxian could have been a mere coincidence, and not to become a disciple of Mount Joxian or for Qinin. "Futian, we will do our best." Li Sun smiled, nodding his head. "Thank you all for your help," Yi Futian smiled and replied. He would naturally not treat them shabbily afterward. Very soon, many people started to gather where they were. Evidently, Li Qingyi had already spread the word out. The experts within the pavilion started to gather. Yi Futian had said he had something to announce. What would it be? Yi Futian stood at the apex of the middle pavilion's ancient temple, and those who arrived asked him one after the other, "Master Yi, what do you have to announce?" "No hurry. After everyone has arrived, I will announce it." Yi Futian looked down and smiled. "All right." The person nodded, getting even more curious. More people were arriving, and they stared at Futian, who was in the air. Very soon, the entire region was filled with cultivators. Outside the pavilion, there was a group of people walking in the air, and his expression turned ruthless upon seeing Futian. They had come from the divine sky city and were disciples of the blazing sun school. Not only had Futian not died, but he also had such immense rallying power in the Holy Road. When news of his death had first spread, Qinyuan had descended upon the blazing sun school and leveled the newly built buildings to the ground. Looking back now, was he messing with them? Chun Wang was also in the crowd, and the flaming pupils in his eyes contained a cruel glare. The mastermind of the incident back then had been the Qin clan, but even so, they had not been able to kill Futian. Now that his injuries were completely healed, he had made a name for himself in the Holy Road. What a great masquerade! All the attention fell onto Futian. Behind him, Mu Zhiqiu, Yu Shang, and the rest stood quietly, protecting him. At that moment, Futian waved to the crowd, and the whole area fell silent. I have come to the Holy Road to cultivate and challenge myself, and I have solved many relics to date. Now, I feel that the relics can only provide a limited boost to my strength, so I will not be going around to decipher the relics in the future, Futian said. Instantly, many people's stares intensified on Futian. Li Qingyi stood below, and her heart clenched upon hearing Futian's words. What she had been worrying about had finally come. If Futian gave up on solving the relics, many people would not let it be. Those who felt that the relics were beneficial to their cultivation, would they cause trouble for Futian if they were unable to decipher the relics themselves? Master Yi, you have so much potential. Why waste it? Someone said, evidently not hoping for Futian to give up just like that. Futian waved his arm and continued, within the Holy Road, these relics do not have a great effect for me. If I waste my time here, it will not benefit my cultivation. Therefore, I would want to do something else. There are rumors that collecting holy badges can allow us to exchange them for resources with the Holy Ji Palace. However, I have heard another rumor that if we collect enough holy badges, there is a chance to open a giant relic in the Holy Road. Moreover, it is located in the cities and very likely to be beneficial to our cultivation, Futian said. Some people did not understand, but a few people were astounded. They had also heard of that rumor, but they did not have the ability to confirm it. Not even them. Even the elites would find it hard to accumulate such a large amount of holy badges, unless they furiously hunted for them. But this would offend a huge group of people. Therefore, I want to open the giant relic in this city. If that's the case, I will need to collect a huge amount of relics. Would everyone be willing to lend me your holy badges? If I am able to open the giant relic, I will allow everyone to decipher it together and return your holy badges thereafter, Futian declared. As Futian's declaration sounded out, a huge commotion broke out. Collecting their holy badges? Presently, in the Holy Road, there were people paying huge amounts for holy badges. For the holy badges, many people would rob or even kill others. Having a holy badge meant that one could walk out of the Holy Road to the Holy Ji Palace, who would easily hand over their holy badge to others. Even though Futian promised that he would return the badges, what if he didn't? Even if he did intend to return them, if Futian had gathered that many holy badges, others would covet his badges, and he would become a target for many. What if he was killed and the badges were taken? Talk was cheap. If he really wanted to do it, it would not be as easy as he had thought. Even if he had helped many people by deciphering the relics and helping in their cultivation, when it came to their own interests, not many people were willing to sacrifice. Moreover, many of them would think, even if Futian managed to open the giant relic, wouldn't it be fine as long as they followed Futian in? Even when Li Qingyi heard Futian's words, she was deeply astounded. She was clear that what Futian wanted to do might invite trouble. If I am unable to do it, I will return all of your holy badges. After everyone has handed over your holy badges, all of you will guard them alongside me, to ensure the safety of the holy badges. If we are all united, we would not have to worry about anyone who is harboring unfathomable motives. Moreover, under everyone's protection, would I dare to steal the badges? Futian continued, I've come to the Holy Road for my cultivation. Since there is a chance, I will definitely take it. At that moment, a figure stepped out from the crowd. There was an aura of melancholy around the person and a lock of white hair on both sides of his temple. He was refined, exceptional, and handsome. Xiao Junyi. A person from the crowd recognized him and was shocked. Xiao Junyi was a cultivator with exceptional talent who specialized in musical rhythm. He was gentle, and there were rumors that his hidden talent was even more remarkable. Xiao Junyi walked forward and threw a holy badge towards Yi Futian, only to see Lulan Shui step forward and receive it. Yi Futian looked at Qin, who was standing below, and said, "Qin, please help me to record all those who have given their holy badge." "All right." Qin nodded. "You should hold on to our badges too," Xinyuan Beishan said, and the group of them took out their holy badges and gave them to Yi Futian. Although Zhuojun was unhappy with it, he also handed over his holy badge. "I originally would not have a chance to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Now that I have a chance, I will entrust my hope to Master Yi." Someone walked out from the crowd and handed over his holy badge. Many people followed suit, and cultivators started to give their holy badges to Yi Futian in succession, while Qin and the rest took down their names. "Thank you, everyone. These few days, I will stay here and cultivate. Once I have gathered enough holy badges to open the giant relic, I will take action," Yi Futian told the crowd and started to walk down. About an hour later, the crowd started to dissipate. Yi Futian had already collected more than 1,000 holy badges. Although everybody had different thoughts, there were still many people who supported Yi Futian. This was naturally a good start. After word of what had happened spread, it triggered another sensation. Someone managed to easily gather over 1,000 holy badges, a feat not even people from elite factions could do. Li Sun and his group returned back to their residence, and Zhuojun's expression was sullen as he told Li Sun, "Young city lord, they really dared to take our holy badges." Li Sun looked towards Zhuojun while Li Qingyi reprimanded him. "Zhuojun, what nonsense are you spouting? If we want others to willingly hand over their holy badges, we have to be impartial." Impartial indeed. Ever since we've entered the Holy Road and deciphered so many relics, have we ever received any preferential treatment? "We're like strangers to him," Zhuojun said coldly. "Even though his talent was unique and allowed him to decipher the relics, but don't forget, he's just an arcana plane cultivator who followed us into the Holy Road. In the beginning, it was the young city lord who took him in. It was also us that helped him out when he ran into his enemies. Look at him now. His success has already gotten to his head. He doesn't even respect the young city lord now." "How could you think this way?" Li Qingyi looked at Zhuojun disparagingly. It seemed that envy was indeed horrifying. "Miss Qingyi, did I say anything wrong?" Now that his position is elevated, he looks down upon the young city lord and has already forgotten who he was. Why did he let his maid take care of the holy badges instead of us? Ever since the start, he only treated us as a stepping stone, using us to progress. Even if he managed to open the great relic, we would still be strangers to him. Wanting to have preferential treatment would be akin to asking for the moon, Zhuojun said crabbily. Chapter 517. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. A group of people arrived at Yi Futian's residence. When Yi Futian stepped out, his gaze landed on a girl among the group. She was smiling at him, her hand brushing her fringe back. Her smile got even brighter while her eyes appeared to be a little red. "Yunxi, why did you enter the Holy Road?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. "To challenge myself," Gu Yunxi beamed gently and replied. Beside her, her brother Gu Ming looked at her. He naturally knew what Gu Yunxi was here for. The Starry School's disciples looked at Yi Futian with mixed feelings. Along the way, they had heard that Yi Futian was rallying experts and collecting their holy badges. One word from him, and over 1,000 people responded and handed over their holy badges to him. This Starry School's son should only still be in the Arcana plane, right? Yi Futian's gaze swept across the crowd with a glint in his eyes. He did not say anything and looked at the Starry School's disciples. Although the Starry School's disciples had mixed feelings, there were still people who saluted him and addressed him as the son. After the first few, the rest started to salute and address him as well. Chen Yuan had once said that seeing the sun was tantamount to seeing him. In the past, many people had been unconvinced by Yi Futian, But they all knew in their hearts that nobody could exceed Yi Futian's potential, not just in the Starry School, but in the entire Divine Sky City. Now, he was traversing the Holy Road, consecutively deciphering relics. Even in the Holy Road where geniuses from the entire barren state gathered, he had made a name for himself. Even if they had objections in the past, they were all convinced now. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. The Starry School's disciples arriving was a great help to him. His gaze landed on a person and he smiled, looking at him. Long Mu was conflicted. His emotions were undoubtedly the most complicated among all of them. But along the way, the Starry School's disciples had discussed relying on Yi Futian. He was clear that Yi Futian's potential and position were way above his league. He sighed in his heart, and although he was unwilling to admit it, he had nothing to be proud of in front of Yi Futian. "Son," Long Mu saluted and said, but his tone was unnatural. Yi Futian did not mind, smiling and asked, "Long Mu, is Linger doing well?" "Not bad, but her temper has been quite bad recently. It could be because of the news of your death." "She must be very sad," Long Mu replied. "She will know the truth after this is over." "Long Mu, you are her brother. In the future, do not make her abide by your wishes and consider more about her," Yi Futian said. Gu Yunqi looked at Yi Futian, surprised. Evidently, Yi Futian was salvaging his relation with Long Mu, displaying remarkable magnanimity. "I will." Long Mu naturally felt the goodwill of Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded lightly. He owed the madam a favor and Linger was like a younger sister to him. As long as Long Mu did not go overboard, he would not grudge him. After all, Long Mu was full of youthful vigor. "Who is it?" At that moment, a figure appeared in the air above the pavilion. There were many people who were protecting the pavilion and wanted to stop them. "It's fine." Yi Futian looked into the air, smiled and said. The figure landed in front of Yi Futian like lightning, and the earth trembled as a fatty appeared before the crowd. "Long time no see. Brother's figure has not changed since we last met." Yi Futian smiled and thought to himself, how can a fatty be this fast? Yi Shaoshi glared at Yi Futian, then smiled and said, "I've just come from second sister's place, and I saw Jieyu." After saying that, he held his head up high. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then walked forward and smiled with trepidation and said, "Brother, you're still as handsome as before with great style. It's no wonder that you're my seventh brother." The crowd blinked in surprise. Where did his brother appear from? Moreover, Yi Futian's change in tone was way too quick. "Do you want to know how Jieyu's doing?" Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian from the corner of his eye. "See if you dare to be arrogant in front of your brother in the future," he thought to himself. "Yes." Yi Futian nodded frankly. Yi Shaoshi gave Yi Futian a look with deep meaning, then pat Yi Futian on the shoulder and sighed, "Ah." Yi Futian blinked and asked, "Brother, how is Jieyu?" What did that sign mean? Yi Shaoshi looked at Yi Futian and shook his head. "Brother, a great person like you would not bear a grudge against me, would you?" Yi Futian said anxiously. "Jieyu should be in the Nether Road now. Moreover, she is faring better than you now. Little brother, you need to buck up," Yi Shaoshi replied in a heartfelt tone. Yi Futian was bewildered for a second. Then a brilliant smile appeared on his face. "Still laughing?" Yi Shaoshi asked, "Do you know how many people have attempted to look for second sister to try and get matched with her? Why don't you look at whose wife she is?" Yi Futian looked disdainfully at Yi Shaoshi and continued, "Damn fatty, I was nearly scared to death by you just now." The fatty's arms crossed over his hips. The speed of his change in tone was ridiculous. "You're really not afraid?" Yi Shaoshi looked at the fellow in front of him, speechless. "My Jieyu is so outstanding. How could there be a lack of suitors?" Yi Futian looked disapprovingly at Yi Shaoshi again. What was there to be afraid of? As long as Jieyu was doing well, nothing else was important. His heart was at ease. As for her suitors, which of them could even hold a candle to him? That is to say, after I step out of the Holy Road, I'll be able to meet Jieyu and second sister? Yi Futian's smile got even brighter. The fatty was really his lucky star. Yi Shaoshi saw Yi Futian's delighted expression and looked at him with a look of contempt. "Wait a minute." Yi Futian's expression became odd and he looked at Yi Shaoshi and asked, "If you've already been to the Zhuge clan, why aren't you at the Nether Road, but here instead?" I, your brother, was afraid that you would be bullied by other people and rushed here intentionally, Yi Shaoshi declared proudly. Second sister chased you here? Yi Futian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yi Shaoshi. You. The fatty was enraged. He traveled all this distance only to hear chased here? What was all his hard work for? Was Yi Futian not touched in the slightest? Although it was the truth. Second sister treats me really well. Yi Futian was indeed very touched. Yi Shaoshi wanted to hit someone. He felt hurt. The crowd looked at the two people and had skeptical expressions. The way these two brothers interacted was special. The Starry School's disciples were thinking, the Zhuge clan? Which Zhuge clan? Jieyu, Gu Yunxi thought to herself. This was probably the name of Yi Futian's girlfriend. She had known long ago that Yi Futian had a girlfriend. Now that she was here, she might be able to meet her if she walked out of the holy road. The girl that Yi Futian loved. What kind of person would she be? From the conversation, she must be exceptional. The news of Yi Futian collecting the holy badges spread across the flaming prison city and even out of the city to the entire holy road. The dawn of the second day, there was an exclamation at the outer region of the pavilion where Yi Futian resided. Many people moved to a corner in the pavilion, where a few corpses were lying on the floor. Their faces had turned black, as if they had been poisoned. Their bodies were undamaged, but they had been dead a long time. He struck again, someone said with a sullen expression. These few days, many similar incidents had occurred in the flaming prison city. Some cultivators had died mysteriously, and everyone understood that it was for the holy badges. However, up until now, nobody knew who had done it. The person's targets were at least grade 8 nobles, and there were even many grade 7 nobles. This meant that the person was intentionally picking the strongest cultivators in the holy road as his targets. This showed how horrifying the mastermind's strength was. Many people gathered and debated about the incident. After Yi Futian heard the news, he also went there. When he saw the corpses on the floor, his expression changed. Does anyone know what happened here? Yi Futian asked. It's death qi, someone said. In the holy road, a horrifying necromancer has appeared. Necromancer? Yi Futian's gaze intensified. It was rumored that necromancers would cultivate with death qi and were extremely scary. They could kill without leaving any trace, and stronger necromancers could even control dead spirits. The Holy Road has always had all kinds of people, Mu Zhiqiu said quietly. Moreover, the person is killing in the pavilion, so it's very likely that he's mixed in with the crowd. You have to be careful. That's right. The other party could be within the crowd and attack Master Yi at any time. Master Yi, do take extra precautions, another person advised. I'll be careful. Yi Futian nodded, his expression serious. This type of mysterious expert was even more dangerous as they could kill without leaving traces or even revealing their identity. They did not even know who it was. Everyone, please be careful, Yi Futian reminded them again. The crowd all nodded and felt a sense of crisis. Yi Futian left, then turned to Mu Zhiqiu and asked, have you heard of necromancers before? Necromancers are extremely rare. There is an extremely famous necromancer in the Barren State, a horrifying entity on the Barren Sky ranking, the Dark Saint, Mu Zhiqiu replied. Looks like people from all factions are arriving, Yi Futian mumbled silently. He had a premonition that a storm was brewing. He needed to make the best of his time. Just like Yi Futian had thought, a group of figures was marching outside the flaming prison city, their aura extraordinary. They were from the strongest clan in the ruined city, the Xia clan, with Xiaoho leading them. Among the 9 cities of the Holy Road, the flaming prison city did not have people from an elite faction standing guard. Thus the most people had gathered there. Now, there was someone using such an ingenious method to gather the holy badges. How could he not come? Even those from the most elite factions could not plunder the holy badges as it would incite the crowd's rage. The method that Yi Futian had used was indeed innovative. However, no one else could imitate his method. Are we going to look for him directly? A person beside Xiaoho asked. No hurry, Xiaoho replied and continued. Now, he has probably only just started collecting the holy badges. There is no reason to disrupt it. Give him some more time. However, keep an eye on him. We are probably not the only clan to come here. Understood. The person beside him nodded. The group of them entered the city. Not long after they had entered the city, another group of people arrived. The people from the Nantian house had arrived, and Nan House stood there gracefully, his gaze sparkling and looking into the distance. He had heard that Yi Futian had to shot fame in the Holy Road in such a short time. He did not disappoint him indeed. If that person was to step out, he would probably cause a huge storm. However, he would watch the performance first to see if Yi Futian could continue. He naturally understood that from the moment Yi Futian had started collecting the holy badges, danger lurked from all sides. At that moment, an air warship flew towards the city. On the warship, there were two stunning girls with unmatched beauty. Nanhao turned back, and a look of adoration appeared in his eyes. The girls from the mortal world were all gorgeous beauties that were lusted after. On the air warship, Chu Shang and another girl stood together. Taking one look at the people from the Nantian house, they continued forward and the airship flew into the city. There was a ripple in Chu Shang's eyes. She had not expected that in the short span of about 2 years, he would have come to the Holy Road from the Eastern Barren Territory. Chapter 518. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map. In the palace, Yi Futian sat cross-legged. Over 1,000 holy badges hung suspended in the air before him. The soft glow that emanated from within the holy badges began to resonate and combine. In no time, it formed a dazzling image that looked somewhat like a map of the divine road. There was a sharp glint in Yi Futian's eyes as he looked at the image. He tried to get a better look, but the image floated in and out of sight. It was impossible to read the map clearly. He only saw the blurry image of a giant divine road. 9 cities lay on the divine road, and Yi Futian locked his sights upon one of them. He could barely make out the outline of Flaming Prison City. On the map, a streak of bright light could be seen where Flaming Prison City was. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased. Could this light be marking where the large relic was? He stared at it for a while, but the image remained unclear still. Yi Futian guessed it might be because he hadn't collected enough holy badges yet. Even over 1,000 of them were not enough to make the large relic appear on the map. He needed to collect more holy badges. It was a good thing Yi Futian's name was known far and wide today. An increasing number of people came up to offer him the holy badges they had found. They too wanted to give this endeavor a shot. Many of these people also had more than one holy badge on them too. Furthermore, it was rumored that top-tier individuals of outstanding abilities from the Divine Road had arrived in Flaming Prison City. Xia Feng from the Xia family, the pride of the Nantian house, the incomparable goddesses of today's world, the heir to the Sword Saint Villa, the disciples of Sage Duanqing, and the peerless Ning Huang. All of these powerful individuals had come to Flaming Prison City, and everyone knew just what that meant. Yi Futian's words had to be true for all these insanely powerful people to have come to him in a gathering of the ages. If he could collect enough holy badges, then perhaps there would be a chance of accessing the large relic in the Divine Road. After 3 days, Yi Futian had collected thousands of holy badges. However, the powerful individuals who had arrived in Flaming Prison City designed to show themselves still. They did not want to disturb Yi Futian. Instead, they waited. Perhaps they were waiting for Yi Futian to finish collecting the holy badges not for Yi Futian's sake, but for their own interests. It was too difficult a task to complete on their own. So how could they miss this golden opportunity where someone had come up with such a brilliant idea to do it? Today, Yi Futian walked out of the palace to scout the place. He wanted to find out where in Flaming Prison City the location marked out in the map was. As he left the palace, he was flanked by many who were concerned for his safety. Carrying thousands of holy badges made Yi Futian a prime target for those who were interested in obtaining the holy badges. If he were not careful, the holy badges in his possession would be taken away from him by force. As such, everyone felt a responsibility to guard Yi Futian. The crowd had even chosen 2 incredibly powerful individuals to follow behind and guard Yi Futian closely, in addition to people close to him like Yi Shaoshi, Mu Zhiqiu, Yu Shang, the disciples of the Starry School and Qin Yin. The 2 chosen individuals, Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao, had made quite a name for themselves in Flaming Prison City. They were both grade 7 nobles. Yi Futian's departure from the palace soon raised a furor. Even those outside the palace who had not handed over their holy badges followed behind him. To them, Yi Futian was like a treasure trove. Whether he was going to activate a large or small relic, it was worth it to follow him. With the large entourage setting off with Yi Futian, the group soon became the talk of Flaming Prison City. Right now, every move that Yi Futian made was at the center of attention in Flaming Prison City. Yi Futian approached a pile of stone ruins in Flaming Prison City. The ruins were vast, and nothing seemed to be amiss here. But Yi Futian surmised that this was probably the location that was marked out in the map. Many people followed behind, curious as to what Yi Futian was looking at. Could this be where the relic was? From afar, an air warship sailed over, high up in the sky. Instantly, countless eyes were on it. At the front of the ship stood two women. They were as beautiful as Futian goddesses, with clear, calm eyes that gazed towards where Yi Futian was. The mortal world. Many people looked up at the air warship. They were nervous that individuals as powerful as these had set their sights upon Yi Futian. Yi Futian lifted his gaze to look at the women on the air warship as well. He had met Chu Shang in the eastern region of the Barren State before. She had even invited him to train in the mortal world once. The other woman was, unbelievably, even more stunning than Chu Shang. She was gorgeous, almost like a goddess from the mortal world, and her looks were on par with Mu Jiqiu's. The only difference was in their demeanor. Mu Jiqiu was quiet and stunningly elegant in her simplicity. The other woman was vibrant and dazzling like a peacock. The two were like night and day in terms of their aura. Bingyi and Chu Shang are goddesses of the mortal world, and Bingyi is one of the three virgins as well, Mu Jiqiu whispered. All eyes were on the two goddesses in the sky. They were some of the most dazzling characters of this generation in the Barren State. Yi Futian turned his eyes away and didn't look at them again. What did it matter if the women were beautiful? He remembered what the Nantian House, the mortal world, and the sacred fire state, among the other powers, had done when they had arrived at the eastern region of the Barren State. In order to get at the relic in Sky Mountain, they had set foot on Book Mountain, calling the college an inferior sect and being so arrogant about it. In the end, they had forcibly taken away the Ukiyo songbook. He had vowed to remember that. Chu Shang observed Yi Futian as well. After 2 years, his aura had become even more outstanding, and there was a greater air of stability about him. However, the proud gaze in his handsome eyes had not changed a single bit. "You're putting yourself in danger by doing this," Chu Shang spoke from where she was on the ship. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't know that Chu Shang knew Yi Futian. "So?" Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Why don't you hand over the holy badges to us for now? We can join forces and open up the relics together," Chu Shang offered. She did not invite Yi Futian to join the mortal world again. She knew very well that with Yi Futian's abilities, if he had reached this point and was allowed to carry on, he had a very high chance of entering the Holy Ji Palace. Even if he didn't manage to, there was still the Zhuge family. The mortal world would not even get a chance at it if Yi Futian didn't die at this stage. As of now, Yi Futian's lover was with the Zhuge family. Yi Futian smiled calmly but did not reply. At the sight of his expression, Chu Shang understood his intent. She mentally shook her head at him. Though she acknowledged that Yi Futian indeed was very talented, she knew that all sorts of powerful individuals had their eye on the holy badges. He had obtained such a large number of holy badges through these means, and all these individuals had arrived at Flaming Prison City. If Yi Futian were to try to hold on to these holy badges, there was a good chance he might lose his life. Goddess Bingyi and Goddess Chu Shang. A voice rang out at this moment. Another group of people was moving through the sky towards the warship. Bingyi and Chu Shang turned their gazes upon them and greeted the leader of the group with a smile. "Young Master Gu." "It's Gu Feiyang, a disciple of Sage Duantian's," someone declared, and many eyes sparkled at the introduction. Perhaps the goddesses of the mortal world paid a visit to the sage at Mount Duantian while on their way to the Divine Road. "That's why they know each other," someone whispered. Yi Futian then remembered seeing a warship of the mortal world while passing by the Duantian mountain range the other day. Gu Feiyang chatted for a while with Bingyi and Chu Shang, as though Yi Futian and the rest weren't there at all. They weren't in a hurry to snatch the holy badges, being completely content just observing Yi Futian for now. Xiaohou and Yinjiu are here too. Mu Zhiqiu looked to a place in the distance, and there was Xiaohou of the Xia family and Yinjiu of the Sword Saint Villa, moving through the sky towards them as well. They glanced at Yi Futian before looking towards Gu Feiyang and the warship. The ground then began to shake. A frightening demonic beast was walking towards them. The beast was a brilliant gold from head to toe, as though it had been created out of the precious metal. It was also walking like a human. This demonic beast was Yuan Zhan, the giant golden ape. Even it had come to watch the commotion. Powerful individuals from the Nantian house arrived soon after. Nan Hao smiled at everyone present, but Nan Yu was cold as ice. He stared in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was observing everyone who had arrived as well. They probably suspected that he was about to open up a relic and came over to watch. Other than Chu Shang, no one else had spoken a single word to Yi Futian, but he was well aware of their intentions. Suddenly, the wind started howling from far away, and frightening energy could be felt. Everyone turned around to see a group of people arriving. These were all individuals of the noble plane, and they seemed incredibly mighty. "It's Imo Jun," the people murmured, their gazes landing on a black armor-clad figure. That person was someone very famous. If Imo Jun's here, then he should be around too, many people thought to themselves, and they looked towards the back. Indeed, the wind howled fiercely there, and a man sat within a carriage that was being pulled by several nobles who had willingly taken up the task despite their status. Imo Jun and the others made way for the carriage to come to the front, and the man stepped out, surveying the crowd. Wearing a crown of laurel, he was as resplendent and eye-catching as a god. The man's gaze was bright and energetic as he looked at everyone. It was as if he owned the entire show simply by showing up. "It's Ning Huang, one of the strongest people on the Dawn Road. Everyone thinks he'll be able to get into at least the top 3, Mu Zhiqiu explained beside Yi Futian. Even his follower Imo Jun is a top-notch individual with frighteningly powerful abilities. The two of them working together could make them the strongest on the Dawn Road." Yi Futian nodded slightly. Behind him, many people sensed an immense pressure. Were the holy badges really safe with Yi Futian? The recent arrival of all these incredibly powerful people made them nervous. Almost all of the top-tier individuals of the Divine Road were probably here by now. "Let's go," Yi Futian said, turning to leave after glancing at the crowd. Those who had newly arrived shot him a somewhat interested glance, but they did not follow. After all, they had no need to take action personally. As he walked, Yi Futian was deep in thought. These circumstances were slightly troublesome. All these people had once stayed in their own lane, taking the holy badges using their own methods and keeping out of each other's way. But after hearing that he was collecting the holy badges, they had all gathered at Flaming Prison City, watching him do the work for them. Then, a commotion broke out behind him. Yi Futian turned only to see someone trying to get to him but being held back by the people around him. That person looked at Yi Futian and said, "Young Master Ning has something to say to you." "Let him through," Yi Futian ordered. The person had called Ning Huang Young Master Ning, which meant he probably served him in some capacity. The crowd let him go, and that person came before Yi Futian. He whispered, "Ning Xiao said that if you've come to the Divine Road in order to enroll in the Holy Ji Palace, then he'll help you get in. Ning Huang has ties with one of the elders at the Holy Ji Palace. He's been internally recognized as a direct disciple," Mu Zhiqiu whispered. "And then?" Yi Futian looked at the person. "If you are going to open up the relic, then young Master Ning must be the only one from the Dawn Road to help you," the person continued. "Conditions?" Yi Futian chuckled. He knew that this offer was too good to be true. "You'll pass the holy badges to young Master Ning. He'll take charge, and you'll assist him in opening up the relics. You'll get what you came here for, and even enroll in the Holy Ji Palace to train." The person continued speaking, sounding as though the proposal he was conveying was how things should be. "Thank you for the kind offer. However, I decline." Yi Futian smiled calmly. He wasn't surprised that everyone was approaching him with ulterior motives. The other person stared at Yi Futian. This was a fantastic offer, and yet Yi Futian had refused without even considering it. How unappreciative he was. "You can't handle the holy badges," the person spat after a moment of silence. His voice was chilly. If I want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, then I will do it myself without any help from anyone. The conditions you've offered aren't that great. Yi Futian looked at the other person in disdain before walking away. Chapter 519. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. In the following days, Yi Futian would visit one place every day, flanked by various powerful figures. He managed to continuously figure out a string of relic locations, helping other people along with their own cultivations. As a result, many people who were previously unsure whether to do so began to offer up their own holy badges, prepared to take the gamble. Wherever Yi Futian went, the group of top-notch powerful figures would appear as well. They knew that Yi Futian was close to collecting 10,000 holy badges. They also knew especially well that once he had done so, he would be able to activate the large relic. Those who managed to collect thousands of holy badges on the Divine Road were terrifying. These people were some of the most powerful figures there. But it was not possible for those from the Nantion House and the Sword Saint Villa to simply just snatch the holy badges from someone else. They were powerful enough to hunt down others on the Divine Road for their holy badges. But they usually would not take that risk, because they were wary of offending the masses whose backgrounds were almost impossible to know for sure. Even a top disciple with powerful abilities would not be willing to take holy badges by force. Instead, they operated through occupying cities. It was just as well that Yi Futian had appeared now, collecting holy badges at a speed faster than them. They naturally wanted to achieve their aims through Yi Futian. First, they would let him open up a large relic site here. Then once they had returned to their own occupied city, they would even have the opportunity to open up 2 more of such sites. For the past few days, someone would be killed or go missing around the palace. The necromancer was still on a murderous streak, and with Yi Futian collecting more and more holy badges, everyone had an odd feeling of being in the calm before the storm. It seemed like something big would go down the day Yi Futian took action. Now, security had increased around the heart of Yi Futian's living quarters. Powerful figures milled about outside, guarding every corner. They were all prepared to tackle any sudden turn of events. Zhuojun hurriedly approached Yi Futian in the courtyard, whispering to him, "Yi Futian, something has happened to Miss Qingyi. What's going on?" Yi Futian's gaze froze upon him. "She discovered a spy among us. Follow me." Zhuojun checked their surroundings carefully before turning and leaving. Yi Futian's eyebrows creased, and he followed after him. A short distance away, Yi Shaoshi saw what was happening, and in a flash, he was keeping up with Yi Futian's strides as well. The two followed Zhuojun to where Li Sun and the rest were training in another part of the courtyard. There were many people gathered there. Li Sun was squatting by Li Qingyi, holding her body close to him. It was a heart-wrenching sight for Yi Futian, and he moved forward towards her. "Qingyi," Yi Futian called out, putting his hand on hers before asking, "What happened?" However, a realization made him raise his eyebrows. Li Qingyi did not seem to be injured in any way at all. Li Qingyi's eyelids twitched before fluttering open slowly. Upon seeing Yi Futian before her, her expression changed instantaneously, and she shouted, "Run!" Li Qingyi had barely spoken before a sneer was heard, and cold energy was suddenly felt. A sharp silver blade had appeared in Li Sun's hand. "Be careful!" Li Qingyi screamed, and she pushed Li Sun away with all her might. However, Li Sun managed to fling the blade at Yi Futian still, and it whistled towards him like a streak of lightning. The blade was incredibly fast, and at such a short distance, it seemed inevitable that it would hit its deadly mark. However, the trajectory of the blade had changed slightly when Li Qingyi pushed Li Sun. Yi Futian's reflexes were lightning fast as well. He ducked down, lightning flashing about his feet. With a hard step onto the ground, the thundering illusion step was activated in an explosive, heart-stopping moment, and Yi Futian moved out of the blade's way quick as lightning. The blade whistled past his face. It was a close call. Yi Futian regained his footing, and Yi Shaoshi was by his side in an instant. "Are you all right?" he asked. Yi Futian nodded slightly, but his expression was icy cold. If it had not been for Li Qingyi's push, he really might have been killed by an attack at such a close range. He looked at Li Sun. The other man still had on the same gentle smile from before. It was as if he had not just attacked Yi Futian. Good dodge, brother Yi, Li Sun praised, smiling still. Yi Futian was then surrounded by many people from the crowd. These were people who had previously come to offer Yi Futian their holy badges. They weren't Li Sun's underlings, but they obviously could not bear to give up their holy badges and had joined forces with Li Sun to set up this trap. You may have been lucky, but you won't escape death. Zhuo Jun's expression was dark. He could not believe that Yi Futian had survived even this setup. I never trusted you. But you're a young city lord of the White Sovereign City, with such a good reputation. I didn't think you'd even use your own younger sister to trap me. Yi Futian's voice was icy cold. I had intended for her to cooperate with me. But the girl was loyal to you, so I had to knock her unconscious instead. You've gotten pretty friendly with Qingyi these days. I imagined you'd ignore all suspicions and let your guard down in the panic of finding out that something had happened to her. It's a pity it didn't work out. Li Sun shook his head, smiling. But that doesn't change anything. Yi Futian felt a coolness on his back. So, even a person as seemingly virtuous as Li Sun had such a dark and devious side to him. His methods were incredibly ruthless and cruel. Why are you doing this? Yi Futian asked. He didn't quite understand Li Sun's motivations. Just what good would it do Li Sun to kill him? Li Sun looked back, and a figure cloaked in black walked out. The figure pulled down his hood to reveal a resolute, cold face. Upon seeing the person, inklings of understanding began to dawn upon Yi Futian. He had seen Mo Jun days ago at the stone ruins. Mu Zhiqiu had called him an insanely powerful, top-tier individual. Mo Jun was Ning Huang's top warrior. Many people claimed that if the two worked together, they could be the strongest team in all of the Divine Road. Mo Jun's presence was a clear indication that Li Sun was working for Ning Huang. It was no wonder he was so confident. He had been sneaking Mo Jun into this plan of his. Given Ning Huang's stature, I don't think he would have looked for you first. Did you all approach him then? Yi Futian asked Li Sun. Yes. Li Sun nodded. What do you have to gain from this? Yi Futian asked again. If I become one of young Master Ning's followers, I'll get a share once we open up the relic. Li Sun replied honestly. A follower? Yi Futian laughed disdainfully. It was laughable how Li Sun would rather be a dog of Ning Huang's than be a friend. I promised you before that once I open up the relic, you'd get a share too. Yi Futian sighed. Do you really think you stand a chance at opening up the relic? Li Sun's face was shadowed with doubt. Do you not understand that any one of these top powers could attack at any moment should they wish to? Numbers are meaningless in the face of absolute power. They're just waiting for you to collect the holy badges, and taking care to not step on each other's toes as well. No one ever took you seriously, so where is all this confidence coming from? Li Sun continued his tirade. As for those who offered you their holy badges, how can they be so stupid? Li Sun didn't understand at all. If Ning Huang had wanted to get to the holy badges earlier, there honestly had been no need for him to work with Li Sun. He could have just launched an attack on his own. How could you do this? Li Qingyi looked especially pained. Her eyes were red as she stared at her older brother Li Sun. Shut up. Li Sun shot a cold glare at Li Qingyi. The girl had changed so completely. Li Qingyi no longer listened to his orders, but helped outsiders instead, causing unnecessary complications to this whole affair. She was too much. Miss Qingyi, I've said this before, Zhuo Jun spoke. He followed us onto the Divine Road and we offered him our protection, but he treated us as though we were just mere strangers. It was a complete joke. You should be happy for the young city lord that he has the opportunity to follow young Master Ning now. Zhuo Jun then turned his gaze to Yi Futian, his expression cold. He's only someone of the Arcana plane. What authority does he have to give us any orders like he's our superior? Followed you all onto the Divine Road? Yi Futian scoffed in disdain. Li Sun was the one who invited me to join all of you at the foot of Mount Zhoushan. I never once said I'd follow you. We were only supposed to take care of each other. I was grateful for all that you all had done for me. That's why I came back to find you and let you train with me. I was never asking for your protection. Furthermore, you would all get a share whenever I opened up a relic. And now, laughing a little, he said no more. Once again, he was resigned to the truths of human nature. If he had been Ning Huang, these people would have willingly followed after him by the thousands. But just because Yi Futian was of the Arcana plane, he was seen to be unfit for many of his pursuits. And now that he had become the center of attention and could command the masses, he had attracted the jealousy of others as well. "Let's not waste any more time," Emo Jun boomed, his powerful voice cold. "Let's go," he ordered, stepping forward. At his words, attacks came from people on both sides. In an instant, the space was covered in spells that shot straight for Yi Futian and Yi Shaoshi. At the same time, several people leaped through the air, descending with the spells. Noble aura engulfed the space, and a frighteningly immense energy could be felt. A blinding light emanated from Yi Shaoshi. With a rustling sound, a gigantic and brilliant tree appeared. The gold and green hues of the tree gave it a dazzling radiance, and the ancient tree stood proudly in the sky like a divine imperial tree. The leaves and vines of the tree seemed incredibly sharp. A frightening, murderous glint reflected off them, and the tree spread out its branches all across the space. None of the spells that descended upon the space could break a single twig or leaf of the tree. Someone swung a palm towards the tree, but an incredibly sharp vine pierced through his hand before heading upwards and stabbing the person through the throat. The person was killed in midair instantly. A few other people met similar fates. When Yi Shaoshi activated the Emperor's vine life spirit, they had either been pierced through or had their throats stabbed by the vines without exception, dying horrifically in midair. Yi Shaoshi was now a grade 8 noble, and his life spirit was especially powerful. Furthermore, he had even integrated into his life spirit a magic weapon that his second senior sister had gifted to him, making him invincible. A normal noble would not compare to him. A nervous flash shot through Li Sun and everyone else's eyes. They had not known that this unassuming fatty could have possessed such frightening power. Emo Jun's eyebrows creased. He sensed that Yi Shaoshi had incredibly powerful abilities. With a step upwards, he leaped into the sky. Unbelievably overwhelming energy emanated from his being, making him seem like a god of war. Upon sensing Emo Jun's energy, Yi Shaoshi knew that he had met a tough match. With a leap, he charged towards the other person. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the sky, before turning back to stare coldly at everyone around him. Seeing Yi Futian standing there alone, a cold glint shot through Zhuo Jun's eyes. He then dashed towards Yi Futian, his movements quick as lightning. His palm shot out ruthlessly in Yi Futian's direction, sharp and deadly as a blade. But Yi Futian only turned to look at him quietly, not moving a muscle. Unbelievably, Yi Futian had no intention to defend himself. "You're looking for death." Zhuo Jun's expression was cold, the shadow of dragon claws as he struck mercilessly where Yi Futian's heart was. Zhuo Jun wanted his attack to pierce through Yi Futian's chest. The strike landed with a thud, but Zhuo Jun did not feel like he had hit flesh. Instead, his attack had made contact with an invincible divine body. His expression turned to horrified shock, but Yi Futian only stared coldly at him. "Are you jealous of me because you thought you were stronger than me? Was that why you thought I wasn't fit to do everything I did?" Yi Futian asked him coldly. Chapter 520. Zhuo Jun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Zhuo Jun's face was ashen. Yi Futian had voiced his exact sentiments. Yi Futian had only been able to assist Zhuo Jun in battle back when they were at the base of Mount Jiuxian. He had only been a negligible cultivator in the 7th level of the Arcana plane then. Yet everything had suddenly changed once he had come to the Divine Road. He now held great influence and had countless followers. With the insane rate at which he opened up relics and how everyone was following his every move, it felt as though Yi Futian had become someone who was way above them. This made him and the rest feel like nobodies. But what made them truly furious was how there was absolutely no special treatment reserved for them. They offered up their holy badges like everyone else and received the same understandings of the relic as any other outsider. As such, Zhuo Jun had instigated Li Sun, the young city lord, to take action of some sort. Li Sun evidently shared his same negative sentiments, and after they saw Ning Huang send someone to talk to Yi Futian, They had secretly gotten in contact with that underling and agreed to work under Ninghuang. But when his blow landed on Yi Futian, he had realized that Yi Futian didn't seem to match up to what he thought of him. At the very least, Yi Futian was physically a lot stronger than him. He had stood there and allowed Zhuo Jun to attack him however he liked. But Zhuo Jun hadn't been able to make him move, much less break through his defenses. Zhuo Jun could not comprehend just what kind of body Yi Futian had. With Zhuo Jun's power, his attacks should be able to do more even if he was up against a grade 9 noble. Yi Futian's body was frighteningly strong. He specialized in body refinement techniques, and after he was attacked by a sage of the Blazing Sun School previously, he had reconstructed his muscles and bones and made them even stronger with the help of the divine light and his life spirit. As such, his body was even stronger than before. With his current body, he would not be shaken by any attack from a person below the noble plane. Zhuo Jun thought very highly of himself, but he had never been so bothered by a person before. Reaching out, Yi Futian grabbed Zhuo Jun by the throat before he could react and retreat. Zhuo Jun looked defeated as he stared at Yi Futian. "You think I owe you, but have you ever thought about just what you have done for me?" A touch of disgusted disdain descended upon Yi Futian's gaze as he looked at Zhuo Jun. Yi Futian had taken Zhuo Jun with him as he opened up numerous relics. Yet Zhuo Jun had eventually harbored resentment and hatred for him just because Yi Futian had not shown him any preferential treatment. It was apparent that pathetic people always had a detestable side to them. Yi Futian gripped slightly harder, and a soft crack was heard before Zhuo Jun's eyes rolled up into his head and he grew lifeless. Zhuo Jun had never even imagined that he would die so pitifully. It was as though he was a mere ant that had been stepped on. Yi Futian released Zhuo Jun, and his lifeless body fell to the ground. Li Sun did not feel any grief at the sight of Zhuo Jun's body. He was only surprised at how powerful Yi Futian was. He had known that Yi Futian was extraordinarily talented, but he was only at the 7th level of the Arcana Plane still. Zhuo Jun was at the peak of the Arcana Plane, and yet he had died so pathetically, as though he had gone up against a noble instead. Many people in White Sovereign City were surprised at Yi Futian's might. And it wasn't just Yi Futian either. They marveled at how even the older senior brother, the fatty, was also incredibly powerful, so much so that he could face Imo Jun in battle. Then, a sound was heard from the sky. It was evident that the cultivators in the palace had been alerted to the huge battle going on here. The people Imo Jun had brought and Li Sun's underlings launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Futian. They obviously understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. They previously thought that it would be as easy as pie to take down Yi Futian with a trap. After all, they had Imo Jun with them. But even the powerful Imo Jun had been held up by Yi Shaoshi. In a dazzling flurry of light, the divine destruction polearm appeared in Yi Futian's hand. In an instant, brilliant starlight shot out in all directions, and a frightening starry storm appeared in the surroundings. Meteorites spun about wildly around Yi Futian, and his body seemed to be made out of the stars themselves. This was the immortal celestial bodies technique. As the spell descended upon the space, everyone was kept from advancing. It would not be easy for these people to take Yi Futian down quickly. With a swing of the divine destruction polearm, Yi Futian struck at a noble that was charging at him. The noble was at grade 8 of the noble plane, and when he raised his arm, it was as if a gold rock was striking, quick as lightning. But as the divine destruction polearm descended upon him, he felt an incomparably immense power rush towards him. With a loud boom, his arm was struck numb by the blow. At the same time, an invisible weight pressed down upon him, as though he were carrying an entire mountain on his back. Yi Futian then leaped through the air towards him. With a swooping attack, the noble's arm was shattered, and his head smashed in with another loud boom. Everyone was shocked, and Li Sun's expression was that of bewildered surprise. Yi Futian was so strong he could kill a grade 8 noble. The ritual implement elicited feelings of fright in those who saw it. Powerful figures from all across the place, the disciples of the Starry School, Qin Yin and the rest of his group, as well as Xiao Junyi and Yang Xiao who had been tasked with guarding Yi Futian, had now reached where Yi Futian was. Upon arriving at the scene, they attacked directly, filling the space with frightening energy as they struck without hesitation, "Retreat." Imo Jun ordered, making a snap judgment based on the new situation. He had no desire to battle. While Yi Xiaoshi's plane was lower than his, he was still hard to get rid of. It was difficult to defeat him quickly. Furthermore, the rest of his people would not be able to take down Yi Futian in an instant. The other parties were now gathering in a counterattack. If they were to continue fighting, many may not be able to return. Yi Xiaoshi looked at him. Green and gold rays of light began to intertwine. It was as if millions of arms were spiraling towards Imo Jun at the same time. Each branch, leaf, and vine was like a sharp, invincible blade. Imo Jun's eyes swept coldly over Yi Xiaoshi. The endless dazzle of lightning emanated from his being, and it seemed as though doomsday had come. Frightening spears of darkness shot out with the lightning in a lethal attack on Yi Xiaoshi and came into contact with Yi Xiaoshi's own attack. Imo Jun was not eager to get caught up in battle. Upon seeing those who had just arrived attack people on his side, a radiant image appeared behind him. Within the image was a mighty figure driving a carriage of lightning drawn by frightening dark kuei. Light exploded from the image and the dark kuei burst out, pulling the carriage along as it charged around. The carriage was unstoppable, and everyone was forced back, with those who got too close getting injured from being hit. The person on the carriage leaped through the air to Imo Jun's side. In a flash of lightning that hid them from everyone else, the two rose into the sky at an incredible speed. They had instantly left the battlefield and were in the skies. What a mighty Dharma spirit! Many people marveled as they looked at Imo Jun, who was high up in the sky. Imo Jun was a freakishly powerful figure of the divine road, and his abilities were incomparable. Imo Jun had two life spirits, which merged to form the powerful Dharma spirit that had just appeared. Imo Jun was incomparably powerful, and he had snuck into the palace undetected to attack Yi Futian. Yet he had still failed. It seemed like Yi Xiaoshi had gotten in Imo Jun's way. Perhaps everyone had misjudged the fatty. He was actually powerful beyond measure. Li Sun, Qinin, and the rest understood just what had happened upon seeing Li Sun in the air. Their expressions turned dark at the realization. Li Sun had betrayed them and joined forces with outsiders to target Yi Futian. Since Imo Jun was an underling of Ning Huang's, it was only presumable that Li Sun had switched allegiance to Ning Huang. A good reputation? Zui Qianqiu shook his head, smiling sardonically. Li Sun had only been putting up a front. Looking at Li Qingyi, who was being held captive by Li Sun, he sighed to himself that it was such a waste that a good young lady like her was going to be dragged down with Li Sun. Yi Futian, you can't always just do whatever you want without thinking about what's usually done. Why set yourself up for failure? Li Sun spoke from where he was in the sky. Without thinking about what's usually done? Yi Futian shot Li Sun a glare. It's not like you know how to behave properly. Yi Futian ignored Li Sun after that. Turning away, he walked towards the outskirts of the palace. What is he going to do? Many people's gazes turned to Yi Futian before they too started to follow after him. Could he be? There was a subtle sense of excitement in the air. Yi Futian had already collected enough holy badges. Was he going to open up the large relic? A flash of excitement shot through Imo Jun's eyes, and he moved from where he was high up in the sky to chase after Yi Futian as well. Behind them, everyone both inside and outside of the palace was alerted to the happenings and followed the crowd too. In no time, a frightening gathering of people was formed. Leaving the palace to walk through flaming prison city, Yi Futian was followed by a procession of countless powerful individuals. It was an intimidating sight to see. In the skies far away from where they were, rays of light were shooting towards them. The air warship was the first to arrive where Yi Futian and the rest were. It was Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world, who had followed after Yi Futian's group in the sky on the air warship. Then, Yanjiu from the Sword Saint Villa arrived. Following him, Xiaohou, people from the Nantian house, disciples of the Duantian mountain range, and various other powerful individuals began to arrive as well. They all looked at Yi Futian. Isn't it a little inappropriate for Imo Jun and Ning Huang to act on their own? Gu Feiyang from the Duantian mountain range commented, his voice loud and clear. It was clear that Ning Huang wanted to snatch the holy badges for himself ahead of time and disappear with them. Do you have a problem with that? A blinding light dazzled from afar, and Ning Huang came from afar, followed by countless people. Ning Huang glanced down. He had not expected Mo Jun to fail. It seemed like the other party had been somewhat prepared. However, the ending to these events would still remain the same. If Li Sun had not voluntarily come to him at the start, then Ning Huang would not have bothered with such tricks. A direct attack to snatch the holy badges by force would have sufficed for him. Ning Huang didn't see the need for such troublesome tactics. But since Li Sun wanted to offer him the holy badges, Ning Huang just went along with it. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to make a move. Yi Futian had collected sufficient holy badges and was ready to open up the large relic. The only thing was, it seemed like Yi Futian was still intent on holding on to the holy badges himself. Give me the holy badges, and we'll forget about everything that happened in the past. I guarantee you'll be safe. Ning Huang looked down at Yi Futian and made an offer. He didn't mind that Yi Futian had rejected him before. As long as Ning Huang got his hands on the holy badges, he was perfectly happy to pretend as though nothing had happened before. Yi Futian threw Ning Huang a glance. Ning Huang was insufferably arrogant. He was the one who had sent people to attack him, and yet now he was offering to forget about everything that had happened if Yi Futian gave him the holy badges. Just who was the one who had tried to pull off an underhanded attack on Yi Futian? Ning Huang had sent people to kill Yi Futian, and yet now he would only forget about everything if Yi Futian handed over the holy badges. If one were to try to apply this logic elsewhere, they'd be met with sneers. But now no one thought there was anything amiss about the statement, just because Ning Huang had been the one to say it. Ning Huang made it sound as though he was giving Yi Futian a chance. Yi Futian continued walking ahead, ignoring Ning Huang. Though there were countless people following after Yi Futian, the atmosphere was very tense. Everyone present in the sky was insanely powerful individuals. Within the barren state, these people were the best of their generation in various aspects, and any one of them could potentially be iconic figures in the future. These people were sure to enter the Holy Ji Palace. And at this very moment, everyone was staring at Yi Futian, preparing to attack. Chapter 521. Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian pressed on. The void was practically filled with mighty ones. Formidable people from all walks of life seemed to have a piece of their own space, while they cast their gaze below. Yi Futian, those who suit their actions to the times are wise. Hand over the holy badge, and you may still live, Li Sun, who was standing beside Mo Jun, said. He wanted to follow Ning Huang and intended to perform a deed of merit to win it. The ambush failed, however, and he began to worry for his own future. You shameless bastard! I was so wrong to have been your friend. Xinyuan Beishan, the young city lord of Yellow City, scoffed coldly as he glared at Li Sun. Li Sun used to be a member of Mount Jiuxian and was tutored personally by the sages, yet he betrayed them and sided with Ning Huang. Li Sun took a look at Xinyuan Beishan with equally cold eyes. He did not feel any shame for what he did. One trained to achieve strength, be it serving the sages as he used to or siding with Ning Huang as he did now. It was all for his own growth. Only by following powerful figures would one's vista of the world be broadened. His training on Mount Jiuxian severely limited this, yet he earned the chance to encounter top-notch geniuses all the time, which was very different from how he trained back then. Xinyuan Beishan would have been able to understand the correctness of his actions given time. Li Sun did not do so out of Zhuo Jun's provocations. He weighed the pros and cons before doing what he did. He knew to seize the day when the opportunity presented itself. There's an ancient saying, people die in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. You knew the holy badge was too much for you. So why did you force yourself then? Gu Feiyang of Mount Duantian asked, hoping that Yi Futian would have yielded and handed over his holy badge. Well, who wouldn't want to see what they are made of when the chance presents itself? Yet, those who did often ended up paying the price with their lives. Xiaohou smirked. He had seen too many who behaved like this, but Yi Futian was still considered one of a kind among those people. Yi Futian was able to crack the ruins, had command over what amounted to an army of mighty ones, and made them his personal guards by his flanks. All of that was something in their own right. It was a pity that he was out of his luck. They were on the holy road, and anyone encountered would be a top-level figure among the younger generations of the barren state. Even with Futian's immense talents, his current plane meant that he would have been able to leave the ruins in death. There was simply no other way to go about it. Futian, you would have been a somebody and would have had a bright future of you if you made it out of here. Why risk all that for the ruins? Chu Shang said, looking at Futian. She was an acquaintance of his, and no one in Nantian House knew the young man better than Nanfeng and his people. The Battle of Sky Mountain was glorious. She thought it would have been a pity for one such as Futian to perish on the holy roads. Futian lifted his head to look at Chu Shang, then smirked sarcastically at her. It all sounded very nice, like it was all said for his own good. Yet, the Chu Shang and the others' intentions were simple. They were after his holy badge. There are many powerful figures on the holy roads, and you all managed to carve out your own place here. With that said, I think all of you would have thousands of such badges on your person. Yet, instead of fighting amongst yourselves for the badges, you all came here. You all looked as if you were persuading me to take a better path, but you were simply throwing threats at me. Why is that then? Futian swept his gaze over the opposing party and answered his own question. It is because you see that I'm weak, someone you can bully into submission. The world of cultivators has always been one where the strong preys on the weak. Since you are able to understand that fact, why hold on to all that and die a vain death? Bing Yi, virgin of mortal world, said coldly. Chu Shang was trying to be nice, yet Futian seemed to have no intention to yield regardless. Futian smirked. What Bing Yi said was the truth. The strong preyed on the weak. It was precisely because they thought he was weak that they ganged up on him, intending to take his holy badge away. I hope you all will always be the strong ones. Futian smirked sarcastically as he said that. Goddess Bing Yi, it seems that this man has no intention of appreciating our kindness. Gu Feiyang, a disciple of sage Duantian, said plainly. He looked at Futian below, who looked dashing. Gu Feiyang took a step forward, and the winds howled in response, as his spiritual qi exploded outward. It was apparent that Gu Feiyang was about to make his move. Everyone beside Futian blasted away with their aura as they peered upward. Fierce gales whipped in the air above Gu Feiyang, calling forth immense pressure on the ground below. A glittering ancient mountain, which looked like the mountain of the gods, seemed to have appeared behind him. He willed his Dharma spirit to unleash powerful attacks. Broken cliff faces fell from the skies, which looked like they had been shaved clean enough to sever the void, and they rained down on their intended targets. They flew with great speeds, making them look like a rain of giant mountain blades. The noble plain mighty ones from Starry School leaped into the air and unleashed powerful spells. Countless meteors floated in the air, which closed in on the blades of rocks. The move was none other than the star burial spell. Loud booming sounds reverberated in the air as the spells clashed. The rock blades cut through the star burial spell and continued raining downward. The noble plain mighty ones gathered their strengths and blew the blades to smithereens. Gu Feiyang leaped forward. His hair flailed about in the air as he extended his arm, bringing down the might of the godly mountain on his foes, seemingly with full intention of burying the heavens and earth. Everyone felt a terrifying sense of pressure on them. Their bodies were barely able to move, as if they were being crushed by gravity. Many leaped into the air and launched their attacks, resisting the falling giant mountain. One figure after another was thrown off, vomiting blood from their mouths. The mountain seemed to have carried an irresistible amount of pressure on it. Anyone who got near felt like their insides were being crushed by said pressure. Top-notch geniuses were practically people who could have taken on an army all by themselves. They were existences capable of raising nations if they so fancied. Emojun, who made his move before, took to the air and launched his attacks again. His Dharma spirit bloomed, and the air seemed to be filled with lightning storms. A mass of lightning in the form of a carriage which seemed to be pulled by a kuei emerged from above. Anyone who dared stand in its way would have been quickly torn apart. Galloping noises rang throughout the space as the army of chariots followed soon. Emojun leaped onto one of the chariots and went straight for Futian. His eyes were cold as he glared at Xiaoshi, who was standing beside Futian. He did not have his fill of the previous battle, and he intended to see right there and then how a grade 8 noble, who was of a lower plane than he was, would have fared trying to stop his stampede. "Be careful," Yishaoshi said to Futian as he leaped upward for the clouds. Second sister had him come to the Dawn Road instead of the Nether Road to guard Futian. However, Futian proved to be quite a handful, and the troubles he stirred right there was a testament to that fact. He was still incapable of taking care of himself right there, and things were looking dire for all of them. Yishaoshi knew that was Futian's way of things. The young man simply was unable to keep himself still in peace. Ninghuang took a look at the battle between Yishaoshi and Emojun. There was a sparkle in his eyes. Yishaoshi's Dharma spirit was a powerful one. Emperor's vines. They took the form of tree of emperors and incorporated the divine arms and ritual implements of the sages, making the attack looking like he was having control over such fearsome arsenal in the thousands. No one would have been able to make it near him easily, and it was no wonder that Emojun was incapable of taking down Futian before. Hemph! Xiaoho led the mighty ones in the air downward, and a firestorm was seen above Xiaoho's body. Dark colors streaked across the flames. It was the flames of ruin, flames that were inextinguishable and would have burned everything they touched until they were reduced to cinders. Many hesitated to move near him as Xiaoho made his move. The flames of ruin were simply too dangerous. Anyone who was of inadequate capacity would have been burned to death if they so much as touched the flames, with no chance of escape. A long Xiao flute was seen in Xiao Junyi's hand, who was standing beside Futian. He put the flute close to his mouth and began to blow the instrument. Streaks of formless power of the tunes spread from the holes on the flute. Hints of sorrow came from the tune played, which fit Xiao Junyi's temperament very well. The formless tune which spread out turned into a fearsome spiritual will attack. It blew like a breeze on the flames of ruin coming from above. The falling wisps of flames, known to be inextinguishable, were quickly extinguished. Many looked in Xiao Junyi's direction and felt a chill run down their spines. The flames of ruin, which were something even powerful water spells would not have been able to do anything against, were extinguished by Xiao Junyi's tune instead. It was a solid testament to the spiritual will laced within the tune. It would have been engulfed by the flames instead otherwise. Xiaoho took a look at Xiao Junyi as well. One move, and he was already able to tell that Xiao Junyi was a formidable combatant. The tune wiggled its way into his mind in the form of formless spiritual energies, messing up his will someone and robbing him of his mental focus. Boom! A formidable explosion of flames of ruin took place and Xiaoho was seen bathing in it, like a god of fire getting ready to burn everything down in his path, as he made his way to Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi remained calm and serene as he continued playing his flute. The sorrow about his body made his clothes flutter as his dashing figure rose into the air. A storm of immeasurable magnitude began to form around him. The flames of ruin clad around Xiaoho burned unpredictably, extinguishing for one moment only to burn bright again in the next, an influence brought about by the tune. His will was under assault, and his expressions looked gloom. An unknown figure ended up making him look bad. It seemed that many hidden geniuses were on the holy road indeed. Xiaoho lifted his palm and went on to clap on Xiao Junyi with a terrifying palm of flames of ruin. The move looked a palm of burning silence, rendering all who looked at it feeling fear in their minds. Would Xiao Junyi have been able to resist one such move? Xiao Junyi's body remained floating in the air, while looking all dashing and handsome as he played away with his flute. Auroras of music appeared around him, which took the forms of indestructible sword of music and flew straight for the palm. They cut right through it, and in an instant, the palm of flames of ruin scattered to bits and was extinguished shortly after. Xiaoho's expressions changed as his flames of ruin roared. A dragon conjured by the flames of ruin out to reduce all to cinders appeared and charged straight again for Xiao Junyi. The man with the flute continued playing his tune calmly, as one divine bird of music after another gathered around him. Rocks and phoenixes came as they heard the tune, and went on to face the dragon. Both sides clashed, and the dragon of flames of ruin was yet again extinguished. Xiaoho was simply unable to do anything about him. Interesting. The mighty ones from Nantian House did not make their move. Nanhao looked on with an interested expression. All manners of peculiarities life had to offer appeared as soon as the holy road was opened. Many formidable figures were hiding among the common people, and Xiao Junyi was one of the first of the hidden ones to have displayed fighting capacities of top-notch geniuses. Bing Yi and Chu Shang from Mortal World looked troubled, while Ning Huang simply spared Xiao Junyi a look. His composure remained, and then he took a look at Yi Futian. Ning Huang stood up from the carriage. His body was clad in immense brilliance, making him look like some kind of god. Ning Huang, at the moment, looked as if he was donned in godlike armor, looking arrogant and proud as he stepped. The air shook as he walked in Yi Futian's direction. Ning Huang has made his move. Many shivered at the thought as Ning Huang was thought to be unstoppable. Qin Yin, Xianyuan Beishan, Xie Wuji, and the others appeared above Yi Futian as they unleashed their formidable auras. Ning Huang swept at all of them with cold eyes. Some closed in on him, attempting to hold him back. Ning Huang responded by taking a heavy step in the air, which seemed to have stepped right into the minds of everyone around him. Those who were of insufficient strength and training whelped in response, and blood was seen at the corner of their mouths, gazing in terror at the figure making its way downward. A mighty one said to be among the top 3 on the Holy Road was no joke indeed. Chapter 522. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. More and more mighty ones took to the skies, blocking the sky area above Yi Futian. He still had his holy badge with him for now, which if taken, would have rendered all his previous efforts to waste. If those top-class figures were to get their hands on the ruins, it would have been a given that they would simply keep the place for themselves instead of sharing with others. They were only willing to hand holy badges to him because he had previously shared the ruins he had cracked open with others. It was due to that became willing to bet on him, even though they knew the risk of them ended up losing was high. With those top-class figures going all out to fight up in the air, they came to realize how meager their chances of winning were, which was close to zero. Some of those mighty ones packed more punch than they would have imagined. Ning Huang moved proudly like he was a god. Clad in godlike armor and looking insurmountable, he moved slowly, yet every step carried immeasurable pressure. He lifted his foot to step on the air yet again. His one step seemed to have been stepping on the hearts of the ones around him. Many felt as if they were suffocating and went pale. More went spitting blood. Even those who have reached grade 7 noble plane felt the heft of his steps all the same, their insides being under immense pressure and their minds filled with horror. Boom! Ning Huang took his third step. Those in noble planes around him spat blood, even those who were of grade 7 noble plane just like him. Needless to say, those of grade 8 or 9 suffered very badly. There were 9 grades to the noble plane, with grade 1 being the most powerful. It went without saying that the difference between different planes was even greater. Only those who were grade 7 nobles like he was were able to withstand the pressure the likes of Ning Huang emanated. Those who were of even lower planes were unable to withstand even one step of his. If Ning Huang wanted to go on a killing spree, anyone who dared even walk up to him would have died on the spot. Seeing Ning Huang had already made his way down, Xianyuan Beishan roared and went charging with his axe. The gleam from his weapon was intense, like he was going to split the sky itself. Xie Wuji, Qin Yin, and all the others began to make their moves, blasting away with their sword auras, and went for the impossibly imposing being. Those who guarded Yi Futian all wanted nothing then than to stop Ning Huang's advancement. Ning Huang's expressions hardly flinched. He remained the being who ignored all as he made his steps downward. Protective light screens appeared around him. The flash from the axe looking like it was to split the sky was split in the middle, and the sword intent that was aimed at him menacingly was reduced to nothing. Xianyuan Beishan spat up blood as his body was sent flying. The earth cracked as he landed. Xie Wuji, Qin Yin, and the others were not doing any better. All suffered grievous internal injuries, and they looked at Ning Huang in a despairing manner. Every single step he made seemed to be more powerful. No one would have been able to stand in front of the likes of him and stayed there for long. Such was the meaning of top-class geniuses, beings who were seemingly invincible even against those of the very same plane, and there seemed to be unstoppable by anyone. Yi Futian told hold of the polearm of divine destruction, and terrifying starry storms whipped up around him. Ning Huang spared him a look, before taking yet another step. Yi Futian felt like he was being stepped under a divine, giant foot, which penetrated everything. Rumbling noises were heard. His starry meteor storm was violently dispersed, and the starry Dharma body around him cracked into million pieces. Ning Huang remained in the air, casting his gaze at the young man like he was a god, and spoke. An ant trying to shake the tree. You are way in over your head. Where is the holy badge? Ning Huang had sent men to tell Yi Futian to hand over his badge on the day itself. He would have let him have a share at opening the ruins and have him enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. Yet, Yi Futian scoffed at the idea, wanting to open up the ruins on his own instead. Men from the Nantian House, Mortal World, and the Sword Saint Villa all cast their eyes at Ning Huang's direction. The result hardly surprised them. It was rare enough to have Ning Huang make a move personally, and there would have been no way the likes of Yi Futian would have been able to resist him. It was indeed ants trying to shake the tree. Everything happened just as predicted. Rumbling noises were heard again, and the earth shook. The golden great ape's body was seen moving in Yi Futian's direction. It was apparent that despite being a demonic beast, it had wanted to get his hands on the holy badge to open the ruins all the same. Yin Jiao from Sword Saint Villa took the form of a sword and zapped through the air like a bolt of lightning, making his way for Yi Futian as well. Ning Huang was able to feel them moving. He frowned, looking at Yi Futian's direction and getting prepared to take him away, when he saw a sarcastic smirk on the young man's face. Yi Futian threw a ring at Yuan Zhan, who was running at him. Seems like you have a death wish, Ning Huang said coldly. He did not bother with Yi Futian and had simply turned around to move in the ring's trajectory, catching it with his hand. Yuan Zhan arrived at the same time, and it threw its golden palm about with full intentions to kill. It seemed everything in the air shook for the moment. The golden great ape looked like it was made entirely of gold, sporting nigh invincible offensive and defensive capacities. Yuan Zhan's palm attack clashed directly with Ning Huang's and exploded. No one came up on top of the other right there and then. Yuan Zhan extended its other hand trying to take the ring, yet a sword aura swept by and hit right onto the ring. It was sent flying as Yinju arrived at the scene. Three mighty ones, fighting over a ring. On the other hand, Yi Futian, who had been the target of everyone's wrath just a while ago, seemed to no longer be a concern to anyone. Everyone's attention was on the ring, even though they have had no idea if the badge was indeed within the ring. Yet, given how Yi Futian threw something like that away at such timing, no one would have given up trying to snatch it. Yi Futian broke out his flying boat and swung his legs onto the ritual implement. He moved away like a lightning bolt riding on it. Come look for me later, Yi Futian said to Qin Yin and the rest, before disappearing in the air with the flying boat. The two goddesses on the mortal world warship cast their gaze at Yi Futian and looked troubled. The speed of the flying boat would have very probably exceeded even that of their air warship. Just how was that thing flying so fast? They both felt something was off right there and then. Don't let him get away, someone yelled, being worried that Yi Futian had simply bluffing them earlier, before chasing after him. The three mighty ones continued fighting all the same, but the ring fell onto someone beneath them. Seeing how all three of them coming in his direction, the unlucky person threw the ring in haste and added, "That is just a normal ring." All three of them were dumbfounded. Ning Huang lifted his hand and caught the ring, before wearing an impossibly ugly expression on his face. They had been played. The ring was not even one that was capable of storage. It was just a common ornament. He threw the ring at Yin Jiao, before turning around and walking away with terrifying murderous intent. Does Yi Futian really think he can get away clean? If he wanted Yi Futian dead, the young man would have needed to die in the holy road. There was no way he could have survived. Boom. Everyone felt the heavens and the earth shook. They lifted their heads and cast their gaze far away, seeing a beam of light shot straight for the clouds and reaching the heavens. Ning Huang's murderous intent dissipated, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. He finally came to understand that the holy badge was never on Yi Futian's person. He threw a ring to catch everyone's attention, while someone took the real badge and went opening the ruins. The booming noise heard before was a sign that the ruins were being opened. Everyone, including those high and mighty top-class geniuses, was played by Futian. Qin and the others were just as dumbfounded as they looked far away. They had only come to realize that the several people who had been with him all the time were hardly seen as of late. Yusheng, Wuchen, and even Mu Jiqiu. None of them were around. Only the most powerful Xiaoshi remained, having cracked open many ruins in a strong. Everyone thought he would have gone to open the ruins on his own with the badge in his hands. It would not have made sense to paw the chance off to others, to entrust others with the task. Yet, Futian went doing so instead. He knew what everyone was thinking. When everyone thought he was totally lost and helpless in front of Ning Huang, he threw a ring out. Regardless if the badge was indeed within the ring, he knew that everyone would have gone after it. No one would have risked the chance of not confirming for themselves, an opening which he exploited to get away on the flying boat. One streak of lightning after another zapped by. Everyone went chasing after Futian, which was also the direction leading to the ruins. The location of the ruins was the first place that he went to check out, the stone forest. When he came to the stone forest, it looked different from what he had remembered. Endless flames encased the place. Horrifying fires were imprinted on the peculiar stones of the place. The horrifying flames looked pitch black, making the place seem like an area consisted of only fire, which looked capable of burning everything to the ground. Flaming prison city. Futian seemed to have come to understand the meaning of the city. The horrifying flames shot for the skies, looking like imposing figures looking down on the mortals scurrying about between the heavens and the earth. Yusheng stood right at the center of these figures, an immeasurable amount of power flowing into his body. Wuchen, Lulan Shui, Mu Jiqiu, and even the Black Wind Condor was there. Futian knew that when he had collected enough number of holy badges, the top-class figures would not have let him open the ruins himself. All eyes were on him, and they would have taken the badges before he was able to open up the place. As such, he had Yusheng and the rest came to open the ruins instead. The flying boat flew forward, entering the ruins' fire area. Despite having the protection of starlight about him, the currents of fire in the air seemed like they were capable of simply swallowing him up. How do you feel? Futian smiled at Yusheng in front of him. You should be the one to open up the place, Yusheng answered. Haven't we always been going about things share and share alike all the time? Futian asked as he smiled. He had always seen what was his, also what was Yusheng's. Yeah. Yusheng nodded. What is mine is yours. So, your turn now. A beam of light was stripped from his body as he finished his sentence, making for Futian. That was the something he had acquired when opening up the ruins, something that would have made him the master of the place. When the beam of light rested on Futian, the ruins gleamed in brilliant lights in an instant, falling onto him. He felt an indescribable air turned about his body at the moment. You need to enhance your plane, and let them know who you are. Yusheng looked straight and narrow as he uttered those words and looked at Futian. His eyes flickered not for even a second. Wuchen and Lulan Shui did not feel weird at all, yet Mu Jiqiu was rather moved instead. Just what is with those two? How can one just simply hand over a lineage of the ruins like this to the other? Futian smiled looking at Yusheng's eyes. Yusheng remained as he had always been. A guy so honest that he looked rather dumb, then, now and always. Chapter 523. A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who'd chased Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yinjiu from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Futian and the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only in Arcana plane. A line of figures came from the distant sky speedily. They were the ones who'd chased Futian and were now arriving gradually. The airship from the mortal world and Yinjiu from the Sword Saint Villa were the fastest. Behind them were people from other top powers. They looked at Futian and the relic coldly, for they'd never expected that they would be fooled by a guy who was only in Arcana plane. Ning Huang also arrived. Bathing in bright light, he looked powerful like a god. Everyone was looking toward the relic's direction. They all had a profound background, so they knew things others couldn't know. They sent people to spy on Futian. Once Futian collected all the holy badges, they would rob Futian. For them, Yi Futian wasn't the enemy at all. It was impossible for them to let a guy from Arcana Plane open the relics before them. Their real enemy was each other. However, Yi Futian didn't open the relics himself, but the one who opened the relics still left the relics to Yi Futian. Born elevated, they had never been fooled like this. This was especially embarrassing for Ning Huang. He was at such an elevated status, but was fooled to fight for an ordinary ring. Ning Huang's group looked up at that enormous shadow of the fire god. The flaming prison city was left on the holy road by ancient saints of the Holy Ji Palace for the descendants to cultivate and inherit. Most of the relics on the holy road were remains of those ancestors from the Holy Ji Palace. They died and their bodies turned into a part of the path, nourishing their descendants. Common people didn't know the history of the holy road. Anyone that gave me a holy badge can enter in the relic for cultivation. Others are not permitted, said Yi Futian loudly. He stood in the middle of the shadow, and his voice could be heard from the distance. Those on the way became excited, especially those who had handed Yi Futian their holy badge. Yi Futian opened the big relic successfully and was ready to fulfill his promise. This time, he had no intention of making the relics known to everyone on the holy road as he had done before. Only those who had given him the holy badge would know. In this case, those who had coveted the relics for long but refused to give would have no chance to reap without sowing. They all knew that there were too many such people who thought that as long as they followed Yi Futian, once Yi Futian opened the relics, they could all enter and cultivate just like last time. Obviously, they were wrong this time. People who had handed over the holy badge walked toward the relics one by one. At this moment, however, Yanjiu in the sky pointed his finger up and horrible sword intent flew over all of a sudden. Countless swords hung in the sky and made clanged. Amazing destructive power broke out. Everyone's eyes fell on Yanjiu from the sword Saint Villa. He stepped out with dreadful sword intent around him. The surrounding space grew more and more oppressive. He stared at Yi Futian and lifted one of his fingers. Endless sword intent gathered at one point and rocketed toward Yi Futian. The sword flashed through the air with sharp sounds and scary sword intent. Though the distance between the two was quite far, the sword intent still rushed toward Yi Futian accurately. In the relic, some strands of fire fell down and surrounded the rushing sword. The sword was suddenly wrapped in fire. It didn't stop, but it was melting bit by bit. Yanjiu didn't give up. He moved forward, and a horrible shadow appeared behind him. All of a sudden, strong sword intent rolled over as if a sword saint descended. Spiritual chi in the world seemingly resonated with his body and turned into sword intent, rolling in the air. The endless sword intent descended and rushed toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up in the sky. Seeing the endless sword intent, his face turned cold. At this time, a flute was heard. It was Xiao Junyi playing his flute beside Yi Futian. Light transformed from the flute music, clashed with the sword intent like lightning. In the end, both disappeared. Xiao Junyi attracted people's attention with his music, which soon turned into a powerful musical storm that became stronger and stronger. The musical rhythm flew around him and suddenly rushed into Yi Futian's mind. The rhythm was invisible. Before Xiao Junyi sent his attack, no prelude was heard. No one in the relic even knew that Yi Futian was attacked. However, the music turned straight into a mental attack and disrupted Yi Futian's spiritual energy. Xiao Junyi remained facing Yanjiu. He looked gloomy but still handsome. Beams of rhythmic light invaded Yi Futian's brain and turned into the scary light of darkness. Yi Futian's mentality was disrupted heavily. Coldness dug into him. Yi Futian had presumed that after the relic was opened, he only needed to wait for his cultivation to rise. He had never expected there was still a deadly attack waiting here. While he was calculating the other talents on the holy road, people were calculating him too. Someone had been waiting here to send the last deadly attack, then robbing everything Yi Futian worked for. There seemed to be a terrible deadly gray airflow in the rhythm. In an instant, Yi Futian felt like his mental will was falling apart. It didn't give him enough time to use the relic's power. That dreadful gray airflow swept every part of his body. His face darkened and the color spread through his body. What happened? Seeing Yi Futian's expression, people were stunned. Then they saw a horrible, shapeless, rhythmic storm enveloping Yi Futian. It seemed to want to isolate him from the relic. Xiao Junyi. People looked again at that melancholy and handsome figure. Seeing what happened, Xiahou grinned. He had fought with Xiao Junyi before. He knew Xiao Junyi's terrible strength. Such a person wouldn't be willing to follow Yi Futian. He disguised himself well, just like them. Yi Shaoshi stepped out at this minute. Extremely sharp golden foliage rolled out like spears. Xiao Junyi was still playing his flute, but at the same time, there was some dark light following the rhythm. Yi Shaoshi's vines turned black in an instant and withered. It's the spiritual qi of death. The sight of this shocked people and reminded them of the reason why those people died in the palace. It was him. Their hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi looked handsome with his outstanding temperament. Both his cultivation and talent were at the top level and was recommended to Yi Futian by others. No one expected that Xiao Junyi had such a dark side. He's a necromancer. Those top talents were astonished. They looked at Xiao Junyi, who was still playing his flute. Yi Futian's face had totally turned into dark. The dead spirit swept through his body, taking all his vitality. At the same time, the mental attack prevented him from communicating with the relic. He was being eaten away little by little. But suddenly, blazing light appeared around Yi Futian. The darkness on his face disappeared gradually while Xiao Junyi could feel there was a power protecting Yi Futian from being encroached. Whoosh! The horrible flames enveloped Yi Futian's body and burned down the spiritual qi of death. Then he opened his eyes and looked directly at Xiao Junyi coldly. The relic began to shake and a flaming light rushed into Xiao Junyi's brain. Xiao Junyi groaned and was forced back. He put down his flute and glanced at Yi Futian. There was a mysterious power protecting Yi Futian. That was why he failed. That instant, horrible flames rolled out toward Xiao Junyi, but dark smoke appeared around Xiao Junyi. The spiritual qi of death went wild and he ran frantically, but the flames caught up and burned on. There was an explosion and the smoke turned into ashes. In the distance, Xiao Junyi floated down. He looked still handsome and extraordinary. Xiao Junyi glanced at Yi Futian with no expression. He didn't seem to care about this failure and just turned around, ready to leave. What's your relationship with the Dark Saint? Xiahou came and asked Xiao Junyi. He didn't feel wrong to be stopped by Xiao Junyi earlier. Xiao Junyi ignored him and walked away. Xiahou stepped forward and raised his hands. Instantly, endless flames appeared in the air. Xiao Junyi immediately took out his flute and played again. Dark figures loomed in the distance and rushed toward Xiahou. Xiahou frowned and waved his hand. The flames rushed to envelop those figures, but it didn't work. Those figures kept rushing toward him. Dead spirits. Xiahou's face turned ashen. He lifted his hand and sent out a big handprint. Those figures were all burned out, but Xiao Junyi was gone. He seemingly had no interest in fighting with Xiahou. He can control the dead spirits. He must be the successor of the Dark Saint. It won't be easy for this generation of the barren state, said Bing Yi on the air warship. People like Ning Huang, Yin Jiao, and Yuan Zhan were all very strong cultivators. Now, there was also the Dark Saint's successor. It was known to all that the Dark Saint was maverick and cruel. Countless people lost lives because of him. Too many famous cultivators wanted to eliminate him, but those who acted always had a tragic end. The Dark Saint was a very horrible name on the barren states list. Yi Futian had a very strong talent, but his level was comparatively low. He had encountered so many strong cultivators on this holy road, and this was only one of the 8 paths, the Dawn Road. It was the most dangerous road. What would things be like when they exited the Dawn Road and gathered at the Holy Ji Palace with all the strong cultivators from the other roads? Even though Yi Futian had the relic, he still couldn't defeat him. He was undoubtedly playing with fire. The relics could help him improve, but what about the future? Could he shoot up fast enough? After fooling people like Ning Huang, Yi Futian might lose his life on the Holy Road even with his outstanding talent. If the life couldn't be guaranteed, the promotion of strength means nothing. Let's go. Bing Yi glanced at Yi Futian indifferently and left. Chapter 524. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Ning Huang looked at Yi Futian with hostility, but he also found it impossible to kill Yi Futian who had the relic in hand. Let's go. Ning Huang turned away, ready to go back to the city he had occupied. People like them seldom hesitated. He was upset to fail with Futian, but he couldn't stay here anymore. He decided to give up. He would continue collecting other holy badges for opening the big relic in their city. After all of this, their desire to open the big relic became so strong that even uncommon means might be used if necessary. After all, Futian had opened one. They inferred that Xiao Junyi must be the Dark Saint's successor. Everyone had seen him control the dead spirits. Killing others for the holy badges seemed possible to him too. With Xiao Junyi's strength, collecting the holy badges was still easy for him. Then, Futian and Xiao Junyi would open the relic. How would others think if they didn't succeed? At this time, no one in the Dawn Road knew that bloody chaos was awaiting them. After Ning Huang left, Mo Jun would naturally follow him. Li Sun glanced at Futian's direction. He saw Qin Yin, Xinyuan Beishan, and Xie Wuji. These people followed Futian, and they must have benefited a lot this time. Li Sun could have been one of them, but he chose to follow Ning Huang. He'd gone down a totally different path, but he didn't regret it. Li Sun knew that Ning Huang was extremely talented, and this was just a temporary failure. Ning Huang would definitely open the relic in his city. Then Li Sun would take back what he had lost. He believed that Ning Huang was a far better choice than Nine Saint Mountain. Ning Huang would enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the personal disciple of powerful figures. Turning around, Li Sun became more determined. He glanced at Li Qingyi, who was being guarded, and said, "Take her with us. I can go on my own." Li Qingyi followed Li Sun and asked, "Do you regret it?" "Why would I regret following Mr. Ning?" Li Qingyi sneered. "You thought that Futian would fail and die, but what happened? It sounds nice that you follow Ning Hung for cultivation, but can't you see the gap between you and him? Has he talked about anything with you? Sure, he has a promising future, but is there anything to do with you? You are just one of his many followers. Maybe tomorrow he won't even remember who you are." "Shut up." Li Sun was irritated. Of course he knew that Ning Huang did think too highly of him, especially after this failure. But he didn't want to think about it. Following Ning Huang was the only thing he had to comfort himself now. "Am I right?" Li Qingyi laughed. "Brother, you used to be a successful gentleman. Our father was proud of you. People in White Sovereign City all praised you. You always knew how to make the best choice. You are so clever that you only make the best choice for yourself, so you would rather betray Futian and follow Ning Huang. But what do you get now?" Crack. A crisp sound was heard and a handprint appeared on Li Qingyi's face. Li Sun had slapped her directly and said coldly, "Li Qingyi, remember your identity. If you dare to talk to me with such an attitude again, I won't let you go. Don't blame me for not considering you as my sister then." "Sister?" Li Qingyi looked at Li Sun ironically. Some blood oozed on the corner of her mouth. Did Li Sun finally expose his nature? Li Qingyi and Li Sun shared the same father but had different mothers. Li Sun, as the eldest son, was especially favored while Li Qingyi only existed to help him. This was why she entered the Holy Road. This was her destiny. Therefore, she had never asked for anything for herself. She didn't dare hope that she could enter the Holy Ji Palace too. Standing outside of the Holy Ji Palace to see how strong those top talents of the barren state were was all she wanted. She knew those talents must be far stronger than Li Sun, but now she was not sure whether her wish could come true anymore. Those top talents who stood far from the relic left gradually, but there were still countless figures around the relic. Most of them were local cultivators. Disciples from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School were also among them. They exclaimed at Futian's victory. They had known the sun's talent while in Divine Sky City. Now on the Holy Road, Futian caused another sensation. The Starry School's disciples would benefit a lot by following him too. Leaders of both the Blazing Sun School and the Bright Moon School had no idea that Futian was still alive at this time. What would happen if they knew? And what would be the outcome if Futian really entered the Holy Ji Palace in the end? It was especially impossible for the Blazing Sun School to forget what a loss Futian had brought to them. Anyway, Futian had no time to think about them. Seeing those top talents departing, he claimed, as I said before, "I will open the relic and share with anyone that has handed over holy badges. Now that the relic is open, I will keep my promise. Anyone that has given me the holy badges before can enter the relic to cultivate. I will teach you how to understand the relic spirit and also return your holy badges." Hearing Yi Futian's words, many people were reassured and smiled. More than 10,000 people handed their holy badges this time. They finally reaped from their sowing. Yi Futian didn't let them down. As he had promised before, he opened the relic successfully under the noses of so many top talents. Now that he would meet his word, they were naturally happy. "Of course, those who didn't give me holy badges shall not enter the relic or you'll bear the consequences," said Yi Futian coldly. He had helped so many people to understand the relic last time, but few people felt grateful to him. Now he wouldn't let those freeloaders benefit. After the warning, Yi Futian closed his eyes and felt it silently. Instantly, blazing light from the enormous relic shrouded Yi Futian's body. The shadow in the light seemed to contain an extremely strong will. It entered Yi Futian's brain little by little. Yi Futian felt a sacred and dignified god appear in his brain. Inferring from the Holy Road's history, he knew this might very possibly be an ancient saint from the Holy Ji Palace. This relic was different from others on the Holy Road. Others only had very little of ancient saint's spirit, but this relic had the complete heritage of the saint's spiritual will. Such a strong heritage could not have been left impulsively. Yi Futian guessed the relic must have originated from the ancient saint's remains. He must have sat there until he died to pass down to the future. Yi Futian was moved by such dedication. He felt like he was trapped in a blazing hell full of destructive flames. His spiritual will was imprisoned in it and burnt into ashes little by little. In this blazing hell, endless dreadful flames fell down. Every bit of the flames seemed able to destroy a world. Yi Futian knew that this fire came from the saint's comprehension. This was some power beyond noble will. With his present level, he might be able to use a small part of this fire if he could get the heritage directly just like before. But to comprehend it was totally beyond his cultivation level. Right at this time, some spiritual changes happened in his brain. Something strange occurred. There seemed to be strands of flame, spiritual chi floating in the world, which then turned into other powers. The powers became so strong that the blazing hell in his brain seemingly became real. Yi Futian was shocked. The ancient saint left not only his spirit, but also his method of how to cultivate and improve for future generations. He was immersed in it. Eyes closed, he seemed to completely enter the spiritual world. The heritage left by this saint fit cultivators of fire attribute the most. Yi Futian was also good at fire, especially after he inherited the last heritage and got the sun scripture from Yangding, the chief of Blazing Sun School. If he took advantage of what he had gotten, he would gain a lot. In the relic, endless flames fell down. One strand of the flame entered and reached every part of Yi Futian's body. It tempered his spiritual will, flesh, and bones, strengthening him. Bathing in the firelight, Yi Futian was completely immersed in his cultivation. Countless days later, his body shone. Strands of fire flowed through his skin. He looked wholly like a god of fire. There were thunderous cracks from Yi Futian's bones and muscles. His blood rumbled and his skin glowed. He seemed to be evolving. He's breaking through the barrier. Some people heard the sound from Yi Futian's body and looked up at him. Yi Futian was understanding it more in a spiritual way. That was what a sorcerer would do during cultivation. His body was tempered unconsciously by the relic, which helped him break into the 8th level of the Arcana plane. Those who cultivated in the relic were waiting for Yi Futian to help them understand the relic, but Yi Futian was immersed in his cultivation at this moment. No one would like to bother him. They just waited silently. The next day, the flames around Yi Futian's body flew faster. His spiritual will was as if transformed and entered into a new level too. Yi Futian was officially in the 8th level of Arcana plane at this time. However, he didn't stop cultivating. The breakthrough in levels was not what he wanted by opening the relic. He wanted to comprehend it, and he could still improve his cultivation. After a few more days, horrible flames gathered behind Yi Futian. There seemed to be a divine sun furnace emitting blazing lights that lit up the sky. With the flames rolling, spiritual chi spread over the world as if there was a horrible spiritual will controlling everything. What kind of power is that? Someone looked up at Yi Futian. It's noble will, someone answered and trembled. Though having made a breakthrough a few days ago, Yi Futian was only in the 8th level of Arcana Plane. How could he acquire his own noble will? The noble will could help one's own spiritual will melt into the world and transform into an invisible, horrible deterrent force. Compared to the Arcana Plane, acquiring the noble will was a huge change. A weak noble could only acquire noble will of the easiest attribute like flaming noble will, icing noble will, or gravity noble will. But those with greater talents could make full use of their previous cultivation and acquire an exclusive noble will. What Yi Futian had acquired was obviously the latter. Chapter 525. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In this month, many things had happened on the Dawn Road. The experts from the elite factions occupied a city each. The flaming prison city's giant relic had been opened by Yi Futian, so the city belonged to Yi Futian. The people from the other elite factions were imitating Yi Futian's methods and ordered their citizens to hand over their holy badges. As Yi Futian had set the precedent and fulfilled his promise, there were many people who were willing to give it a try. Many people handed over their holy badges and formed alliances with the people from elite factions. In the wilderness outside the cities, Xiao Junyi had killed many people and robbed them of their holy badges and had gotten into a conflict with Sage Duantian's disciple Gu Feiyang over plundering the holy badges. Xiao Junyi had commanded an army of dead spirits into the city where Gu Feiyang was, and a massive war had broken out. Cultivators were dying constantly, causing the dead spirit army to expand and become stronger while Gu Feiyang's command was weakened, putting him in a disastrous state. At the same time, apart from persuading the crowd into handing over their holy badges, the people from the other cities also used hard-handed means, like Ning Huang from Jinshao City. He used domineering methods to sweep the entire city. Now, the entire Jinshao City did not have 10,000 people, but the entire city all took orders from Ning Huang and was perfectly under Ning Huang's control. The entire city was his army, with Imo Jun as the commander. Many people had guessed that before the Holy Road's trial ended, Ning Huang would definitely gather enough holy badges to open a giant relic. The only thing that was uncertain would be how much benefits his followers would be given. Moreover, some people hypothesized that Ning Huang had ambitions to attack other cities. Presently, in Jinshao City, in a glorious golden temple, Ning Huang sat high up and many people gathered to report to him. All the cities are frantically gathering holy badges. Now, it is highly likely that Xiao Junyi has the most badges in his possession. His methods are the most ruthless, and he is currently at war with Gu Feiyang. If one party is able to kill the other, they would have gathered enough holy badges to open a giant relic, someone reported. Xiao Junyi and Gu Feiyang would definitely already have many holy badges. In Flaming Prison City, Yi Futian is still cultivating in the relic and helping others to decipher it. Now, there are people gradually breaking through their cultivation levels and leaving the giant relic. Ning Huang's expression hardened. Being tricked by Yi Futian and allowing him to successfully open the giant relic was a humiliation to him. Perhaps Yi Futian is not going to leave the relic, someone else said. Yi Futian had offended many elite factions this time. He was probably not going to easily leave the relic. Young Master Ning, I have a suggestion. Just then, a person walked out from the group. It was Chen Wang from the Blazing Sun School and the Divine Sky City's Chen clan. He had seen everything that had happened in the relic. Say it, Ning Huang said emotionlessly. From my knowledge, Yi Futian is from Divine Sky City and has many friends around him. Young Master Ning can order some people to hold them captive. If that is so, Yi Futian will automatically come to Jinshao City to kneel and beg for young Master Ning's forgiveness, Chen Wang said. Ning Huang frowned. This method was too underhanded. If he wanted to kill someone, he could just kill Yi Futian directly. With his identity, he would not stoop to such a level. Chen Wang saw Ning Huang frowning and understood that Ning Huang was prideful and as a person from an elite faction, cared about his reputation and felt that such a method was beneath him. He continued, young Master Ning is a genius and would not use such methods. However, to deal with despicable people, we naturally do not need to care about being upright to them. Young Master Ning does not need to personally get involved in this matter. Just give the command and Yi Futian is dead. We will naturally settle the matter and bring Yi Futian's head to you. At the side, Li Sun looked at Qinhuang. It looked like someone wanted Yi Futian dead, but he did not know the identity of that person. Remembering his enmity with Yi Futian, if Yi Futian did not die, he would definitely be killed in the future. Li Sun also stepped forward and said, Young Master Ning, this person has a point. A despicable person like Yi Futian dared to trick young Master Ning and use underhanded means like a speed ritual implement to escape. Otherwise, the relic would have been young Master Ning's. Now that Yi Futian has opened the relic, the people following him are all grateful to him, and in the flaming prison city, many people are claiming that if Yi Futian's cultivation level can reach the noble plane, he does not need to fear the other geniuses and can sweep the entire holy road. Ning Huang raised his eyebrows, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes. That's right, those people following Yi Futian must be intentionally exaggerating to make it sound like Yi Futian's potential is unmatched in the holy road. Chen Wang chimed in as well. Since Ning Huang was prideful, hearing all these would probably make him very unhappy. He was clear that someone like Ning Huang who had impressive potential would be sweet-talked by many and view himself highly. He would definitely feel that he was the person who was unmatched in the holy road. Now, an arcana plane cultivator that had tricked him before was exalted by others. He would definitely be dissatisfied. There are sure to be many holy badges in the flaming prison city. Our Jinshao city already has no more holy badges. We need to plunder them from others. Why don't we let the people of the flaming prison city understand who is the real king of the holy road? Li Sun continued to suggest. Ning Huang's gaze casually swept across Li Sun and Chen Wang. He naturally understood that these two people wanted him to give the order to kill Yi Futian. It looked like they had a grudge against Yi Futian. He mockingly looked at the two of them, wanting to make him do their dirty work. Li Sun and Chen Wang were apprehensive when they saw Ning Huang sneer. They lowered their heads, not daring to look Ning Huang in the eye. Mo Jun, you handle this matter, Ning Huang nonchalantly said. Li Sun and Chen Wang were elated and raised their heads to look at Ning Huang, but saw Ning Huang coldly look at them and say, the two of you will support Mo Jun. If Yi Futian is not dead by the time the holy road opens, you two die. After saying that, Ning Huang stood up and left. The only reason why he was doing this was because Yi Futian deserved to be killed. The two that were trying to make him do their dirty work? No problem. If they could not do it, then they would pay with their lives. Li Sun and Chen Wang were perturbed and felt chills down their spine. If Yi Futian did not die, they would. How ruthless. The two of them clenched their fists with determined expressions. They would have to kill Yi Futian no matter the cost. Li Sun also left and returned to the White Sovereign City's crowd. He saw Li Qingyi staring coldly at him, and she said, how could you be this despicable? Now, her brother had completely revealed the darkness within his heart. Li Sun looked at Li Qingyi, then broke into a cruel smile. Your relationship with Yi Futian appears to be quite good. I wonder if he cares about you, Li Sun said with a sneer. Li Qingyi felt chills down her spine. Back then, Li Sun had already used her and nearly killed Yi Futian in one strike. Now, was he going to do it again? Yi Futian naturally did not know the conversation that had taken place in the Jinshao city, but he knew that many people in the Holy Road wanted him dead. Therefore, he did not hurriedly step out of the giant relic, not because he wanted to avoid them, but because he wanted to continue raising his cultivation level. In this period of time, his sorcery and martial arts had both risen to the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Arcana plane. There was a chance for him to break through his current level in the relic and raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Arcana plane. Moreover, he had already comprehended his own noble will. If his cultivation level continued to go up, he would really be one step away from the noble plane. Apart from that, he had helped others to decipher the will that the sages had left behind and allowed Yu Shang and Yi Wuchen to use the relic's flame to train their physique. Like him, Yu Shang had also stepped into the 8th level of the Arcana plane, while Yi Wuchen had stepped into the 9th level of the Arcana plane. However, they had not comprehended the noble will yet, so Yi Futian asked them to start trying. Yi Futian also paid extra attention to Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, Xinyuan Beishan, and the disciples of the Starry School. so their cultivation levels were improving gradually. The relic has a limited effect on my growth now. I'm preparing to go out and cultivate. What about you all? Chinin asked Xiaowuji, Xinyuan Beishan, and the rest a few days later. Agreed. I have had a deep understanding in the time that Yi Futian has helped us in our cultivation. I feel as though I am about to break through my current plane. I hope there are a few battles for me, Xinyuan Beishan laughed and said. Although they all had their own enlightenment, their improvement was not as massive as Yi Futian's. After all, Yi Futian was the person who had inherited the entire relic, and his cultivation level was much lower than theirs. Moreover, he specialized in flame abilities. Cultivators who specialized in flame abilities benefited the most from the giant relic. Let's go, Xiaowuji said. The few of them looked at Yi Futian and did not disturb him as they saw that he was still cultivating. They nodded towards Lulan Shui, and she returned their holy badges to them before they stepped out of the relic. Now, the holy badges in their hands had already lost the shine it once had and could not be used to open another relic, but it was still an essential item for crossing the holy road. After leaving the relic, they realized that Flaming Prison City was in chaos. There were people fighting everywhere for the holy badges. What happened? Qin Yin asked a nearby cultivator. There have been a group of people in the Flaming Prison City who have formed an alliance recently and have been going around plundering other people's holy badges. This caused those who had lost their badges to target other people's badges. The person replied, staying far away from Qin Yin's group. He was evidently very apprehensive. Qin Yin's expression changed. The Holy Road's trial would become more crazed the later it went. At that moment, a group of experts appeared in front of them and soon surrounded Qin Yin's group. They frowned and said, "Our holy badges are of no use anymore." "We know that," the expert in the air replied cruelly, then waved his arm and started the fight immediately. Qin Yin's group had grim expressions, and they knew that they had no other choice but to battle. In the distance, there were people who were successively gathering. Some people who had cultivated with Qin Yin's group even came up to help, but the other party's people were also increasing in numbers. It was only when Li Sun appeared that Qin Yin understood and coldly said, "All of you are Ning Huang's men." "Li Sun, do you even have morals?" Xinyuan Beishan's expression was steely. "You all have chosen to follow Yi Futian while I am following young Master Ning. It's all for the sake of our cultivation. I'm very curious whether Yi Futian will choose to save you all." Li Sun continued emotionlessly. "Keep these few people alive and kill the rest?" Those who had cultivated in the giant relic were stunned and Qin Yin berated. "Li Sun, their holy badges have no purpose whatsoever. What's the point of killing them? They can only blame themselves for following the wrong person," Li Sun said callously. He wanted to enrage Yi Futian. Only when Yi Futian was angry would he disregard the repercussions and step out of the giant relic. Now, his life was linked with Yi Futian's. If Yi Futian did not step out of the giant relic, they would not be able to kill him, and if Yi Futian did not die, Ning Huang would have his life. For his own life, he could only slaughter. He looked heartlessly at Qin Yin. He wanted to see who it was that had chosen the wrong path. Chapter 526. In the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. In the Flaming Prison City's giant relic, Yi Futian closed his eyes, deep in cultivation. Around his body, there was starlight circulating around his body, forming an invisible might around him and enveloping the surrounding area. The power of starlight was an extension of the earth element. Presently, above the giant relic, starlight gleamed, and the people below could all feel a horrendous pressure. The revolving starlight contained an invisible might which engulfed the entire area. A second noble will? Many people raised their heads and looked towards Yi Futian. After cultivating for a few days in the relic, Yi Futian had already deciphered the flame noble will. Now, an earth element noble will had also formed, and they could feel that it was an extremely strong noble will from the might crushing down upon them. The noble will was the symbol of a noble plane expert. It was a force created by the cultivator's spiritual energy resonating with the heavens, and cultivators could use it to exert the might of their spiritual will on others' spiritual wills. At the same time, it could also be used to empower their attacking abilities. Thus, the gap between a noble plane and an arcana plane cultivator was nearly impossible to bridge. If an arcana plane cultivator did not use an extremely strong ritual implement, it would be extremely hard to challenge a noble plane cultivator. As long as they had not deciphered the noble will, even a cultivator at the pinnacle of the arcana plane would be a lot weaker. However, there were some geniuses who had already formed their noble will while in the arcana plane. They would be able to bridge the gap in strength, and moreover, it would even benefit their cultivation level and cause their cultivation speed to increase. The noble will relied on the enlightenment level of one's spiritual will and spiritual energy control. The better a cultivator was able to control their spiritual will and energy, the easier it was for their spiritual energy to increase. Therefore, the crowd predicted that Futian would not need long to break through from his current level to the noble plane. This was the difference in potential. A person with weak potential, even as their spiritual energy continued to grow and approach the noble plane, would be limited by their enlightenment and spiritual control. This would cause them to be unable to break through, or more commonly termed a bottleneck. For Futian, however, there was no such thing as a bottleneck standing between him and the noble plane. At that moment, the crowd felt a formidable aura in the air, and their expressions changed. They looked towards the direction it was coming from, and they saw Yusheng's body being surrounded by a fearsome demonic might. His body was clad in dark golden armor, as though a demon's shadow had appeared on him. A terrifying image appeared in the crowd's heads. It was as though a demon stood in front of them, trying to overwhelm their wills and make them worship it. He has also formed his noble will. The crowd saw the image and were astounded. Moreover, it was as though the noble will had been formed from his innate potential. This caused their expressions to become weird. Could it be that this burly teen also had remarkable potential? Since he had always stood beside Futian, Yusheng had never been that outstanding. After a long while, Futian and Yusheng finally ended their cultivation. Futian turned to Yusheng, smiling and asking, "You've been enlightened?" "It seems like it," Yusheng scratched his head and replied. "Seems like?" Futian was dumbstruck and thought to himself, "This fellow is too sloppy. You told me the crux of the noble will, so I tried to decipher it, and the noble wills might just formed uncontrollably." Yusheng continued, "It seemed quite easy." Futian glared at Yusheng, then turned around gloomily. He really wanted to hit him. "Let's continue cultivating then, and raise our cultivation level to the 9th level of the arcana plane. That way, we'll be only one step away from the noble plane," Futian said, smiling. The noble plane that he had been anticipating for such a long time was finally within his reach, and he was quite happy about it. Back then, a huge obstacle of his was the noble plane Emperor Luo. To him, Emperor Luo had been like a god, impossible to surpass. Now, he was finally reaching that level too. At that moment, he was interrupted by a few figures rushing towards him. At the entrance of the relic, they looked towards Futian and said, "Master Yi, we have trouble." Futian looked at them, confused. He asked them, "What's the problem?" "The past few days, there have been people murdering cultivators in the flaming prison city. Many people have died and had their holy badges taken. Previously, the people of the flaming prison city thought it was a group of strong cultivators who had formed an alliance to plunder the badges. We only just found out that they were from the Jinxiao city. The Jinxiao city is currently under Ning Huang's control, and they have orders from Ning Huang to come to our city to plunder." The person who had rushed here continued to say, "Not long ago, a few of Master Ye's friends were brought away by Ning Huang's men. There were also others who were killed on the spot." Futian's expression turned grim. It should have been Qin Yin's group that had been taken away. The other party had left word. The person continued. "What did they say?" Futian asked. "The person's name appears to be Li Sun. He said that if Master Yi wanted them alive, you could go to the Jinxiao city to get them back. He can release Qin Yin's group and even Li Qingyi," the person replied. Futian's expression became even more steely. Li Sun had brought up Li Qingyi on purpose. He was actually using his own sister to threaten him. A frosty killing intent appeared in Futian's eyes. This was not Li Sun's first time. He had to be killed. Ning Huang is going overboard, someone among the crowd said furiously. Master Yi, Ning Huang is doing this on purpose. If you go to Jinxiao City, Ning Huang will definitely not let you go easily. Master Yi, you cannot go to Jinxiao City, another person tried to persuade him. Around the giant relic, the experts had all stopped their cultivation and looked towards Yi Futian. There were many among them that were furious. Back then, Ning Huang had come to seize the holy badges in a domineering fashion, taking advantage of Yi Futian's low cultivation level. Now, Yi Futian had already obtained the giant relic, but Ning Huang still refused to let it go. He wanted to kill Yi Futian. Have Ning Huang's men left the flaming prison city? Yi Futian asked. They are still in the flaming prison city, killing people in an extremely arrogant fashion. Previously, Li Sun gave the order and killed many of our people, claiming that it was only because they had followed Master Yi in their cultivation. Yi Futian heard these two replies from the crowd. Let's go, Yi Futian said, stepping out of the giant relic. The moment he stepped out of the relic, the glow around his body faded. Soon, the flame around the giant relic had been extinguished. The giant relic faded to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The thousands of cultivators stared blankly at the scene, afterward following Yi Futian, who was walking in the air with astonishment. Yi Futian actually left the relic with no hesitation. This meant that if the people from the elite factions came now, they would face no resistance. Yi Futian moved forward in the air and said, "Let's go." Master Yi. Many people gathered around and attempted to persuade Yi Futian, saying, "Please don't be impulsive." Yi Futian did not say anything and continued to walk forward. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Shang, Mu Zhiqiu, and the rest followed closely behind him. The huge crowd of experts saw Yi Futian, and many of them followed him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian had arrived at a location, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. Bastards! Behind Yi Futian, many people clenched their fists. The holy badges on these people already had no use, but Ning Huang still ordered them to be killed. This caused them to have chills running down their spine. Was the killing simply to vent his anger? Genocide? Just because they chose to cultivate with Yi Futian? However, Ning Huang and Imo Jun were elite prodigies. Even if they joined forces, they probably could still not win. If they went to Jinxiao City, they would definitely die before they could get their revenge. Where are Ning Huang's men? Yi Futian asked. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew towards them from afar. The group was completely made up of noble plain cultivators with strong auras. They looked mercilessly at Yi Futian. They were followers of Ning Huang from Jinxiao City. If they were able to bring Yi Futian's head to Jinxiao City, they would definitely be valued by Ning Huang. Thinking about that, they stepped forward and looked towards Yi Futian, asking, "You actually dared to walk out of the relic?" Just now, they had heard that Yi Futian had stepped out of the relic, and they all gathered here. They had previously been cultivating in Jinxiao City and heard that he had dared to trick young Master Ning. Now, he dared to step out of the relic. How reckless. Yes. Yi Futian looked at the group standing before him and replied calmly, "Young Master Ning wants your head. Why don't you lend it to us?" They laughed and said. Their gazes then turned to the huge crowd standing behind Yi Futian and emotionlessly said, "We're acting on young Master Ning's orders. Those who are not involved, take your leave." The crowd's expression turned cold and looked indignantly at those who spoke. Could they be so unscrupulous simply because they were Ning Huang's men? At that moment, the group had already stepped forward and surrounded Yi Futian, the terrifying noble aura surrounding the area. Behind Yi Futian, many people stepped forward one by one, shielding him and looking emotionlessly at the group. Although not many people stepped forward, it took courage to oppose Ning Huang. "You all want to die as well?" Ning Huang's men sneered. "Thank you, everyone." Yi Futian looked towards the crowd and asked, "Who else is willing to join me in battle? Since I've received a favor from Brother Yi, I will naturally do my part." A person stepped out. "I have broken through my cultivation level in the relic. Now is the time for me to test it. I've heard that Ning Huang was hunting those who cultivated in the relic previously. If that's the case, what else is there to be afraid of?" Another person stepped forward, laughing. In an instant, more noble plain cultivators stepped forward, and an invisible force was formed, causing the opposing group to be on edge. Since you all want to die, I will naturally report that to young Master Ning, one of the opponents said, already preparing to retreat. As they prepared to step back and retreat, Yi Shaoshi moved in a flash to their rear. Surround them, Yi Futian said. Immediately, the crowd stepped forward, surrounding the opponents. Since they wanted to fight, he would let this place be their final resting place. Yi Futian stepped forward, the polearm of divine destruction in his hand. In a flash, starlight glittered, and an overbearing noble will enveloped the area. His gaze swept across the group and said, "Whoever wants to borrow my head, come and get it." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.